This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Angel by Daphne Loveling. Narrated by Troy Duran and Gillian Macy. 1. Angel. The princess's eyes are wide, blue pools of terror.
"Help me, Prince!"
she screams in desperation.
"Help me before it's too late!"
"Here I come!" I bellow, barreling toward the tiny figure. Her small pink mouth is bowed in an exaggerated O of fear. "Don't worry, princess! I'll save you!" I make a big fucking display of jumping over the lava pit that only the princess can see. The evil dragon has created it to keep her imprisoned against her will. I clear the pit with feet to spare and land safely on the other side. The princess flings her arms around my neck as I scoop her up, then jump back over the invisible lava, carrying her to safety. Heaving a deep sigh of relief, the princess snuggles into my chest.
Thank you, handsome prince," she cries. "But wait, what if the dragon comes after us?"
"That dragon will be shaking in his boots when he realizes it was me who saved you," I growl. Giving her a squeeze, I bend down and deposit my pint-sized royal package on the ground in front of me. "He's not about to bother you again, I guarantee it." Princess Mariana opens her mouth to reply to me, but just then a giant monster of a dog bounds around the corner of the house. He's more than twice her size, and before I have time to grab her back up, he's pounced and she's on the ground. The princess shrieks with laughter, wriggling around in her pink dress. Her crown tumbles off into the grass beside them as dog and girl wrestle. "Well, shit," I drawl. "Looks like the dragon got you anyway."
"Language?"
Mariana's mom, Jenna, appears on the deck. A smirk is on her face as she looks down at the scene.
"Angel, mind your language around the children, please," my sister murmurs. "Good Lord, Mariana," she clucks. "I thought I asked you to try to stay clean until the party."
I reach down and drag Rhino, the family St. Bernard, off my 6-year-old niece.
"But Mom," she complains as she scrambles to her feet, "it wasn't my fault. I was being clean. Right, Uncle Angel?"
She was, I affirm. She even managed to keep the lava off her dress.
"Yeah,"
Mariana insists.
"It's Rhino's fault I got dirty. Rhino saw you two roughhousing and couldn't contain himself,"
Jenna says dryly. She's doing her best to sound like she's mad, but the corners of her mouth are twitching.
"Honestly, Angel, you're to blame too."
I let go of the dog and he lumbers off to find more mischief to get into. "You asked me to keep an eye on her," I retort, glancing down at Mariana. "Sorry, but my options were kinda limited, seeing as she ain't quite old enough yet to do an oil change on my Harley." That gets a laugh out of my sister.
"Point taken."
Mariana looks up at me with earnest, indignant eyes.
"I'm so old enough to help you do an oil change," she exclaims. "You let Noah help you." "Mariana, leave your uncle alone now," Jenna admonishes. "You go upstairs and take off that princess dress right now before you get it all ripped up."
Mariana starts to whine, but one mom look from Jenna shuts her right up. With a dramatic sigh, she tromps up the deck stairs and goes into the house.
"And take off your shoes inside,"
Jenna calls after her. She's got a point about the oil change, I consider, frowning. Jenna turns back to me and shakes her head in mock embarrassment.
"You know, I could use this entire scene to blackmail you, right?"
She grins. I shrug. "None of the lords would ever believe it. You ain't got a leg to stand on." Jenna snorts.
"Yeah,"
she retorts with an evil smirk.
"But you never know. Maybe I have proof."
She pulls out her cell phone and waves it at me.
"I wonder what footage of the president of the Lords of Carnage MC playing princess with a 6-year-old would be worth."
She muses in a taunting voice. I open my mouth to respond, but she's already down the deck stairs and pushing past me.
"Now, come on,"
she says as she heads toward the garage.
"I need some help setting up the tables."
Shit. Knowing my sister, she probably did film the whole fucking thing. Muttering to myself, I follow her out to the garage where a bunch of long folding tables are stacked up against one wall. Today's the 12th birthday party for Noah, Jenna and Ghost's oldest kid. Besides being my sister, Jenna also happens to be married to the sergeant-at-arms of my club. Ghost has also been my best friend since we were kids. Their son, Noah, is the result of a one-night stand the two of them had one summer, the year after Jenna graduated high school. Jenna left town not long after that, and she only found out she was pregnant weeks later. Ghost didn't even know he was a father until nearly 5 years afterwards, when Jenna showed back up here in Tanner Springs, broke and unemployed. Jenna didn't tell him about Noah being his at first. It didn't come out until after the two of them had hooked up again, and things started to get serious. The way Jenna tells the story, she was too terrified to tell him. She was afraid that once Ghost found out she'd kept such a big secret from him all those years, he'd be too mad to stay with her. And he was mad, for sure. But not mad enough to ignore that he'd always carried a torch for her, and that he wasn't going to let her get away from him a second time, no matter what. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. It was a little weird finding out my sister was fucking my best friend. But that was a long time ago now, and I've gotten used to it. Besides, the two of them are as solid as they come. All you gotta do is look in either of their eyes to realize it. I eye all the folding tables stacked against the garage wall and tell Jenna I can set them up myself. Gratefully, she goes back inside to deal with the other party-related shit. I spend the next 20 minutes unfolding and arranging the tables they've rented around their large backyard. Then I start in on placing folding chairs around the tables. I'm just finishing up when a familiar panel van pulls into the driveway and parks. The driver's side door opens and Ghost climbs out. A second later, Beast, my vice president, hops out of the passenger side. The two of them have been out on a liquor run for the party. They immediately open up the back and start hauling cases of whiskey and beer and bags of ice into the garage. I can see they've bought enough alcohol to get a goddamn army drunk, which is more or less what is going to happen. Most of the Lords of Carnage and their families are going to be here today, so running out of booze is not an option. About time the two of you got back, I say, wiping my forehead against the heat. Some of that beer better be cold. What do you think we are, a bunch of fucking animals? Beast grins. He rips open a case and tosses me one. No comment, I say, catching the icy can easily. I pull open the tab and take a long drink. Damn, that tastes good, I growl. Jenna must have heard the van pull up from inside because she comes out of the sliding screen door onto the deck.
Not a moment too soon,
she grins when she sees the two men.
Hey, Beast.
Hey there, he nods. Where's the birthday boy?
He just got back home from playing down the street,
she replies, coming down the stairs. She saunters over to Ghost, who catches her around the waist.
He's in the shower. Be down in a few.
Everything under control? Ghost asks, pulling her in for a kiss.
Yeah, Angel set all this up,
Jenna tells him, sweeping her arm around the yard.
People will start arriving in a few minutes. I'll have plenty of help getting tablecloths and plates and things set out, once Jewel and some of the other women get here. And some of the older kids have promised to do babysitting duty for the younger ones. Thorne and Isabel are bringing over the birthday cake.
She takes a deep breath and sighs happily.
So I guess we're good to go.
Good deal, Beast rumbles. Let's get this party started. He heads back toward the garage, and a couple seconds later, booming music begins to blast from the stereo systems Ghost installed when they first moved in a couple months ago.
Oh boy,
Jenna murmurs, mock rolling her eyes. Guess we're about to find out our neighbor's tolerance for noise, Ghost grins.
2. Jewel. I'm already half an hour late to help at Jenna and Ghost's birthday party for Noah, when the ring of my cell phone in my purse stops me just as I'm heading out the door. With a guilty start, I plunge my hand down to the bottom of my bag. Silently, I pray it's not Jenna wondering where the hell I am. Even though I'm just helping her out as a friend and not as part of my paid gig as bartender to the Lords of Carnage, I feel terrible that I'm not there when I promised I'd be. I hate being late in general, and I especially hate being late to help out Jenna. She's always been so kind to me, and I've always had a soft spot for Noah. I'd like to believe that Jenna thinks of me as a friend, and not just as an employee of the club. But even so, right now, I still feel like I'm on the clock, even though I'm not getting paid for today. My hand finally closes over my phone, and I pull it out to glance at the screen. It's not Jenna, thankfully. In fact, it's a number I don't recognize. The area code's familiar, though. It takes me a second to realize why. But when I do, it stops me in my tracks. Northwest Indiana. It could be a coincidence, I tell myself as my heart starts to race. It could just be a robocall. For one long moment, I stand in the entryway of my tiny apartment, arguing with myself about whether I should answer it. If they're calling, it's probably important. You're late, Jewel. Let it go to voicemail. And I almost do. Half paralyzed, I hold my bag open, prepared to drop the phone back in. If it is who I think it is on the other end, I know it's not likely to be anything good. But then, even though I'm almost positive I'm going to regret it, I give in. With a soft groan, I press the button to accept the call. Hello? I feel my face involuntarily cringing at whatever is to come. For a second, the only noise on the other end is a jumble of staticky noise, like maybe someone's listening to a TV. Then, Juliana. It's not a question. It's a statement, a bark of disappointment. The tone's so familiar, my stomach curdles. Mama, I murmur. The muscles in my upper body instantly tense in a defensive posture. As though she's suddenly in the room with me. We need to know your address. Jesus. Even though I should expect it by now, the blunt harshness of her words still sting. No, how are you? No, I just called to hear your voice, to make sure you're alive, to tell you we're thinking of you. Of course not, because that's not why she's calling. That would never be why she's calling. Whatever she wants, whatever the reason she bothered to pick up the phone and dial my number, I know it has nothing to do with concern for me. I suppose, in a way, I should be grateful that she makes no pretense of motherly love, because that would be even worse, wouldn't it? Then I might find myself hoping, believing against all the odds, that she actually cared about me. Whatever bad things I can say about my mother, at least she doesn't lie. I'm still living in the same place, Mama, I reply tiredly. Same town, same apartment. I sent her my change of address when I moved a couple of years ago. I always do, for some reason. More fool me, I guess. You are still living in this Tanner Springs? Mama recites in her accented English, as though she must be reading from the letter I sent her. Well, at least she keeps them, I guess. Or at least she kept that one. Yes, still here. Good. We are sending Yuri to you. I literally do a double take, pulling the phone from my face and staring at it. Wait, what? I ask in confusion as I sink into the small armchair that sits by the door. What are you talking about? Your brother is in trouble here. We cannot keep him anymore. Mama's voice is terse, matter of fact, like it always is. Even though I haven't talked to her for literally years, I know this tone well. This is her, it is already decided voice, the one that brooks no argument. Mama, My head is shaking in confusion of its own accord. The hand that's not holding the phone creeps up to my hair, starts to twine a thick lock around two of my fingers. It's a nervous gesture, a habit I've had since I was a little girl. At least I no longer yank at it, pull it out, like I used to. I can't keep Jude here with me, I protest, even though the lump forming in my stomach is already telling me it's no use. I don't have room for him. I only have a one-bedroom apartment. I don't have anything for him. There is bus station in Tanner Springs, yes? My mother continues talking over me, as though I haven't said a word. She tells me she and my father are driving Jude to the bus station this afternoon, that they'll buy him a one-way ticket here. Her tone makes it clear the decision has already been made. that she and Tata have already talked about this. I know I can continue to try and argue with her, but it won't do any good. Saying no to my mother is not an option. Saying anything she doesn't want to hear is essentially useless. It's almost as though she has only enough grasp of the English language to hear what she wants to hear. Try and contradict her, and her face turns uncomprehending and stony, a mask of deliberate Serbian incomprehension. As my mother continues to talk, my mind is reeling. In a daze, I try to add up how many years it's been since I've been home. Jude must be, 17 by now? I can't even imagine what the 17-year-old version of my brother would be like. And I have no idea what he might have done to drive my parents to send him away. Not that I can't imagine him wanting to leave. After all, I left home as soon as I could, of my own accord. I've been on my own since I was about his age, in fact. But my parents were furious when I left. Basically, even with going to high school full-time, my part-time job still brought money into the family. They considered any money I earned to be their due, for raising me and giving me a bed to sleep in for 17 years. For my parents to kick Jude out of the house, they must see no financial gain in him. Or he must be causing enough trouble that getting rid of him seems worth the loss. My mind conjures up the image of him that I always see when I think of my brother. His baby-faced, crooked smile when he was 10 years old. Still innocent, still worshipful of his older sister. The little boy who would faithfully respond to all of the handwritten letters I sent him with a pencil or marker drawing of a souped-up car or a transformer-like creature. The boy who would still send me his school photo when I asked him to, so I could put it up on my tiny refrigerator. Jude stopped sending me school pictures a long time ago. He hasn't responded to a letter or an email from me in years. At 17, is he even still in school? A rush of guilt floods my system like ice water, just like it always does when I think about the fact that I left him there in Indiana, alone with our parents. It's not like my parents were abusive, at least not physically. Ever since I developed breasts and hit puberty, my mother and father's main concern was that I would turn out to be a slut. That I would give myself to the first good-looking boy who looked my way and end up getting pregnant by him. To prevent that, their main tactic was to call me a whore whenever they saw the slightest trace of makeup on my face. If I was late coming home from school or from one of my jobs, they would demand to know where I was and accuse me of the worst sins no matter what I told them. One day, I just decided I couldn't handle living there anymore. I was sure that whatever the world held for me outside of the walls of that house, it had to be better than staying. I knew Jude was too young to understand why I was leaving. I told myself that ultimately it was better for him that I left. I knew it couldn't be good for him, hearing the constant yelling, the constant arguments between my parents and me. I knew that screaming got to Jude. I remember the way he would cry when my father would slam his fist angrily on the rickety kitchen table, or when my mother would spit at me in her native tongue that I was nothing but a slut. When I left, I told myself I was protecting him, that when I was gone, he wouldn't have to hear his beloved sister berated like that. My parents were always more indulgent with Jude because he was a boy, and because he was the youngest. I had hoped that they would be kinder to him as he grew up than they had been with me. As I listened to my mother's clipped, angry voice over the phone, it dawns on me that I have no idea what my brother's life has been like without me there. But whatever has been happening in my prolonged absence, one thing is clear. My parents are at the end of their rope. I can hear it in Mama's voice. They're done with him. And if I don't take Jude in, he'll be all alone. In silence, I try to focus as she tells me that she and my father will be putting Jude on the next bus out of Gary. I should call the station in Tanner Springs, she says, to find out when he will be arriving. And then, just like that, there's a click, and my mother is gone. I stare across my tiny living room, my eyes unfocused. Shit, I whisper. Shit. Then, because there's nothing else I can do, I call the Greyhound station in Tanner Springs, after which I stand, grab my keys, and rush out the door to Jenna and Ghost's house.
3. Angel. Normally, the birthday of one of the Lords of Carnage kids isn't such a big fucking deal, but this one has turned into a huge event. Part of it is because Jenna and Ghost just moved into this new house on 2 acres of land just outside of town. This party is an unofficial housewarming for them. Another part of it is that our club's been through a hell of a lot the last few months, due to an ongoing war with the Outlaw Sons MC. The Sons are a club to the north of us. They fucking hate our guts, and we hate theirs. We got too much damn history to peacefully coexist, and we both know it. This state ain't big enough for the two of us, like the old westerns used to say. They've been gunning for our club for a long time now. The territory we occupy would give them a straight shot south to some very profitable drug and gun-running pipelines, if they could take it from us. Strategically, getting rid of our club would be a big financial boon. Shit came to a head last year when what was left of another club, the Iron Spiders, joined up with the Sons, boosting their ranks and their manpower. The Sons started moving into our territory, first by trying to pick us off one by one, then by starting up a sex trafficking ring right under our goddamn noses. Turned out the ring got blown wide open, in big part thanks to Beast's old lady Brooke. At the end of it, the Outlaw Sons president, Dragon, went to prison. He bought himself a sentence of 10 years up in Youngstown. He didn't serve more than a couple of months, though. Turns out the Lords have friends inside Youngstown. Just before the end, I rode up there to see him, so I could look him in the eyes one final time. So I could see his face when I told him what was coming. "Fuck you, Angel," Dragon spits at me through the glass partition. His eyes narrow right before his mouth splits into a wide, wolf-like grin. "The Sons will fucking end you, whether I'm in here or not." "That remains to be seen, shithead," I reply. "Seen by someone else, that is. Not you, of course. By the end of the day, you ain't gonna be seeing anyone ever again." "You cocky piece of shit," he seethes. "You ain't the first man who's tried to kill me. You ain't the only one who's got people on the inside." "Yeah, but I'm the only one who's got the guards for your block on our club's payroll." Dragon's gaze falters just for a split second. Then the mask is back again. "It ain't gonna be quick, or painless," I continue. For the first time, I let my hatred of him show in my face. I paid for the premium package, and the cleanup afterward. Dragon cuts his eyes away. I can tell I've pierced through his bravado. "And one more thing. Shifting in my seat, I lean closer until my face is only inches from his. Your club, and every last man in it, is going down," I murmur into the phone, low enough that he has to strain to hear me. "I will personally make sure that every one of them suffers. That the last words each and every one of them ever cries out is to curse your name and beg me for a mercy that will never come." "The Sons will never beg you for anything," he roars. Behind him, the guard yells for him to be quiet. "This ain't over, you cunt," he hisses. I stand, letting out a short bark of laughter. "It sure as fuck is for you, though. I'll always enjoy the knowledge I was your last visitor. Have a nice life, Dragon. What's left of it. If you're a praying man, now might be a good time to start." Turning, I hear the flat thud of his fist as it connects with the glass. I smile. Vico, our source on the inside, got the word out to me the next day that the president of the Outlaw Sons was about as ex-president as they get. Guess I'm more of a dragon slayer than Mariana knows, I think with a grim chuckle. Now, with Dragon gone, the Sons are headed up by their VP, Razor. They're limping along, but they brought in a bunch of new men very quickly. And they're out for blood. Our blood. No matter. The Lords are up to the challenge. Nothing short of total annihilation is acceptable. With our new chapter to the south, and an alliance with the Death Devils to our east, we will stop at nothing. We will eliminate every last one of the outlaw sons. Failure is not an option. Today's party marks the third event as well, one I'm keeping to myself. This weekend marks 1 year since I was elected president of the Lords of Carnage MC. I was more than happy being Rock Anthony's VP for going on 10 years. Even though the two of us had started to clash more and more over club decisions toward the end, I didn't have any ambitions of taking over as president. But then, something unimaginable happened. Beast and I found out that Rock had betrayed the club. It was a betrayal so serious that once it was out of the open, there was no other course of action that could be taken. The Lords voted unanimously for club justice. Rock Anthony was removed as president, exiled from the club, and sentenced to death. It was my first act as new president. It was an act that will mark me for the rest of my life. Since that day, I've devoted every waking moment of my fucking existence to making sure the Lords are the strongest club possible, and that I'm the strongest leader I can be. At the beginning of the war with the outlaw sons, we couldn't afford to look weak. As soon as they heard our prez was dead, they started a full-blown assault on our club. It had taken all our manpower, all our firepower, but somehow we managed to keep the club alive and strong. And now we're back on top, at least for the moment. And I intend to keep it that way. An hour later, I'm on my third beer, sitting over in the shade by myself. The most raucous 12-year-old boy's birthday party on record is in full swing. The music is loud enough that every neighbor within a 2-mile radius can probably hear it. Booze is flowing freely, kids are running the fuck around, dogs are jumping on children, and everyone is generally having a great goddamn time. The smell of cooking meat wafts through the air from the club's giant-ass grill, brought here specially for the occasion. Hawk and Brick are manning the grill, serving up hot dogs and hamburgers to clamoring kids. Off to one side, Hawk's wife, Samantha, is trying to corral their son Connor over for something to eat. Sam's a local photographer with a thriving business in town. She and Hawk met when Jenna hired Sam as the photographer for her and Ghost's wedding. Connor is the biological son of Hawk's brother's junkie ex-girlfriend. When Connor's mom OD'd, there was no one else to take him in. Even though Connor wasn't his brother's kid, Sam and Hawk decided to foster him, and eventually adopted him. In the 7 years since, he's gone from a basically silent toddler to a supercharged, confident 10-year-old. Sam barely manages to get half a burger into Connor before he's off and running again. In his haste to get back into the action, he pretty much barrels over little Sienna, Brick and Sydney's copper-haired 5-year-old, knocking her to the ground. A lot of little girls that age would start to cry, but Sienna just picks herself up and runs right after Connor. Over by the picnic tables, Sydney is wrangling her and Brick's 2-year-old twins, Landon and Logan, both of whom are the spitting image of their dad. It's a rare day off for Sydney, who owns a local coffee shop called the Golden Cup. She came to Tanner Springs from New Jersey a few years ago to start a new life away from her past. When an ex-boyfriend tracked her down here, Brick was there to make sure he didn't succeed in doing what he came here to do. Alex and Eden are over there too, helping Sydney with the twins. Alex is Gunner's old lady. She's cradling their 1-year-old daughter, Olivia. Eden is Alex's sister, and she's with Lugnut. Eden is a recovering heroin addict, after being kidnapped and forced into prostitution by a guy she got messed up with. Gunner, Lugnut, and the rest of the club rescued her, and Gunner's ma, Lucy, helped her detox. Sitting here watching everyone, it's strange to think about how much time has passed since Jenna first came back to town. 6 of my brothers have met their old ladies and started families. 3 of them, including Rock, met the Reaper. And now I'm president of the club. In a way, I've gone from being a son to being a father. As much as I don't miss Rock, As much as I know he had to meet club justice for what he did to the Lords, this isn't what I signed up for. When he asked me to be vice pres all those years ago, it never really occurred to me that I was looking at being president someday. And it's fucking true what they say. Even with all these people around, sometimes it's goddamn lonely at the top. I finish my beer and stand up to go grab another one, feeling fucking morose. On the way, I pass by Beast and Thorn, who were sitting over by the garage shooting the shit. Thorn is gesturing with his free hand as he talks and keeps turning his attention to a point across the yard where his old lady, Isabel, is helping round up some of the young kids. "Don't you get enough of checking out your wife's ass at home?" Beast growls. But Thorn just laughs. "Are you shitting me?" He fires back with a grin. His Irish brogue is getting stronger, as it always does when he's been drinking. "With an ass like that, how's any man ever to get enough of it?" Beast and I follow his eyes. Obligingly, Isabel bends over just then, offering us a spectacular view as she scoops up an errant toddler. I have to admit, Thorn has a point. God bless America and clingy sundresses on a summer day.
Am I interrupting something?
A sarcastic female voice says behind us. I drag my eyes away from Isabel's ass to look over at Beast's old lady, Brooke. She's standing next to Beast's lawn chair, one hand on her hip. "What?" Beast asks, innocently, but he's suspiciously close to cracking up.
"If looks could undress," Brooke challenges, "Isabel will be running around here without a stitch of clothing on."
"Now that's a lovely thought," Thorn muses. "A truly lovely thought. Surely you're not jealous then, Brooke." He cuts his eyes to her and slides them down her frame. "I'd gladly include you in the naked old ladies group." "Hey," Beast growls. "Watch it." He slips his hand around Brooke's waist and pulls her possessively toward him.
"Hey, have any of you seen Jewel around?"
Brooke asks, ignoring Thorn.
"I brought a pair of shoes that don't fit me that I thought might be her size. I thought she was going to be here today."
"She hasn't shown up yet," I tell her. "Jenna mentioned she was supposed to come help set up. Maybe she's just running late." Brooke frowns.
"Huh. Well, hopefully she'll show up later."
Just then, Jenna comes out of the house and yells,
"Okay, everyone, time for presents and cake."
Immediately, a stampede of small people rushes toward the long table that's been piled with gifts of different sizes. From out of the crowd, the birthday boy emerges. Noah, a younger, ganglier version of Ghost, bows his head bashfully and slinks over. At Jenna's urging, he picks up his first gift. Noah looks like he's trying to decide whether to let his excitement show or whether he's too cool for that now that he's almost a teenager. Eventually, the onslaught of presents is too much for him. As he demolishes the wrapping paper on each gift, his grin gets bigger and bigger, the kid part of him winning out over the budding adolescent. Jenna snaps enough pictures of him to fill an entire photo album, if those things even exist anymore. Half an hour later, there's a pile of gift wrap on the ground and no more presents to open. Noah turns away from the gift table, but then Ghost strides up with a medium-sized box in his hands. "Here you go, son," he intones. "From me, but also from the club." Noah tears into the paper covering the square package and lets out a yelp of excitement when he sees the gleaming object underneath. "A helmet!" he crows. His young face breaks out into a smile so wide it almost hurts to look at him.
"Thank you, thank you, thank you!"
In an instant, the helmet is out of the box and on his head. He looks a little bit like an alien, with a huge spear topping his scrawny preteen body. I can't help but chuckle at the sight. The lords and their families break out into spontaneous applause. Smiles of approval appear on many of my brothers' faces. With that, the present opening part of the party is over. Jana and a few of the other old ladies move over to the keg table to start cutting up pieces for the kids. Noah breaks away from the crowd and comes racing over to me, yanking off the helmet as he runs.
"Look, Uncle Angel,"
he says proudly, thrusting out the object in his hand. "I saw," I nod. "You're pretty excited about that, eh?"
"Hell yes,"
he cries, and then glances over at his mom guiltily.
"So I can finally ride with you now."
It's been a bone of contention between Noah and his mom for a long time that Jenna won't let him on the back of a motorcycle. Apparently she's decided that 12 years was long enough for him to wait. What about riding with your dad? I ask.
Yeah, that too,
Noah says impatiently.
but your bike is cooler.
I burst out into loud laughter. You watch yourself with that language, I joke. Those are fighting words. Your dad's likely to ground you for life talking like that. Noah grins at me happily.
I won't tell him if you won't.
I snort. Okay, our secret. Jenna comes up behind Noah and slips an arm around his thin shoulders.
So you're pretty excited about that helmet, eh?
Her voice is resigned, but she still smiles down at him. How'd we finally wear you down? I ask her. Jenna blows out a breath.
Are you kidding me? Between Noah's dad being sergeant at arms and his uncle being prez, I held out as long as I could. I've just accepted that motorcycles are in his future.
Noah races off to show the other kids his new prized possession.
That boy's got bikes in his blood,
Jenna murmurs. A small commotion off to the side makes Jenna turn her head toward the driveway. My eyes follow hers just in time to see Jewel, our club's bartender, rushing toward us.
Oh my gosh, Jenna, I'm so sorry,
she blurts out as she approaches.
I know I was supposed to help with the setup.
Jewel's wide blue eyes looked panicked.
I meant to be here way before the party started.
Jenna steps forward to give Jewel a hug.
Don't worry about it.
She smiles kindly.
Honestly, I had plenty of help.
Jenna waves a hand toward the festivities.
Just come on in and enjoy yourself. I have Noah's present in the car. Have you already done gifts?
Jewel asks, looking around.
Yes, a few minutes ago, but I'm sure he won't mind having one more to open.
Jenna winks. Jewel lets out a breath and shakes her head ruefully.
I'll go grab it, and then I can get to work, she replies. Is the bar out in the garage?
This ain't a work day for you, Jewel, I interrupt. This is a party. You're off the clock. For the first time, Jewel's distracted eyes land on mine.
It's okay, boss. I really don't mind,
she says, looking away quickly.
At least I'd feel like I was doing something useful for Noah's birthday.
I study Jewel for a second before answering. Normally when she comes to work at the clubhouse, she's dressed in a tight tank, a short black skirt, and tennis shoes. Her hair is always styled just so, and her makeup is not overpowering but noticeable. Today it's clear she left the house in a rush. She's wearing a loose white t-shirt, faded jeans, and a pair of scuffed cowboy boots. Her ash blonde hair is pulled back in a careless ponytail, and she's not wearing any makeup. Jewel's normally open, friendly expression is pale and pinched. I ain't your boss, I growl. At least, not today. Slow down, Jewel. You're a guest, not an employee.
Angel's right,
Jenna nods, taking Jewel's arm.
Come on, let's grab you a glass of wine or something. Everything is totally under control.
Jewel is dubious, but she lets herself be led away. I watch her as she goes, taking a moment to appreciate the way her tight jeans mold around her fucking spectacular legs. Jewel's been working for the club for a long time now. She came to us under circumstances I can't quite remember, but one thing I do recall was that she wasn't in a good place when she showed up. When Rock hired her, a lot of the brothers were licking their chops in anticipation. Ghost and I shut that shit down right away, because she was the best bartender we'd ever had, and we didn't want her to quit. Last thing we needed was for her to feel like she had to put out to keep her job. I might be a pig in some ways, but that shit ain't never gonna fly around me. I'm not a complete asshole. I ain't gonna lie, though. I was more than a little interested in her when she first came in off the street, looking like she could really use a decent break for once in her life. But there's some truth to that old saying, don't shit where you live. The last thing I need is the complication of my personal feelings for Jewel, who's a decent as hell person, in addition to being a smoking hot piece of ass. Get in the way of my job as president of the Lords. I've got plenty of other women around to satisfy whatever urges I have. Plus, Jewel ain't a club girl, and she's here to mix drinks, not to suck my dick. Even though I bet those fucking lips around my cock would feel like goddamn heaven. So I've kept my distance, even though it ain't always easy. Still, keeping my distance or not, I've known Jewel for a long time, and I've never seen her acting as upset and distracted as she is today. There's clearly something up. And I'm pretty sure it's more than just her being worried about letting Jenna down.
4. Jewel. Standing in the waiting room in the tiny bus station in Tanner Springs, my mind is half on yesterday's party and half on the fact that I'm about to see my brother for the first time in almost 6 years. It didn't occur to me until I got here that if my mother had bothered to give me Jude's cell phone number, I could have just called him and asked him which bus he was on and what time he was getting in. Assuming he has a cell phone, that is. But what 17-year-old boy doesn't? The realization that I don't even know my own brother's phone number hits me in the gut and brings home to me once again what a terrible sister I've been. When he stopped responding to my letters years ago, I told myself that he was a teenager and that I should just give him space. I told myself, I hoped, that eventually he might start answering again as he got older and more mature. But how could I have been so disconnected from Jude that I didn't even know he was getting into trouble back home? It feels unforgivable, even though I was trying to do the right thing at the time. Yesterday, at Noah's birthday party, I suddenly realized that in my mind, my baby brother is still Noah's age. My brain froze Jude in time as the wide-eyed, sunny-smiled little boy that I so adored. Maybe it was because I didn't want to admit to myself that he was growing up without me. I let myself keep on thinking of him as the same little boy he always had been. But seeing Noah playing with all the other Lords of Carnage kids, still a child, just on the cusp of adolescence, sent a kick straight to my gut. It made me sad to think how much of my own brother's life I've missed out on. How many birthday parties he should have had, but probably didn't. Because I know my mother wouldn't have thought to throw him one. Growing up, on our birthdays, our parents would grudgingly give us a present, but they always judged spending money for those sorts of parties as ridiculous. In their minds, they couldn't see why a birthday was important to celebrate. After all, it wasn't like being born was some sort of accomplishment. They thought people who wanted parties thrown for them were weak and sentimental. There was no place in our household for that kind of childish nonsense. Of course, it would have been worthless to point out to either her or my father that we would have liked that kind of childishness, because we actually were children. If I'd been around for Jude, if I'd stayed instead of leaving town, I could have thrown him birthday parties myself. I could have at least taken him out to eat somewhere on his special day. I could have had the restaurant bring out a slice of cake with a candle in it. I could have sung him happy birthday. If I hadn't been selfish, if I'd been a better sister. If I could turn back time, I could do so many things so differently. If I could turn back time, maybe I wouldn't be standing here in this bus station, waiting for someone I'm not even sure I'll recognize. A sudden, sharp craving for a cigarette hits me out of nowhere. I stopped smoking 3 years ago, so there's no longer a pack sitting in my purse. Reflexively, my body turns toward the front entrance of the station. I know, with a former smoker's instinct, that if I walked outside, chances are there would be someone out there I could bum a smoke from. I even go so far as to take a few steps toward the entrance. Just to get some air, I tell myself. But right as I'm about to reach out my hand to push the bar on the door, there's a loud screech from the PA system. "Attention, ladies and gentlemen," a garbled voice announces. "Bus number 1632 from Chicago arriving at door 1, with service continuing to Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and Washington. Again, bus number 632 arriving door 1. A jolt of adrenaline shoots through me as I nervously turn and make my way to the back of the station, toward the door marked Door 1. The only door, actually, but who's nitpicking? A handful of people shuffle outside, and I'm strangely grateful for the anonymous solidarity, the tiny comfort that I don't have to wait alone. No one speaks. Most people have their faces in their phones. But I'm too nervous to do anything but stand there, shifting from foot to foot. About 3 minutes later, a bus turns the corner and pulls into the covered parking lot. It lumbers toward us, bringing with it the sharp smell of exhaust, and comes to a stop in a designated space marked with long yellow lines. The small crowd of people shifts almost as one, adjusting itself to wait about 10 feet in front of where the passengers will exit. The hydraulic brakes wheeze, and the bus lowers itself a few inches. The door accordions open. One by one, people begin to file out. Some lug heavy duffel bags. Others nod their heads to the music coming from their earbuds, carrying small backpacks on their backs. A teenage girl with hair piled in a high, lacquered bun on top of her head breaks into a grin and squeals, hopping down off the last step to launch herself at a youth who must be her boyfriend. An older, gray-haired woman steps off behind her and hands her bag to a man who looks like her son. A young couple with a baby struggles off with his carrier seat, the baby strapped inside, wailing hoarsely. About a dozen people end up getting off the bus. After the last couple of stragglers, a few people from the waiting crowd start to get on. Frowning, I lift my gaze and peer into the windows of the bus, trying to see whether any of the faces staring out look like they could be Jude, but no one does. No one else gets off. The driver opens the long door in the belly of the bus and tosses the new passengers' suitcases in, then slams it shut and goes inside the station. I'm alone on the sidewalk, my stomach sinking. Clearly, Jude wasn't on this bus, but I don't know whether that's because he never got on or because he jumped off somewhere between Gary and here and he's flown the coop. I don't know what I'm going to tell my parents when I call them to say he didn't make it here. Then again, I'm not even sure they'd care. Feeling worried and dejected, I turn and start to head back inside the station. I've heaved open the heavy glass door, and I'm about to walk through when I hear a voice behind me. Hey. It's gruff, the voice, like it hasn't been used in a couple of days. I twist my head around to find a tall, slightly gangly kid with angular features that mirror my own. His full lips twist into a mocking sneer, the put-on adolescent look of every James Dean wannabe since James Dean. His hair is slightly darker than mine and sticks up all spikily on his head in a way that should look ridiculous, but instead somehow adds to his rugged, I-don't-care handsomeness. Jude? I breathe, turning my whole body toward him. I don't know why I'm asking it as a question. Of course it's Jude. He's twice as tall and almost twice as old as he was when I last saw him face to face, but it's definitely him. Instead of replying, Jude just shrugs. The small duffel bag that he's got slung over one shoulder moves with him. Reaching into the pocket of his worn jean jacket, he pulls out a pack of cigarettes and lights one. I hope it's not very fucking far to your house, he rasps as he blows out a plume of smoke. I've been sitting in that goddamn bus forever. In spite of the harshness of his words, an unexpected wave of love hits me smack in the chest. For an instant, all of the years separating us feel like they've collapsed, and it's my little baby brother Jude standing before me. Reflexively, I take a step forward to give him a hug. But as I do, he immediately moves back, flashing me an angry frown. The message is clear. Don't touch me. I stop in my tracks, and for some absurd reason try to pretend that hugging him wasn't my intention in the first place. Is that your only bag? I ask, my voice cracking a little. Jude gives me a little sneer. What the fuck else would I have? The insult feels like a slap in the face, and I almost flinch before I manage to stop myself. So, this is Jude, I think, with a mixture of sadness and dread. This is how it's going to be between us. I remember when Jude was little, mine would be the room he'd run to when there was a thunderstorm and he was scared. My hand was the one he'd slip into his when we crossed the street. With a sinking sensation, I realized that Jude is gone. In his place stands this angry stranger. "Okay," I choke out, forcing myself to sound bright, unconcerned. "If that's all you've got, let's go. My car's out front." Jude's opinion of my apartment doesn't seem to be much better than his opinion of me. "I know it's small," I say, hating myself for apologizing for it. "You can sleep in the bedroom. The couch pulls out. I'll sleep on that." "I'm not sleeping in your room," he scoffs, rolling his eyes. He manages to make even my offer of kindness sound like an insult. "Fuck that. I don't give a shit where I sleep." Jude dumps his bag unceremoniously in the middle of the room and throws his body down on the couch, so hard that it moves a couple of inches. He reaches in his pocket for another cigarette, but I stop him. "Sorry, Jude," I say, his name feeling foreign on my tongue. "I don't have a lot of rules, but no smoking in the apartment is one of them. You'll have to go outside to do that." My brother rolls his eyes at me again, but thankfully doesn't argue. He shoves the pack back into his jacket pocket and lolls his head against the back of the couch. "Do you need anything?" I offer. "You got any beer?" "You're too young to drink," I counter, feeling like a ridiculous prude. Predictably, he curls his lip at me. "Right," he drawls sarcastically. In the ensuing silence, his stomach growls. "Oh, are you hungry?" I jump on the idea. "I could order a pizza. Actually, I'd like that too. I didn't eat lunch today." Jude leans back and stretches his body out the length of my old tattered couch, not bothering to take his shoes off. He gives me the barest of shrugs, which I decide to take as a yes. "I'll do that," I say, reaching for my phone with relief. I'm incredibly happy to have something to do. "Pepperoni okay?" Jude doesn't answer, so I make the executive decision to order a large pepperoni and some Cokes. I find my local pizza place online and place the order. Then I murmur some excuse and flee to the bedroom to give myself a little time to regroup. I stay there, sitting on my bed and blankly staring into space until the front buzzer sounds. Hopping up, I race downstairs and pay for the pizza, perilously balancing the Cokes on the box on the way back up. When I get back inside, I see that Jude's got the TV on and is flipping through the channels, a can of beer in his hand. I open my mouth, then shut it again. Not worth it, Jewel, not worth it. I can tell already I'm going to have to pick my battles with Jude, and starting out our first evening with a fight is not how I want to do this. I set the pizza box on the low table in front of him. Going to the kitchen, I place his Coke in the fridge and open mine, then grab a couple of plates and bring those out as well. We eat in silence with only the noises of the TV program as background. A couple of times I try to engage Jude in conversation, which mostly fails. "How was the bus trip?" I ask. "Fucking sucked." "I suppose I should probably call Mama and Tata and tell them you're okay." "Don't bother, they don't give a shit." Honestly, on that count, I have to admit he's probably right. At least to myself. "So," I try again, "what's the story about why they kicked you out? What happened?" I'm not expecting to get anything out of him with this question. He's doing his best to remain completely closed off from me. But to my surprise, I glimpse a flicker of emotion on his face. "I don't know," he mumbles, suddenly subdued. "Probably breathed too much. Took up too much air." He cuts a glance at me. "They didn't want me around to begin with. They were just looking for an excuse to get rid of me." Jude's eyes hold mine for just a second. They're the same pale blue as my own. and for a heartbeat, my 17-year-old self stares back at him, the 17-year-old me who also left home, even though I ran away instead of getting kicked out. Her heart aches for this boy on the verge of manhood. She knows how alone he must feel. He's far from his friends and everything he's known, with no support system, knowing his parents are happier he's gone. But Jude has me, I tell myself fiercely. He has me. I'm sorry, Jude, I say softly. Our parents, well, they aren't the best, for sure. But if I think this is the start of a conversation that will bury the years of estrangement, soon I realize I'm dead wrong. Instead of warming at my words, they seem to flip a switch in my brother that shuts him down completely. He tosses down the crust of the pizza slice he's finishing. Bolting upright, he wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. I'm going out for a smoke, he spits out, narrowing his eyes at me in contempt. Since I can't do it in your place. And with those words, which tell me in no uncertain terms that he knows this isn't his home either, he storms out of the door of the apartment. I hear him crashing through the fire door and down the stairs, and have to resist the urge to run after him, to tell him I'm sorry, to give him a key, to say that my home is his home now. Because is it? Is it really? Pushing myself tiredly out of my chair, I scoop up the pizza box and put the leftover slices in the refrigerator. Then, because I don't know what else to do, I go back into my room and close the door. Flopping onto the bed, I stare at the ceiling. What have I gotten myself into?
5. Angel. Noah's party goes off without a hitch, but the calm doesn't last for long. A week after his 12th birthday, my nephews finally managed to have me make good on the promise to take him out on my bike. Ghost took him for his first ride the day after the party, but he's been too busy to do it again since. Noah wants me to take him out of town, and he's probably hoping I'll be willing to kick up the speed a notch and take him on a ride that his mother won't ask me about later. Like I'm sure she did with Ghost. Noah even asked me if I'd show him how to shift gears and work the throttle. I've got a feeling he thinks I might even let him take a try at the controls in a parking lot or something. Unfortunately for him, there ain't a chance in hell I'm going to do that. My Dyna Wide Glide is way too much machine for a beginner, especially one as small as he is. What Noah doesn't know is that Ghost and I have been planning a little surprise for him, kind of a post-birthday present. With Jenna's consent, we bought him a used Honda Rebel 250. Hawk has been fixing it up and doing a custom paint job on it at our shop, Twisted Pipes. Jenna agreed to let him have it on the condition that he can only ride it on their property or on the isolated dirt road behind their house until he's old enough to get his permit. The day of Noah's first ride with me couldn't be more fucking perfect. It's sunny and warm, but not too hot. It's early fall and the leaves are just starting to turn, making the tree-lined highways outside of town pop with a blast of color that makes a man happy to be alive, and even happier to be on a bike instead of in a cage. I've barely pulled into Ghost and Jenna's driveway before Noah is out of the house like a shot, his new helmet in hand.
"Morning, Uncle Angel,"
he calls, his smile so wide it looks like his face is about to split open. "Morning, buddy. You ready to ride?" But he's already climbing on behind me, so I guess that's my answer. I wait and watch in the side mirror until I see he's got the helmet on and securely fastened. Jenna comes out of the house and gives me a wave and a smirk. She mouths,
"Be careful,"
and I nod and give her a thumbs up. "Okay, buddy, here we go. Hang on tight." We pull out of the driveway, and as soon as I hit the highway in front of Ghost's house, Noah lets out a whoop and pumps his fist in the air. I can't help but laugh. I remember the first time I was on a bike. Felt like coming home. Growing up around the lords of Carnage like Noah has, I imagine he feels the same way. I head straight for some low, twisting roads that run through a valley and a small woods to the south of town. It's one of my favorite places to ride when I'm by myself, and I'm happy as hell to take Noah through here. As I drive, I can feel him leaning with the bike, almost instinctively. He's got a good feel for it already, I can tell. He twists his head back and forth, looking at the landscape around us, and his breathing speeds up with excitement whenever I lean the bike way over for a tight turn. We ride for a couple of hours until I can feel him starting to get tired behind me. Riding uses more muscles than you'd think, and I promised Jenna I'd be careful with Noah and not overdo it. I take a different route back toward Tanner Springs, a flatter, straighter one this time. We fly past golden cornfields post-harvest, a slight breeze making it seem like the plants are waving to us. When we get back into town, I keep going straight instead of turning right. Noah leans forward.
Where are we going?
He calls. You'll see. A few minutes later, I pull us into Twisted Pipes. Noah's been here often enough that he doesn't question anything. He just hops off the bike and pulls off his helmet. His hair is sticking out every which way, and he's grinning like a fiend.
That was amazing,
he half shouts, throwing his arms in the air.
God, I can't wait to get my first bike.
I couldn't have asked for a better intro. Chuckling, I put an arm around his shoulders and walk him toward the garage, where Ghost should be waiting. A couple of the men are outside, having a smoke. They wave a greeting to us as we pass.
You got some business to do here, Uncle Angel?
Noah asks. His face is serious, like he's trying hard to be one of the adults. I suppress a laugh because I don't want to embarrass the kid. Yeah, something kind of important. I wanted you to be here for it, I reply, furrowing my brow. Noah's eyes widen with pride, but he says nothing. Ghost, I yell once we're inside. You in here? Yeah, comes the call back. Just a sec, Prez. Noah's stance gets just a little taller, his chest puffing out a little as he tries to measure up to the space. This garage is our pride and joy, our first legitimate business, started by Hawk a few years ago. I let go of Noah's shoulders and he starts walking around, checking out the different projects our men are working on. There's a bunch of different bikes waiting for custom paint jobs, a few classic cars, and even Hawk's current baby, an original twin cam that he's built from the ground up. It's going to be a beautiful goddamn bike when he's finished with it. Whoever ends up buying it off him is going to be one lucky fucker. If Hawk can manage to part with it once he's done. Enthralled with all the different machines, Noah cruises right past the small object in the corner, draped with a white sheet. I grin to myself at how clueless he is. This is going to be fun as shit. Ghost comes out of the back office with Hawk and calls Noah over. Noah trots obediently toward them. There's a look of pride and excitement in Noah's eyes that he almost always has when he's around his father. If ever there was a boy who idolized his dad, Noah is it. Jenna's right that Noah's going to follow in Ghost's footsteps. If that boy doesn't prospect with the Lords just as soon as he's able to, I'll eat a wrench.
Yeah, Dad?
Noah asks as he reaches his father's side. Ghost glances at me and I come over too. How was your ride with Angel?
It was awesome,
Noah grins.
He was leaning way over and everything.
For a second, Noah's eyes falter, as he calculates whether it was a good idea to tell his dad this. Noah's a natural on a bike, I affirm. I reach out to tousle his hair. But then you probably know that already. Yeah, Ghost nods. It's too bad the boy's too young to ride on his own. Yeah, I rumble. Too bad. Hey, Hawk speaks up. Funny thing you mentioned that. I got something to show you. He leads us over to the small mound in the corner with the sheet on it. Check this out, he announces, yanking the fabric out. There it is. The Honda Rebel 250. It's a small bike, of course, but it looks almost like a miniature Harley. This one's in fucking perfect shape. The chrome gleams on it, and Hawk or someone else at the shop has painted orange and red flames in a custom pattern around the Rebel lettering on the gas tank. Noah audibly gasps when he sees it. Damn, Ghost whistles. That's a nice little bike. Funny, I agree. It looks about Noah's size, doesn't it? Huh. Yeah, it does at that, Hawk murmurs. Won't you hop on it, Noah? Ghost suggests. Noah doesn't need to be asked twice. Approaching the bike reverently, He touches one of the handlebar grips with a finger before carefully swinging a leg over the seat. He sinks down on it, his eyes glazed in ecstasy. Hawk nods in approval. That bike's gonna make someone very happy. At Hawk's words, Noah's face transforms from happy to wistful.
Yeah,
he says softly.
Whoever gets this is lucky.
Over his son's head, Ghost smirks at me. So, Hawk, he continues, who you doing this bike for? Oh, some guy and his brother-in-law bought it for the guy's kid. Birthday present, I guess. Hawk stops for a moment and glances at Noah, who's caressing the newly painted gas tank in wonder, totally oblivious. I guess he just turned 12, and his dad decided it was about time he got a bike of his own.
Wow,
Noah breathes. Maybe you know him, Noah, I reply. Hawk, what's the guy's name? I can't recall it offhand, Hawk murmurs with a shrug. All I remember is his dad's the sergeant-at-arms and one of the local MCs. I guess his uncle's the president, too. Hawk's words snap Noah from his reverie. Confused, he looks up from the bike.
Wait, what?
He asks, scrunching up his forehead. Then, as the three of us watch in amusement, the clouds part and Noah realizes what we're saying.
Oh my God,
he whispers, his eyes going wide as plates.
Are you serious, Dad?
What do you think? Ghost answers with a grin. Of course, if you don't like it.
No, I love it.
Noah's hands grip onto the handles for dear life.
This is the best present I could ever have.
His eyes dart from his father to me.
Thank you.
Now, there's some rules attached to this bike, I warn. 1, you gotta wear your helmet, or your mother will skin your dad and me alive. 2, you can only ride it around your property or the Lord's property. You ain't legal, so you can't go out on the streets with it.
I promise.
Noah's head bobs up and down.
Anything.
Okay then, Ghost nods. It's yours. And thank Hawk for cleaning it up and doing the paint job on it.
Thank you, Hawk.
Don't mention it, kid, Hawk growls, a twinkle in his eye. So, Noah, Ghost continues, taking a step forward. How'd you like to take the bike out in the parking lot? I can teach you the basics, and you can practice out there for a while. The kid looks like he's about to hyperventilate with happiness.
Yeah,
he practically yells.
Can we?
The hiss lasts for only a millisecond, not even long enough to register it, before the concussive boom of the explosion follows. A wave of heat and sound propels us sideways. The simultaneous punch to my guts and my ears means that for a second or two, I can't breathe or hear. Everything goes dim as all of my senses struggle to make sense out of chaos. I try to open my eyes, but they refuse, as some sort of primal instinct overrides my conscious brain. When the roar of the blast starts to subside and I finally manage to gasp some air into my lungs, I realize I'm on the ground. The cold cement of the garage floor tells me I'm lying on my side. My throbbing head has taken part of the impact from the fall. Scrambling to my knees and then my feet, I look around in alarm and see that Ghost and the others are down too, but moving. Noah's scrambling from underneath his bike. Dust and debris litter his hair, skin, and shirt. I take an unsteady step toward him, but Ghost is already there. He pulls his son upright, a little roughly, and then crushes him into a hug. The muffled sound of Hawk's voice comes at me from my left. You okay? He calls. I look his way and nod. You? Yeah, Hawk yells above the sound of the flames. It was that car over in the far bay. We gotta get everyone out in case it blows. Without another word, the two of us run toward the other side of the shop, where the explosion came from. It occurs to me that might have been only the first blast of many, but there's no time to think about that now. A fire's already starting on the far end. Thick black smoke is billowing from a car sitting in the furthest bay. A prone figure in coveralls is lying on the ground about 15 feet away. Hawk and I race toward him and pull the body from the blast as fast as we can. It's Hale, one of our newest lords. He's not unconscious, but he's close to it. Hale groans as we force him up into a standing position, one arm around each of our shoulders. Come on, brother, Hawk urges. Move your legs. Hale does and stands up well enough that Hawk is able to take over and haul him outside by himself. I start back toward the wreckage, looking for other people, but it looks like everyone else is out. Angel! Ghost's voice comes from behind me. I turn to see him in the doorway, gesturing toward the outside. No time, come on! One last glance around me shows no other men in sight. Feeling reassured, I run to the door after him. By now, the smoke has overtaken the entire space, and I'm coughing and wheezing by the time I get outside. Bullet is yelling for everyone to get across the street, far from the building. Call the fire department, Ghost yells toward me. He's got his arms around Noah, who is looking shaken and a little cut up. I grab my phone and hit 911. I'm telling the dispatcher the address when a second explosion rocks the building, sending balls of flame shooting out the 2 bay doors. Well, shit, Hawk mutters, coming up beside me. That ain't good at all. No, it fucking ain't. The rest of the men who were in the garage are outside now, each of them looking a combination of angry and bewildered. As they come toward us, Ghost, who still has one arm gripped tightly around his son, shakes himself out of whatever he was thinking about and looks down. He lets out a soft whistle when he looks at the scratches and cuts on Noah's face. Fuck. Jenna's gonna shit herself, he says grimly. You sure you're okay, son? Noah is white, but brave.
Yeah, I'm fine. But Mom can't get mad at you for this. It's not your fault.
In spite of everything, Ghost chuckles low in his throat. Like hell she can't. You don't know your mother. She's gonna be pissed as hell at me. He nods toward me. And at you. I nod. That's the truth. We're just gonna have to let Jenna yell it out until the adrenaline from the fear that she almost lost her husband and her son passes. Sirens sound off in the distance as the group of us watches the flames from the fire lick up the sides of the building. No one talks for a few seconds. I'm pretty sure we're all thinking the same thing. The shop might be a total loss. Well, Ghost finally says, his voice rueful. I think Noah wins the record for owning a motorcycle for the shortest amount of time.
Damn it,
Noah says softly.
I loved that bike.
We'll get you another one, Ghost assures him. Bullet jogs over to us, his jaw clenched. Shit! I think Smitty might have been in that car. He never came out after the blast. He looks from Hawk to me. Fuck, Hawk spits angrily. God damn it. Are you sure? Bullet nods. I think so. Smitty is a kid from town, not one of the lords. He came into the shop about 5 months ago looking for work. Hawk saw some potential in him, so ended up hiring him. He wanted to teach Smitty everything he knew about bikes, in the hope that Smitty would one day be able to open up his own shop. Looks like that's not going to happen now. The fire trucks arrive. The flames are doused. We wait to hear from them the news that we're dreading, that Smitty never made it out alive. I know it's too early to tell whether the explosion was caused by some mistake, or whether someone did this on purpose. Not for sure, anyway. But I got a strong feeling in my gut that is telling me I know who set that explosion, and that it wasn't an accident. This shit has Outlaw Sons written all over it.
6. Jewel. If I had hoped that Jude would eventually start warming up to me the longer he's here, it soon becomes clear how ridiculously naive I was. We start to settle into a routine of sorts. I try to talk to him, he ignores me. I try again, he tells me to back the fuck off. Lather, rinse, repeat. Since he's only 17 and didn't get his high school diploma before he left my parents' house, I suggest enrolling him in school. He bursts out laughing and looks at me like I'm on drugs. He shows no interest in getting a job either. I give him a key to my apartment on the second day, and he seems to take that as a signal to do as he pleases. In the next 2 weeks, he comes and goes, mostly goes, And when he does come home, he's usually reeking of beer and cigarettes. He spends his afternoons sacked out on my couch, sleeping or staring at his phone while I'm at work. One morning, after a late night of tossing and turning in my bed with very little sleep, I come out of my tiny living room to see that Jude isn't there. His absence wouldn't be unusual, except that it's not even 10 o'clock yet, and he usually sleeps past noon most days. Huh, I say to the silence, my brow furrowing. Maybe he's gone out to look for a job or something. The stupid, optimistic side of my brain suggests. The notion feels so ridiculous that I actually snort out loud. Yeah, right. He's probably just literally slept his entire life's quota and is outside having a smoke or something. That's much more likely. I go to my front door, try the handle, and see that it's unlocked. Yeah, probably out for a smoke. He'll be back in a few minutes. I pad out to the kitchen and make myself some toast and coffee, then go to my bedroom and retrieve my worn library paperback I left on my nightstand last night. Sitting at the small table with my breakfast, I get quickly engrossed in the romance novel I'm reading, and don't look up from it until I'm done with my second cup of coffee, and the toast has been reduced to crumbs. Only then do I realize that Jude still isn't back. I stand and go over to the living room window, leaning over so I can get a view of our front stoop. There's no one down there. Maybe Jude has already taken off for the day. Weird. Forcing down my irritation that he didn't even bother to lock the door behind him, I go back to my front door and flip the deadbolt, then head into the bathroom to take a shower. I wonder to myself how long he's been gone. He was here last night when I went to bed. He definitely didn't say anything about having plans this morning. Not that he'd tell me anyway, of course. As I soap up and do a quick shave of my legs, I tell myself to let it go. Jude's probably fine, and I'm sure he has his cell phone, so he can call me if anything happens. If I let myself worry every time he does something unusual, I'll be a nervous wreck all the time. It takes me the better part of an hour, but by the time I'm all dressed, made up, and ready for work, I've finally pushed all preoccupied thoughts of Jude out of my mind. Just in time to realize that he's taken my car keys with him. I pound down the stairs to the back parking lot, trying hard not to jump to any conclusions until I've seen for certain that he's absconded with my car. Sure enough, when I get outside, my space is empty. I glance around the lot wildly, hoping I've just made a mistake, that I just forgot where I parked last night. But nope. Jude has my car keys and my car, and unless he gets back here in 10 minutes, I'm going to be late for work. Again. Damn you, Jude, I fume under my breath as I pound back up the stairs and search for my phone. I text him once, then call him. The call goes straight to voicemail. The text goes unanswered. I text him again, and then a third time. With each one I send, it gets harder not to explode onto the screen. How dare he? What the hell is that ungrateful bastard thinking? Doesn't he care that he's living here rent-free and that 1 week's groceries for him could feed me for a month? I'll kill him when I get my hands on him. I'll keep my keys on me at all times from here on out. It's time for some ground rules around here, and he'd better follow them, or else. But all of my anger is useless right now. And even worse, I know better than to say any of what I'm thinking right now when I confront him with this. Because as bad as this is, what would be worse is if he just disappeared. And even though I barely know Jude now, barely get a glimpse into whatever is going on in that thick head of his, I somehow sense that it wouldn't take much to push him to skip town. With my car, probably. Which would mean that to get it back, I'd have to call the police. I can't send the law after my brother. I just can't. Wearily, I slump against the wall in my entryway. But my fear of being late for work again kicks in, and I straighten up and start to pace. What am I going to do? There's no way I can walk to the clubhouse. It would take me over an hour at least. I don't have a bicycle, and I'd rather die than call Angel and ask him for the day off. For one thing, I need the money, and for another, that would be even worse than being late. Suddenly, an idea comes to me. It's an idea born of desperation, but at this point, it's all I have. Olga. I absolutely hate asking people for help. Always have. My parents, always suspicious of outsiders, brought me up that way. But right now, I don't have many other options. I open my door and walk down the hall to my neighbor's apartment. Rapping softly on the wood, I almost find myself hoping she won't be here. Even though if she doesn't answer, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Thankfully, a couple of seconds later, I hear footsteps inside, and then the knob turns. Olga's face appears in the crack between the door and the jamb. "Jewel?" she asks, opening wider when she recognizes me. "Is everything okay?" "Hi," I reply, inwardly cringing. "I was wondering if maybe I could ask you a huge favor." 10 minutes later, we're in Olga's car, driving toward the clubhouse. "It is good thing today is my day off," she murmurs, in her Ukrainian accented English. "Is your car broken?" "No," I sigh, shaking my head. "It's just, well, my brother is here, staying with me for a little while." Thinking quickly, I edit what I plan to say next. He, borrowed my car, but I think we must have got our wires crossed." Olga grunts and keeps driving, her eyes on the road. "Your brother? Yes, I have seen him." She clucks once. "I wondered who he is." "You've seen him?" I ask. "Yes, and I have heard him." Olga is a very sweet woman and a good neighbor, but she has a real issue with noise. She shakes her head and cuts her glance at me. "He is up to no good." "Wait, what?" This is news to me. "What do you mean?" "He is having people to your apartment. Did you know this?" "What?" "Jude doesn't have any friends yet, at least not that I know of. He's been having people over when I'm not there." I look over at Olga. Her face registers disapproval. I know she must be telling the truth. I'm torn between not telling her more about my personal life and asking her for more information. In the end, finding out what's going on with Jude wins. "No, I didn't," I admit softly. "What kind of people?" "Boys like him, young men. They are playing music loud." She gives me a sour look. "I ask him to stop, but he tells me, fuck off." "Oh, Olga, I'm sorry," I say in consternation. "I had no idea." I feel terrible. If Olga has been hearing all of this, I wonder how many of my other neighbors have been complaining. And here I am, begging a ride from her, when she's probably been cursing me in her head for days. But instead of being angry, Olga nods as though she's relieved. Her brown ponytail, flecked with gray, bobs. "I'm sorry to tell you this. You are a nice girl, Jewel. You play your music loud sometimes, but you are a nice girl." We arrive at the clubhouse now, so I tell Olga where to turn in and park. I get out of her car, thanking her again, and tell her not to worry when she asks me if I'll need a ride home later. I watch her drive away, waving, and then hurry into the clubhouse. Thankfully, only a handful of minutes late. It's just past noon, and the main room of the clubhouse is deserted when I get inside. There's evidence of some heavy partying from the night before. The bottles and other trash haven't been picked up yet, so that's the first order of business. With a sigh of relief that no one's here to notice I'm late, I slip behind the bar and grab my apron, then walk around and start cleaning and picking up all the detritus that's strewn around the space. About half an hour later, a couple of the lords walk through and lift a finger at me in greeting. A few minutes after that, 2 of the club girls come stumbling down the stairs from one of the apartments. Giggling and chatting, they adjust the clothing that looks like they've been wearing since the night before. One of them, Rachel, glances over at me. She tosses her teased blonde hair haughtily and whispers something to the girl next to her. The second one laughs, throwing her head back. Club girls are notoriously catty, and I'm used to them snubbing me. They have no status in the club, and most of them have fantasies of catching one of the lords and being an old lady one day. What they don't realize is, bikers only fuck club girls. They don't claim them. In the outlaw biker universe, these girls are plankton. They pretend to be better than me because they know deep down how disposable they are. I'd almost feel sorry for them if most of them weren't such idiots. Soon after, Bullet comes down from the same apartment, looking hungover. "Hey, Jewel," he greets me with a wolfish grin, pulling up a stool. "You got any hair of the dog for me?" I chuckle. "Sure thing. Late night last night?" "Always." Bullet waits patiently, running a hand over his closely shaven head. I make him a red beer and splash a little Tabasco in it, just the way he likes it. When I slide the glass toward him, he nods approvingly. "What would I do without you, Jewel?" I lift my head toward the two club girls, who are now sitting on one of the low couches, checking their phones and cackling with each other. "Looks like you do just fine, Bullet," I smirk. Those two aren't good for much other than fucking." He shrugs dismissively. "Not even so much for that. They don't even have a whole brain between them, I don't think." I refrain from asking him what the attraction to them is in that case. I mean, it's not hard to notice the appeal of a set of double Ds to your average biker. My own measly B cups don't even rate when compared to their surgically enhanced splendor. So I just let the comment pass, and wait as he takes a long, slow swig of his red beer. "Damn," he growls with satisfaction. "That's better already." Just then, Angel comes around the corner with Ghost, Hawk, and Beast. They're deep in conversation, and from the looks on their faces, whatever they're talking about is serious. One by one, the men lift their chins at Bullet and me. All their expressions look normal, unconcerned, except for one. Angel's. His eyes bore into mine, a quick frown furrowing his brow. My face grows hot, wondering if he knows I came in late this morning. In all the years I've worked for the Lords, I've never once been late until 3 weeks ago. Today marks the 4th time this month. Even if he didn't notice I was late today, I know he saw the other times. Angel hasn't said anything specific to me about any of them. He never mentioned anything at Noah's party about how out of sorts I was, either. But when his eyes follow me, as they have been a lot the last couple of weeks, I can tell he knows something is up. Reflexively, I reach up and wind my fingers in a stray strand of hair. I see something flicker in Angel's eyes that looks like a decision, and my heart starts to thud nervously. I've been working at the clubhouse long enough that I'm not really worried he's about to fire me. It's almost worse than that, actually. I'm worried he'll corner me and demand to know what the hell is wrong with me and why my performance has been so shitty lately. And that is a conversation I do not want to have. Not at all. Yes, part of me is dreading it because I don't want to tell him the reason. I've always tried to keep my personal life, what little there is of it, far away from the club. It's not professional to bring my problems to work. But that's not the biggest part of what I'm scared of. What terrifies me is that he'll pull me aside and ask me to come back and into his office with him, away from everyone else. Because as hard-edged and rough as Angel is, he can also be very kind, at least with me. He wouldn't want to confront me in front of other people if he sensed that there was really something wrong. Which means that I'd have to be alone with him for that conversation. And being alone with Angel is something that I try to avoid at all costs. In the years that I've been working for the club, I think I've managed to do a decent job of hiding what Angel does to me. How when his gaze locks on mine across a room, my skin burns with a heat I can barely stand. Between my legs, an ache begins that's just for him, an ache so ferocious it frightens me sometimes. Angel's eyes are the color of molten steel, gray-blue and hard. Sometimes when he looks at me, they soften just a little, and it gives me thoughts. Thoughts I've got no business having at all. It was bad enough when he was VP of the club. I tried to think of him as just one of the lords, tried to tell myself that the only reason he had the effect on me that he did was that he was objectively built like a blonde god. Muscles cover every inch of his body, tattoos enhancing the look of steely hardness, of raw strength and power. I knew that he could easily overpower me, do anything he wanted to me, if he had a mind to. I told myself that I tried to stay out of his way because I didn't want him to get any ideas. But the reality was exactly the opposite. As ashamed of it as I wanted him to get all the ideas. I wanted him to see inside my brain, see all the filthy thoughts I had, all the white-hot dreams that tortured me late at night. I wanted him to force me to act out every single one of them. Yes, I wanted to be forced by him. So afterwards, I could tell myself that it wasn't my fault. That even though I wanted the VP of the Lords of Carnage so badly I often could barely think straight when I was around him, I wasn't the one who broke down and begged him. That I wasn't the one who ruined the best job I ever had, and the only source of stability I had found in my adult life. Because I couldn't keep myself from wanting him so badly I could barely function when he was present. If he forced me, I wouldn't have to grapple with the only thought that keeps me from throwing myself at him. I know, without even questioning it, that if anything ever happened between Angel and me, it would be a one-time thing. Angel isn't the kind of man who gets tied down with women. I've watched him take his pleasure with any number of hangers-on and club girls over the years. As torturous as it is to see, the one thing that makes it bearable is that it's obvious none of them mean anything to him. He barely notices their names, and afterwards he barely acknowledges they're still there, no matter what they do to try and catch his attention. And they do try to catch his attention, especially now that he's the president. Every unattached girl in here, and a few of the attached ones, dreams of being Angel Abbott's old lady. I can see it in their eyes. I know if anything ever happened between Angel and me, after he gave me everything my stupid, traitorous body ever wanted, I wouldn't be able to stay here any longer. I'd have to quit my job as bartender and go find work somewhere else. Because how could I ever stand to be around Angel after our bodies had taken what they wanted from each other, knowing how little it meant to him and how much it would mean to me? How would I ever manage to just go back to the way things were before? So really, I'm no different from any of the other women who sniff after Angel and get crazy ideas about him. I'm just a pathetic hanger-on with a massive crush on the president of the club I work for. The only difference is I try as hard as I can not to let him see it. "Jewel!" Angel barks suddenly. The harshness of his voice jolts me from my thoughts. He's pissed about something, his jaw working furiously. And my stomach drops as I think it has to do with me being late. But then I look at Ghost, Beast, and Hawk, and I realize they're angry too. They continue to talk in clipped, short tones as they sit down at one of the far tables, and Angel yells for me to bring a bottle of whiskey and some shot glasses. "It's a bit early, isn't it?" I murmur to myself as relief floods my system. "Hey, it's afternoon," Bullet shrugs. "They're probably talking about the garage fire," he mutters, downing the last of his red beer. I guess the police report came back, and the source of the explosion was a device planted on the gas tank of one of the cars in the shop. I turn and look at him in wonder. You're kidding, I breathe, horrified. Bullet seems to realize after the fact that maybe he shouldn't have said anything to me. That's what I heard anyway, he growls, getting up from his stool. Thanks, doll. I'm gonna go join them. I watch Bullet cross the room and take his place at the table with Angel and the others. My God, a bomb? I whisper to myself in wonder as I grab a bottle of Jack in one hand and a stack of shot glasses in the other. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. The Lords keep their business private and away from their families and from me. But if one of their rivals managed to set off a bomb inside the garage, what does that mean for the safety of the club? And what could be next?
7. Angel. After the explosion and fire at Twisted Pipes, I ordered guards to be posted at all the entrances to the Lords of Carnage clubhouse, 24/7. I make sure Tweak installs enhanced security cameras at points all around the perimeter, monitoring every entrance point, and other cameras to monitor the road in front of the clubhouse for half a mile in either direction. Tweak sets up a surveillance station in one of the back offices, and we have that manned 24 hours a day too. Since the explosion resulted in a fire, and since the fire killed a civilian, the club has no choice but to let the cops come in to file a report and do an investigation. I hate like hell to do it, but there ain't no way to prevent it. It ends up being Officer Pete Myers who brings us the news about what started the explosion. Myers is a recent hire to the Tanner Springs PD. He, along with a bunch of other people, got hired on after a human trafficking scandal was uncovered involving the former mayor, Jared Holloway, and his police chief, Brant Krupp. Krupp and Holloway are in prison now, and fucking good riddance too. A bunch of other cops were removed from the PD after that trafficking ring was uncovered, since Krupp had hired most of them. They were replaced with mostly new people from out of town. There's never been any love lost between our club and the local cops, that's for sure. But this Myers guy seems more or less okay. He's professional, by the book. It's a welcome fucking change after Krupp and his cronies. The report came back that there was a bomb planted on a gas tank on the car that exploded, Myers tells me when I go down to the station to get the report. He rubs his close-cropped ginger hair with a freckled hand. It was designed to go off when the ignition was turned. It's no surprise to me that this wasn't an accident. I could smell the work of the fucking outlaw sons a mile away. As much damage as the blast and fire did, we were lucky it wasn't worse. Hawk's fucking pissed about Smitty's death, and I can't blame him. The Sons are gonna pay for this. And soon. The day after I meet with Myers at the PD, I'm at the clubhouse talking with Ghost, Hawk, and Beast about the blast. I ask about the guy who brought the rigged-up car in. Would you recognize the guy if we saw him? I ask, but Hawk shakes his head. I wasn't there when he brought it in. Brick was, though. He checked the car in and filled out the paperwork. Okay, you talked to him about it yet? Hawk nods. Didn't ask him if he'd be able to describe the guy, though. We gotta call church, I conclude, leaning forward in my chair. This is the Outlaw Sons, no doubt about it. We have to move fast and strike hard. My jaw sets. We're gonna make them regret this for the rest of their fucking lives. I pause. Which, in the case of their new prez, ain't gonna be that much longer. The Sons have been on the move since our war started. Far as we've been able to tell, they don't have a permanent clubhouse right now. Instead, they've been relocating from place to place, squatting in abandoned warehouses and deserted factories. But we're going to get the jump on them. And when we do, we'll strike. God help any of them who ends up in our path. Especially the ones who don't die right away. And I'm going to make sure Razor doesn't die right away. We leave my office and go out into the main part of the clubhouse to talk about calling church. Jewel's out at the bar. I notice with satisfaction that she's cleaned up the main room from the party last night. Bullet's sitting across from her, nursing what looks like a tomato beer. Jewel looks flustered today. She's been looking like that a lot the past few weeks. Bullet doesn't seem to notice, though. He's chatting her up in his usual style. A lot of the other brothers flirt with Jewel. After all, she's the hottest bartender any of them are ever likely to see. But there's something about the way Bullet does it that gets under my skin. He seems pretty fucking interested to get into her pants. And even though Jewel just banters back and forth with him like she would any of the other lords, I find myself watching the two of them just to be sure nothing's going on. Which is fucked up. Jewel's a big girl, and I know she can handle herself. All the same, though, the thought of her in Bullet's bed makes me want to shove all his teeth down his throat, all the way to his goddamn intestines. Jewel's eyes flick over to us, landing on mine for just a heartbeat. She quickly looks away, and her movements turn jerky, unnatural, like she knows she's being watched. Hawk, Ghost, and Beast continue to talk, and I listen with half an ear as my eyes travel up and down her body. Jewel's hair is piled up in a messy bun high up on her head today, revealing her long, slim neck, feminine and arousing. There's times I've been close enough to her to see the pulse point in her throat, and I've wanted more than once to brush my lips against it, just to hear what she'd sound like when she moans in pleasure. Her high cheekbones are flushed, her face frowning in concentration as she works washing down the bar. I know, even though I can't see them, that there's a patch of light freckles fanning across her nose, which crinkles when she laughs. Something Bullet says to her makes Jewel turn and arch her brow at him. Her eyes, clear and blue, are laughing, but even from here I can see they're preoccupied. Jewel has always seemed so soft. There's something fragile about her. Underneath the tough, give as good as she gets front she projects to the lords. My eyes slide further, down to her luscious tits, which always seem like they're just begging to be touched. My cock stiffens in my jeans, a familiar ache in my balls growing at the thought of taking Jewel into my office and pushing aside that tight little black skirt. My fingers would slide inside her, finding her soft, warm and wet, waiting for me. Her head would arch back, revealing that neck, that pulse as it speeds up just as I thrust inside her. Fuck. Pull it together, Angel. Focus. Club business. I barely managed to snap my head out of thoughts of fucking Jewel. Turning back toward the brothers, I see Beast eyeing me with a curious expression, but I ignore him and focus on what Hawk is saying. A minute later, Bullet comes over to join us. He asks about the police report and the damage to the garage, and we fill him in. The damage is bad, but it could have been worse, Hawk grunts. A lot of what's inside is a total loss, but the structure is still more or less sound. It's going to take a while to rebuild. We'll need more than a few of the men on it. And I need Gino to come take a look with me. See what needs to be replaced, how much it's going to cost. The club's going to take a pretty big financial hit from this, Ghost scowls. It's going to be a while before we get Twisted Pipes back up and running again. Not sure what we're going to do until then. I'll get Gino to give me a rundown of how we're looking money-wise. I look around at the four of them. We might have to get creative about revenue streams. I got a couple ideas, Bullet grins. Some legit, some less so. All right, I nod at the four of them. Beast, I'm calling church for this afternoon. Get the word out. I want everyone here. You got it, Prez. The conversation breaks up and we go our separate ways. I turn toward the hallway on my way back to my office, but I find myself heading over to the bar instead. Jewel's got her back to me, and when I say her name, she jumps. Hey, I say as she turns around. Sorry to startle you.
Oh, hey, Angel.
Jewel takes a deep breath and gives me a wide megawatt smile. Her voice is a shade too bright. She clutches the towel in her hands tightly, like someone would hang on to a lifeline. The muscles in her face are strained. It's clear she's trying to hide something from me, but I don't know what it is. You good? I ask with a frown. Jewel seems to realize she seems tense.
Yeah,
she nods, her smile relaxing a little.
I'm just tired, I guess.
She pauses a beat.
I was a little late to work today. Again.
It's cute how she's so honest about stuff like that.
I'm sorry. I really am, Angel. I don't mean to take advantage of the club.
Don't worry about it, Jewel, I say, and I mean it. Everything okay with you?
Oh, yeah, she trails off. It's just that I have my brother staying with me right now. It's a little stressful, is all.
Huh. I didn't even know you had a brother.
Yeah.
Jewel's eyes slide away from mine.
He's 17. His name is Jude.
How long is he here for?
I don't know,
she says vaguely.
A while, I think.
What's he doing with his days while you're at work? I ask. Jewel lets out a short laugh, but there's no humor in it.
That's a good question.
So it sounds like Jewel's worried her brother's getting into trouble while she's not home. Well, having been a 17-year-old boy once myself, that seems like a pretty good possibility. I wonder why she's been saddled with this kid, instead of him being at home with their parents. Does Jewel have parents? I realize I don't know that either. Then I find myself saying something that kind of comes out of nowhere. Do you need some help with the kid? I ask. You need someone to keep an eye on him?
What?
She looks startled, and then laughs again.
Oh, no, Angel. That's very nice of you. But no, it's okay. I'm just...
She shrugs and puts on a brave face that I can see right through.
I'm just worried for nothing. I'm sure he's fine. He's just a typical teenage boy, you know? He's not interested in having his older sister keep tabs on him.
I open my mouth to reply, but just then my phone goes off. I pull it out and see that it's Brick. He's over at Twisted Pipes, so I assume he's calling with an update on what can be saved and what can't. I gotta take this, I tell Jewel, who nods and waves me off, looking relieved to have the conversation over. Talk to me, I answer as I walk out the front door of the clubhouse to go grab a smoke. You won't believe this shit, he tells me with disgust. What? Well, the paperwork for the shop is kept in a filing cabinet that's fireproof, he begins. So it all survived the fire. Yeah? I grabbed the paperwork for the guy who brought in the car with the bomb rigged inside it. Yeah, Hawk told me you were the one who checked him in. Yes, I fucking was, Rick spits out. Guess what his name is? What? O. Lawson. It takes me a second to register what he's saying. Are you fucking kidding me? I explode. Jesus fucking Christ. Not only did the Outlaw Sons fucking play us, they waved it right under our goddamn noses and we didn't even see it coming. I am gonna enjoy watching those fuckers die, Rick snarls. Very, very slowly. I'm coming over to the garage, I bark. I want to see this for myself. I don't even bother to go back inside the clubhouse. I just storm over to my bike, fire it up, and fly out of the parking lot toward Twisted Pipes. Brick tells me everything he can remember about the fucker who brought in the car, and we talk strategy for hunting him and the rest of the Sons down. Our resident techie, Tweak, is also at the shop, and I tell him to get back to the clubhouse to get to work on locating all the info he can. I don't get back to the clubhouse until the time comes for church. The meeting lasts for close to 3 hours. When it's over, I keep my officers, Ghost, Brick, and Beast behind to keep planning our assault. By the time we're finished, it's evening. I never get the chance to pick my conversation back up with Jewel. The last I see of her, she's walking out of the clubhouse with Bullet at the end of her shift. I head outside for a smoke, just in time to see her climb onto the back of his bike. The two of them take off into the darkness. And I watch them go, all of a sudden feeling like I want to grind Bullet's fucking face into the ground.
8. Jewel. The conversation with Angel leaves me rattled. I'm still preoccupied by it when I get a call from Olga telling me that Jude has just come home. I thank her and dial his number, but predictably he doesn't answer. I don't bother to text because I know he's ignoring me. There's basically nothing I can do until the end of my shift. Luckily, I don't have to call Olga for a ride home because Bullet agrees to give me a ride. I hated asking him, but I couldn't bear to tell Angel that I was carless and needed transportation. because I'm sure he would have given me one of the club's four-wheeled vehicles if I'd asked. I can't get in the habit of asking Angel for favors, though. I have a hard enough time keeping my distance from him as it is. When Bullet pulls up outside of my apartment building, he offers to come in for a while to keep me company, but I tell him no. Thankfully, he doesn't push it, and I watch him drive away before going up the walk to the front door. By the time I make it to my floor, I can hear loud music pumping from my apartment all the way at the end of the hall. Grimacing, I can only imagine what Olga must be thinking right now. I slide my key into the lock, but it's already open. Jude is slouched down on the couch. He's not alone. With him is another kid who looks to be a few years older. He's thinner than Jude and less muscular. His head is shorn of hair, and on his cranium he sports a number of angry-looking tattoos with symbols I don't recognize, including one sort of like a four-leaf clover at the side of his left eye. His black t-shirt is torn at the stomach. His bleach-spattered jeans are cuffed just at the top of scuffed calf-high boots, which are resting on my coffee table next to a bunch of drug paraphernalia and some crushed cans of beer. I try to raise my voice above the din, but I can't even hear myself. The stranger notices me first, turning his head to raise an impassive brow as I run over to the stereo and turn it down. "Jesus, Jude!" I explode, my ears already ringing from the echo of the noise. "What in the fuck are you doing?" Jude lifts his eyes to me. On his face is an expression of studied boredom. "Chillin'," he drawls. "Maybe you ought to chill, too." I've tried as hard as I can to be calm with Jude, never raising my voice at him. I've wanted to give us time to rebuild our relationship. Silly of me to even hope for that, I know. But the display in front of me has pushed me over the edge. "There are other people in this building," I shout, flinging an arm toward the door. "They deserve not to have their ears assaulted just because you want to listen to music. And what is that?" I ask, pointing toward the coffee table. Whatever it is, it's definitely not for weed. God, the tools look suspiciously like they're for smoking meth. I take a deep breath, but I don't catch the telltale odor of burnt plastic. Thank God. "Jesus," Jude's friend murmurs sarcastically. "This your sister? She's fucking nuts." "Who are you?" I challenge him. "None of your fucking business," he shoots back with a heavy-lidded sneer. Yeah, it's my business, considering this is my damn apartment." I plant my feet and cross my arms. "This bullshit isn't welcome here," I say, nodding toward the coffee table. "And if you're not going to give me your name, neither are you." The kid snorts, flips me off with a tattooed hand, and lazily heaves himself off the couch. "Fuck this, Jude," he spits at my brother. Sweeping a hand along the coffee table, he gathers everything up. With his other hand, he grabs a worn brown jacket lying on the floor next to him, decorated with magic marker designs and patches of different sorts. He deposits the contents of his fist in one of the pockets, then brushes past me without saying goodbye to Jude. I wait until I hear his heavy boots clomping down the stairs to address my brother. "That?" I bark, jerking my head toward the doorway. "That is unacceptable." But Jude just opens his mouth wide and laughs uproariously. "What is unacceptable?" he asks, his tone full of mockery. Pretty much all of it," I retort. "The drugs, the loud music, the asshole who thinks he doesn't have to tell your sister his name. Who the hell is that, Jude? Where did you meet him?" "None of your business," he tells me, echoing his friend. "Jesus!" I hiss, shaking my head and dropping my hands. "Is this why Mama and Tata kicked you out? This kind of stuff?" "What kind of stuff?" Jude challenges, his voice rising. "You mean me just fucking existing?" He scoffs and looks up at me, his face contorted with anger. "So what? You gonna kick me out now too?" "Jude," I say, trying again. "Surely you see that I can't have you blasting our neighbors out of the building and doing drugs in here, don't you?" I fight to lower my voice, to sound reasonable, to make him hear me. How is it going to help things if you get the police called on us? How is it going to help if I get evicted? Then neither one of us will have a place to stay. Jude lets out a dismissive snort. You're not going to get fucking evicted. No? Do you really want to find that out? I take a deep breath and let it out in a rush. And what if I lose my job because I'm late to work too many times because you take my car without asking me? Jude just rolls his eyes. Oh my God, I might actually strangle my own brother before this conversation is over. Fighting against my rising blood pressure and the urge to scream as loudly as I possibly can, I close my eyes and take another deep breath. I hold it for a long second and let it out very, very slowly. Look, Jude, I begin. I take a step forward and sink down on the couch beside him, suddenly exhausted. He shifts away from me a little, but at least he doesn't leave. I know you probably really don't want to be here. I'm sorry about that. I really am. I risk a quick glance at him. He's not looking at me, but I think he might at least be listening. This isn't an easy situation for either of us, but we need to work together. I want you to be happy here. I do. But I want me to be happy too. And for me to be happy, I need to not be evicted from my apartment, and I need to be able to get to work on time so I can pay for the apartment. I shift in my seat so I'm facing him and wait for him to meet my eyes. Does that make sense? Jude sits there stubbornly for a moment. He looks furious. With me or with the world in general, I don't know. I resist the urge to fill the silence with words and wait for a response. Finally, I get the smallest of nods. Good. Thank you. I feel my body relax a little and realize I've been holding all my muscles tense. So look, I haven't had dinner yet. I'm going to make something for myself. Do you want some? His mouth opens, just barely. Depends on what it is. I'll have to see what we have. I decide I'll try to fix something he'll like, in hopes that he'll see it as a peace offering. And one more thing. I put my hands on my knees. Like I said, I have to be able to get to work on time. But I imagine you feel a little cooped up in here with no transportation, so I'm fine with giving you my car to use sometimes while I'm gone, if you're willing to take me to work and pick me up on those days when I need you to. I wait a beat. Is that a deal? Jude seems to have figured out by now that I'll wait as long as it takes for an answer, so this time he just shrugs and bobs his head curtly. Great, I say, standing. Thank you. I'm going to go make some dinner. I decide to leave the drug issue for later. It's too big, and I honestly don't know how to approach it in a way that won't end up with Jude storming out of here. Him being on the street won't help matters if I want to keep an eye on him. I tell myself that rebuilding my relationship with my brother is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. Baby steps. I find some hamburger meat in the freezer and thaw it in the microwave, then put some French fries in the oven to bake. I don't have any buns, but thankfully Jude doesn't seem to mind that I serve the burgers on white bread. We eat in front of the TV, not speaking, but I'm just grateful that the arguing is over. I clean up the dishes afterward, and when it's bedtime, I resist the impulse to ask for his keys in case he decides to slip out during the night. God, this might be the first time in my life that I actually have some sympathy for my parents. I have a hard time sleeping that night, but thankfully Jude is still there the next morning when I wake up. He lounges around on the couch like he's been surgically attached to it, while I pay bills and do a load of laundry. When it's time for me to go to work, he obediently comes downstairs with me and gets in the passenger side of the car. Where do you work anyway? He asks as I turn the ignition. I realize that we've never even had a discussion about my job. I'm a bartender for a motorcycle club. For the first time since Jude arrived in Tanner Springs, he looks at me with something like interest. A motorcycle club? You mean like a bunch of fucking accountants with bikes that pretend they're tough on weekends? He smirks. Imagining Angel and the other lords as accountants makes me snort with laughter. Hardly. This is an actual club. Full-timers. I glance over. 1%ers. Jude's frowning at me in disbelief. You're fucking with me. Nope. I put the car in gear, feeling just a little proud to have surprised my little brother. He doesn't say anything for the rest of the ride, but doesn't immediately start playing with his phone either. He gazes out the window as I tell him to pay attention to the route we're taking. You'll have to come get me later, so make sure you know where you are when we arrive. It's not like you can look up the clubhouse on Google Maps. When we pull into the parking lot, Jude sits up to stare at the row of Harleys lined up on the far side. At the door, 2 of the prospects are standing guard. Hale is out there talking to them, a cigarette hanging from his lips. He's still kind of cut up from the blasted twisted pipes, though the wounds on his face are healing. I pull up in front of the 3 men, just a few feet from the front door. Well, here we are, I announce. I open my door, and Jude climbs out of the passenger side so he can switch places with me. As I hand him the keys, Hale calls out a greeting. Hey, little mama, he grins, lifting his chin. Who's this? Hey, Hale, this is my brother, I tell him. His name is Jude. Jude considers Hale for a second. Hale is only a couple of inches taller, but he's pure muscle, and colorful tattoos cover his arms. My brother squares his shoulders as he takes in the 3 men. Hey, he mutters, you gotta smoke. Hale shoots me a look. I shrug. I can sense that Jude's just asking for a cigarette so he won't look weak or young. If it's one thing I've noticed about my brother in the past few weeks, it's that he's very, very eager to grow up and be seen as a man. Sure, here you go. Hale's being nice to Jude because of me, I know. Most of the time, a stranger, especially a civilian, wouldn't get the time of day from him, much less a cigarette. Jude takes one from his pack, and then Hale hands him a lighter. Jude puts the end of his cigarette to the flame and takes a deep, exaggerated drag before handing it back to him. Lots of men here at this time of day, I remark, nodding toward the bikes. Yeah, one of the prospects says self-importantly. There's church in a bit. That's why we're out here. He motions to the other prospect. Tank and Stryker were standing guard, but Angel put us on until after the meeting's over. Jude takes another drag off his cigarette and scoffs. What kind of faggot-ass name is Angel? For a split second, no one moves, and the air seems to still. Then, in a flash, Jude is lying on the ground. With a cry of alarm and pain, his hand goes to his face, the dropped cigarette rolling away from him. Hale looks down at him with disgust. His mouth contorts and he spits. It lands inches from Jude's head. Next time, I ain't gonna stop with one punch, little man. Hale's voice is quiet, menacing. Respect for your sister will only get you so far, and you've reached your limit. Glancing at me, he continues. You'll want to keep that piece of shit away from here, Jewel. Then, without waiting for a reply, he turns on his heel and walks inside, leaving the prospects to gape and snicker. Jesus Christ, Jude, I stammer. You're lucky Angel wasn't here when you said that. No shit, the second prospect says, shaking his head in disbelief. You'd be eating the barrel of a gun for that. Wordlessly, Jude gets up off the ground. His lip is split, his nose bleeding freely. I take a step forward, but he snarls and brushes me off. The prospects start to laugh openly as he yanks open the car door and throws himself into the driver's seat. A second later, he jams it into reverse, then drives off, tires squealing. Well, I sigh as I watch him go. That went well.
9. Angel. We have the guy who set the bomb. Brick did a pretty good job remembering the physical description of O. Lawson. With that, and some master-level intel, Tweak was able to get a name, a home address, and a place of employment for this son of a bitch. He goes by T.J. Wexler, turns out. Works the night shift as a security guard at a local brewery. Wexler ain't an outlaw, son, but he's in their pocket, doing shitty jobs they need done, probably in exchange for them letting him live. From what Tweak was able to find out, the dude's got a gambling problem and is in debt up to his fucking eyeballs. For a security guard, he's an easy motherfucker to grab. Gunner, Tank, and Brick nab him in the control room of the brewery while he's sitting around eating beef jerky and watching jackass videos instead of monitoring the security camera screens. Tweak disables the cam so there will be no record when we take Wexler into the massive area of the brewing floor to interrogate him. When they bring him in to me, Wexler is still doing the false fucking bravado thing, but he's already starting to show signs of being the sniveling weasel that he is. He's a scrawny motherfucker, not even 6 feet tall, with beady brown eyes, a thin hooked nose, and hair that looks like a thatch of straw on his goddamn head. He's trying to yank away from Tank, who's got one arm locked around his neck and the other wrenching his bicep behind him. It's so goddamn ridiculous I bust out laughing. That seems to give Wexler some small hope that this situation isn't as serious as he thought. He ain't gonna believe that for much longer. "Oh, Lawson," I call out as Tank and the others bring him to me. "It's about time I got to meet you." Wexler flinches, but does his best to cover it up.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"Was that name your idea or Razor's?" I continue. "I'm betting it was yours. Because Razor? He ain't really ever struck me as all that intelligent a guy." I chuckle. "Not MC President material for sure."
"I don't know any Razor,"
Wexler insists, struggling as Tank shoves him into a folding chair. Gunner produces a small roll of duct tape from the pocket of his cut and tapes his wrists together behind him, then starts attaching his ankles to the chair. "Don't you now?" I smirk. "Well, it's gonna suck for you, TJ. Wexler blanches at the sound of his name. "Because you're here to give me some information about old Razor. And well, if you don't know him, I ain't gonna have much use for you. Know what I mean?" I reach for my back pocket and pull out a switchblade, flipping it open. "Of course, I'm gonna have to know for sure that you don't know him. And there's only one way to find that out, if you ain't gonna tell me." I take a step forward. I see the full range of emotions play through this sorry-ass motherfucker's eyes. For 1 second, he doesn't believe what I'm about to do. Then, a second later, he's fucking sure I'm gonna do it. I almost feel sorry for this piece of shit. If there was ever a poster boy for in over his head, he's it. "Almost," I said. Before Wexler knows what's happening, the blade of my knife is stuck up against his Adam's apple. Giving it a slight flick, I nick him just enough for the blood to start flowing. He freezes and lets out a high, shrill moan. I guess it would have been more poetic if I had brought a straight razor, I say conversationally. "Razor. Get it? But this switchblade's gonna have to do the trick." In a flash, I've grabbed his chin tightly in my hands. Placing the tip of the blade against his cheek, I start to carve a first, straight line. Wexler screams and begins to struggle, but Brick steps behind him and yanks his shoulders back against the chair. I pull the blade away, letting my victim see his blood adorning the tip. "So," I say as I carve the second line, joining the first in an upside-down V. "Where's Razor, TJ? Wexler lets out a garbled noise deep in his throat. "You might be thinking that he'll kill you if you talk. But I'm gonna kill you if you don't. So, if I were you, I'd take my chances." When I'm done with the second line, I dig the tip of the blade in a little, twisting it at the bottom of his jaw. Wexler yells, his mouth and eyes contorting in fear and pain. Leaning back for a second, I raise my left arm and backhand him, hard. "You shut the fuck up, you piece of shit," I snarl, leaning close and grabbing his chin again. The blood from his cheek stains my knuckles. "The only thing I want to hear from you is where Razor is." I plunge the knife in and make a third, deep cut across the other two lines. A. Wexler opens his mouth and screams silently, his breath wheezing in his throat. A stain appears on the crotch of his uniform. "Please," he begs in a hoarse whisper. "Please, no more." "TJ, I ain't the one doing this. You are." I stand up for a second, admiring my handiwork. "You know what you need to do to stop this." I toss the knife from my right hand to my left and lean forward to start on the other cheek. "No," he howls. "Okay, just stop. Stop. All I know is where he had me meet him. One time, I promise. Gave me a burner phone so he could call me. He made me destroy it and throw it away afterwards." His eyes wild, pleading. "I swear, I don't know anything more. I don't know where the clubhouse is or anything. I wouldn't be able to contact him now even if I wanted to." Carving the second A on his right cheek doesn't change Wexler's story. So in the end, I choose to believe him. He babbles out the location of the bar where Razor set up their meeting and tells me where he threw the burner phone in a dumpster, though he says it'll be long gone by now. I push for anything more I can get out of him, but those are the only useful things he tells me. By the time I'm done interrogating him, Wexler's eyes are fixated on the blade in my hand. His breathing is rapid and shallow, loud in the cavernous and mostly empty room. Blood and sweat run down his cheeks and neck, staining the collar of his uniform and the yellowed t-shirt under it. I can see him trying to convince himself that I'm done torturing him, that I'm going to let him live. Yes, to the second part. "You know about justice, TJ?" I ask. "Club justice is Old Testament shit. You know, an eye for an eye." I lift the switchblade up to the light, twisting it until the reflection glints in Wexler's face. "You killed one of our employees in that blast. You know that?" No, I didn't mean to, man. I was just doing what Razor told me to do." He's panicking now. Tears start to stream down his face, mixing with the blood and sweat. His body writhes on the chair, desperately trying to get loose. "I didn't mean to. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." "I ain't gonna kill you," I mutter. "Lucky for you, the guy you took out wasn't a lord. Even so, I don't think you're gonna like this next part." I look over at Tank. "Give me your bandana," I say. I'm getting kind of sick of the yelling. With a smirk, Tank steps forward. He pulls the bandana off his head, stuffing it into Wexler's mouth just as he starts to shriek. It takes both Brick and Gunner to hold Wexler still as I slip the knife in between his left eye and the bone. With a twist, I cut all the muscles and pry the eye out. The blade's sharp enough that the vitreous globe is still pretty much intact. Wexler is screaming and sobbing through the bandana, blood and fluid leaking freely from the newly empty socket. I toss the eye into his lap. Then I reach down and, with the same knife, slice apart the duct tape binding his hands. "Go tell Razor," I instruct him. "Tell him Angel did this." Wexler continues to wail softly into the bandana, but shock is starting to take over his body. One of his shaking hands scoops up the eyeball as Brick and Gunner let go of his shoulders. I nod at them and Tank. Together, we leave the brewery. Outside, Tweak is waiting, smoking a cigarette. "You done?" he asks. "Sounded gruesome." "Yeah." Tank shrugs and shoots him a grin. "I'm hungry. Pizza?" As we start our bikes and ride away, the grim satisfaction of doing what needed to be done fills me, as it has in the past. I know I'm not a good man, because good men don't enjoy hurting. Good men don't enjoy killing. I'm not a good man. By the time we get back to the clubhouse, I'm already planning what happens next. We'll need extra security now. This is going to stir shit up. We'll need to prepare the families for the possibility that we'll have to go on lockdown soon. Next step, flush the outlaw sons into the open. And when they do, we'll be ready.
10. Jewel. Since the day Hale split Jude's lip, my brother hasn't asked to borrow my car once. Though at first that seems like a blessing, I soon realize it means that I have essentially no idea where he is the vast majority of the time. Since he's not about to volunteer the information, and since I can't exactly force it out of him, I resign myself to just hoping he's not getting into too much trouble. Though one day, not long after the incident at the clubhouse, I see something that causes me to have serious doubts about that. I'm on my way to the grocery store to stock up on food and supplies before work, when I pass a city park a few blocks from downtown. Cooper's Park is run down, the paint on the playground sets faded and chipped. It's a favorite hangout for burnouts and delinquents. Parents with small children hardly ever venture to go there. As I'm passing the park, I see a familiar figure hunched over a picnic table. His back is to me, but I'd know my brother's teenaged slouch anywhere. He's in a group of 8 or 10 people, all male. Most of them sport similar jackets to the one the guy who was in my apartment that day had with him. Driving closer, I'm struck by how, as a group, they all look so similar. Buzzed haircuts, brown jackets, white t-shirts or worn flannel, faded jeans or camo pants, boots. A couple of the older ones sit on the picnic table yelling and gesturing, looking like they're holding court. Jude is one of the only ones not dressed in the same way. I notice that the jackets all have a similar scrawl on the back. Squinting, I can just make out the words on one of them. Crow Clan. The name sounds sort of familiar, but I can't place it. But as I'm trying to jog my memory, my eyes slide up to the shaved head of the jacket wearer, and I notice a tattoo that makes my blood run cold. A swastika. For a couple of seconds, I almost don't believe my eyes. But then, as I take in the entire group, it all starts to make a horrifying kind of sense. The similarities in their appearances isn't accidental. Not at all. My God, is there a neo-Nazi group in Tanner Springs? Just then, I see Jude start to turn around. Reflexively, I sink down into my seat, praying he won't notice the car and see that it's me. It's a cowardly move, I know, but I'm so shaken up by what I've just witnessed that I don't know what to do. If I try to approach him now, try to get him to leave, I'm almost certain it will backfire. He'll be angry at being humiliated in front of this group, and what if it just pushes him farther toward them? My stomach is roiling by the time I get to the grocery store. Once inside, I mechanically throw a bunch of food and other supplies in my cart, barely registering what I'm buying. The blood is rushing in my ears so loud, it's hard to think. Somehow, I must pay for my groceries, because suddenly I'm outside at my car, loading bags into the trunk. On the way out of the lot, I almost hit the cart of an old lady in a floral dress crossing to her car. She flips me off with both middle fingers. Instead of laughing or calling out an apology, I almost start to cry. Jesus, Jewel, watch where you're going. Angel manages to catch the 2 bottles of beer just as they slide from my tray. The tray itself clatters to the floor, the noise so loud it makes me jump and let out a little yelp of dismay. I'm so sorry, I babble, looking up at him guiltily. I don't know what's wrong with me. I lean down to pick up the tray, shoving under my arm as I rise and reach for the beers, which he's holding out with a scowl on his face. Just as I have been on and off since I got to work, I'm suddenly on the verge of tears yet again. Scurrying around Angel, I bring the bottles over to Tank and Stryker, who are playing pool in the back. They grunt their thanks, but I don't trust my voice to reply. Instead, I dump the tray hastily on a table and head toward the restroom, where I lock myself in for a few minutes, breathing deeply with my eyes closed. When I open them again, I see my pale, frightened-looking self in the mirror. Good Lord, anyone who saw me for even a second would know something's wrong. I look like hell. Taking another deep breath, I let it out as slowly and evenly as I can. I pinch my cheeks repeatedly, then slap them a few times to get some color back into them. I spend a few seconds smiling as wide as I can. My reflection smiles back at me, looking slightly crazy and unhinged. Not exactly the vibe I'm going for, but it will have to do. Back outside, I grab my tray up from the table and hurry back to the bar. It's a relief to have the counter there as a barrier between me and other people. I feel fragile, like the slightest touch could make me shatter into a million pieces. More than anything, I just want to make it to the end of the day. Then I plan to go home, crawl under the covers, and try to block out the pangs of worry gnawing at my insides. But if I thought I could fly under everyone's radar until the end of my shift, the sight of Angel approaching the bar with his purposeful stride tells me I was dead wrong. Suppressing a groan, I flash my brightest smile at him and hope it's enough. "Jewel, what the fuck was up back there?" he asks me with a frown. "You okay? You've been dropping things and fucking up drink orders all day." Shit. I guess he must have seen me put tequila instead of rum into one of the club girls' drinks earlier. "I'm fine," I say hastily. "Really?" Smile. Angel cocks his head. "No, you ain't," he says flatly. He pulls up a stool and sits down. "Set me up with a shot of Jack." Looking at me expectantly, he makes it clear he's not about to leave me alone without an answer. My gut does a flip, making me feel a little sick. I do as he says, setting the glass in front of him and pouring it slowly until the brown liquid reaches all the way to the top of the rim. Angel tosses the shot back and sets it on the bar. Again. As he takes the second shot, I steal a glance at his handsome face. With a surprise, I notice that he's looking kind of tense himself. Normally, Angel's a man who seems almost supernaturally in control. Nothing seems to shake or faze him. But there's a tautness around his eyes and forehead that I'm just noticing now. It's not something everyone would notice, but I've spent enough years watching him that it's obvious to me now that I look closely. For some reason, his edginess makes me want to say something, anything, to give him a distraction. I'm not ready to talk to him about Jude, but I can still ask him about what I saw earlier today. And maybe if I play my cards right, he'll forget he sat down to grill me about what the hell is up with me today. "Angel," I begin, leaning against the bar, "do you know anything about something called the Crow Clan?" Angel looks up at me, his eyes sharp. "Yeah? Why do you want to know about them?" he growls. I swallow nervously, trying to think of how to answer without giving away too much. "I, saw a bunch of young guys today in town at Cooper's Park. They all had on jackets that said that on the back." Angel's lip curls. "Those fucking pieces of shit," he mutters. "Yeah, those ain't the clan themselves, more a bunch of wannabes. They're kinda like our prospects. They want to get into the Crow Clan itself. Its leader's named Kane, and he's more than willing to have those punks hanging around, doing whatever shit job he wants them to." "I haven't really seen them around before," I admit. "Are they new?" "Not really." Angel takes the bottle of Jack from me and pours himself another shot. "The kids are. The Crow Clan itself has been around for a while. They used to spell their name with 2 C's. But Kane is such a bag of shit with pretensions of being some sort of great leader for the white race all of a sudden." Angel's voice turns dark, angry. "He's nothing but a 2-bit punk. But once he started all this Mein Kampf shit, he began attracting a bunch of lowlifes who were more than willing to beat up brown and black gangs and take their shit because of the white power bullshit Kane was feeding him." Angel throws back the shot. Those kids you saw in Cooper's Park are Kane's little lackeys. They'll do anything he says, hoping one day he'll let them officially join his ranks. Meantime, they pretend they're already in the clan, wearing jackets that say the name. Kane doesn't do anything to stop that. Why would he, I guess? Angel snorts. Makes it seem like he's got more men than he actually has. As I listen to Angel explain, my eyes prick with sudden tears that I have to fight to hold back. As he finishes speaking, I turn my back to him abruptly, afraid the shock and fright will be plain on my face. Jude is getting mixed up with neo-Nazis, my mind screams. How am I going to be able to stop this? I'm about to lose him. What if I can't make him see reason? What if I try to talk to him and I just end up making it worse? I start to feel lightheaded. Gripping tightly onto the beer cooler, I steady myself for a few seconds. I'm worried Angel will see the shock in my face, but fortunately, he's looking down into his shot glass when I turn back around. By the way, Jewel, he murmurs, there's some shit going down right now with the Lords. Some shit that is gonna get serious. A lockdown might be coming soon. You'll need to prepare for it. You want me to be here at the club? I ask, fighting against the dizziness threatening to overwhelm me. I've been around for previous lockdowns, but usually the president gives me the option of whether I want to be part of it. Yes, Angel says flatly. It won't be safe for you out there for a few days either. It's better if you're here with the rest of us. His brooding slate eyes meet mine, causing me to shiver. But, I murmur, ignoring the thudding of my heart. No arguments. Angel pushes the shot glass away and stands up. Amazingly, he seems to have forgotten why he sat down in the first place. I'm not taking any chances, Jewel. Hopefully it'll only be for a couple days, but be ready for it. As Angel walks away, I see the tension in his shoulders and in his gait. I'm hit with the familiar sense of longing that often strikes me on the rare occasions when I can watch him unobserved. I know he's strong. I know he doesn't need anybody. But I also know that tonight, he might take one or more of the club girls with him up to his apartment and ease the tension by losing himself in them. God help me. I wish it would be me he'd take upstairs tonight. I need some release, too. I haven't been with a man in so long. And battery-powered love just doesn't cut it sometimes. With a tremble, I let myself imagine what it would feel like to give myself to Angel, to feel his strong arms lock around me, to have him release himself deep inside me, so that for just a moment or two, there'd be something that only the two of us shared, locked away from the world and from our troubles. Shaking my head with a soft sigh, I rub my arms, feeling chilly and exhausted. It's been a long time since I've let my mind go down that road. I know from experience that these thoughts only get worse if I give in to them. The last thing I need is to whisper Angel's name as I shudder my way through my orgasm in the darkness of my room. The dreams of him afterward are even worse, because when I wake up the next morning, the fantasy version of him is all I can think about for days. I know better than to put myself through that, on top of everything else. Even though my head isn't really up to focusing on my work, I decide to start on the booze inventory I've been putting off doing for a couple of days. It will at least give me something to do that doesn't involve thinking about Jude or Angel. I've just started going through the B section on my spreadsheet when a female voice behind me cuts into my thoughts, startling me. Hey there! I look over to see Brooke, Beast's old lady, smiling at me. Hey, Brooke, I didn't see you standing there. I try to smile back at her, aware that it probably looks fake as hell. What are you doing at the clubhouse? I came to drop off a fresh change of clothes for Beast, she says with a quick shrug. He's working at the garage, tearing out some of the fire-damaged stuff, and he wanted to grab a quick shower before church. Her tone is chatty, but an expression of concern furrows her forehead as her eyes linger on my face. She hesitates for a second, then adds, "You okay? You seem, I don't know, tired or something." I open my mouth, ready to reassure her I'm fine, but something stops me. Brooke and I aren't friends exactly, but we're definitely friendly. She's former FBI, if you can believe that. Back before she quit the agency, she was here in Tanner Springs, working on a case, and ended up needing help with a young girl from Ukraine who showed up suddenly but didn't speak any English. Since my neighbor Olga happens to be from Ukraine too, I ended up inviting the girl to stay in my apartment for a few days so Olga could keep an eye on her and the girl would have someone to talk to. Ever since Brooke and Beast got together, she's been one of the nicest of all the old ladies. She's always struck me as a good listener, someone who would do anything for a friend. So instead of pretending there's nothing wrong, I decide to just tell her the truth. "Is it that obvious?" I sigh. "No, I guess I'm not okay. But to be honest, I'd rather not talk about it. I've been trying to put it out of my mind all day. I'm sorry. I hope that doesn't sound rude of me." To my relief, Brooke doesn't push it. "No, not at all. I get it." She smiles gently. "But you definitely look like you could use a pick-me-up." She pauses a beat. "How late are you working tonight?" "Only a couple more hours since it's not a weekend." "Well then," she considers, "look, how about coming out for a drink or two with me? And maybe with Isabel and a couple of the other women if they're free. Frankly, I've had a long day myself. I wouldn't mind unwinding." A number of reasons why I should decline come immediately to mind. I'm tired. I need to go home and figure out what the hell I'm going to say to Jude about what I saw today. Brooke's probably just being nice. But in the end, more than anything, I just want to forget about things for a little while. I don't want to think about my brother's involvement with Crow Clan, or how lonely and sad I feel lately, or why I can never seem to completely rid myself of these ridiculous fantasies about Angel. In the end, I just want to go out and have a drink with someone who feels like a friend. "Sure," I hear myself saying. "That sounds like a lot of fun, actually." "Great!" Brooke's pretty face lights up, making me instantly feel like I've made the right decision. "I'll call Iz and find out if she's free. Can I text you the time and place?" I have Brooke's number in my phone from when we were helping the Ukrainian girl. "That sounds good." I look down at my black miniskirt and simple white tee with a smirk. Just make it someplace where I don't have to feel like a weirdo wearing this. "You look fine," she laughs. "But we'll definitely choose someplace casual. See you later?" I nod at Brooke, and she gives me a quick wave. Seconds later, the door to the clubhouse closes behind her. I turn back to my inventory, and suddenly, in spite of everything, I feel better than I have in days.
11. Angel. Within a week, going off the info Wexler gave us, Tweak has found the outlaw son's hideout. "Get your families ready," I tell the brothers in church. "They need to be in place here at the clubhouse when we go in case the Sons have more men and more ammo than we think." I can see in my brothers' eyes that they get what I'm saying. This war is a battle to the death. We go in to destroy. One or the other of our clubs won't survive the night intact. If it's us, I don't think it will be, but it could. Then they'll come for the old ladies and the children, if they can. That's who the Sons are. A bunch of spineless pussies. We need to make sure that doesn't happen. "Brick! Ghost!" I bark. "You're in charge of putting together security for the lockdown. Talk to Tweak about how many men you need to stay behind to protect the families. Make sure the prospects know what to do." I wait for the two of them to nod before continuing. "Thorn, Hawk, and Gunner, I want you with me. Each of you pick 2 men to flank you. Beast, meet me in my office after church to go over plans. I have a call scheduled with Oz to bring the Death Devils in. Oz is the president of the Death Devils MC and a recent ally of our club. It doesn't hurt our alliance any that his daughter, Isabel, is Thorn's old lady." Tank speaks up. How long do you think the lockdown's gonna last? Next to him, Stryker snickers. What's the matter, brother? You got a dentist appointment to keep or something? Tank throws a quick punch that hits Stryker hard in the shoulder. Fuck you, brother. I'm gonna want to keep the families under guard for at least 48 hours after we take down the Outlaw Sons' hideout, I answer. If everything goes as planned and we wipe out their ranks, that should be long enough. Around the table, the lords nod and murmur their agreement. I see a few of them start to grin, a glint in their eyes betraying their anticipation. Despite the danger we're about to walk into, they're all primed and ready. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The end of the war. The end of the Outlaw Sons. The men are in high spirits when we file out of the chapel. So much so that when I go over to the bar to talk to Jewel, she's elbow deep in bikers, wanting booze and beer. I stand back in silence, watching her work to fill each man's request. She's busy and concentrating and doesn't notice I'm there. It's kinda, comforting to see her there. Jewel's been a part of the club for so long I forget there was ever a time when she wasn't tending bar for us. And I've been resisting the urge to pull that simple bartender's uniform off her for just as long. I've always told myself I've left her alone because she's a damn good bartender, and the club would hate to lose her. But now, standing here days before the club goes into a battle that could end us all, for the first time I realize maybe that's not it. Maybe I've been shoving my dick in the club girls and pretending they're Jewel for so long because I would hate to lose her. I hate like hell not to see her every day. And I know from experience how crazy and clingy women get after I fuck them. It never seems to matter how clear I make it that I'm never going to be anybody's old man. What they always seem to hear instead is, once I get my dick wet inside you, we're going to go ring shopping the next day. Shit, even the club girls get like that sometimes. And they should know a hell of a lot better. If something happened between Jewel and me, I don't think shit would be the same between us afterward. She'd probably think it meant more than it did, for one thing. But the part I'm more worried about is something I don't like admitting, even to myself. Once I fucked Jewel, I'm pretty sure I'd want more of her, not less. But that goes against all the rules I've set for myself. No attachments other than the club. Especially not with someone who doesn't deserve to get hurt. Is it worth it? My brain nags. Why the fuck are you staying away from her when you want her so bad? Jewel's a big girl. She can make her own choices. Why not just go for it and deal with the consequences later? Why are you acting like a fucking priest about this? Shut up, I growl to myself. You fucking dumbass. The crowd in front of the bar is finally thinning out now. I take a step forward and Jewel looks up and starts a bit as she finally notices me.
Oh, hey, Angel,
she says, a little breathlessly.
I didn't see you there.
Yeah, you were working pretty hard there. I ask for a beer and sit down on a stool as she grabs it. She lets out a laugh.
Church must have been thirsty business.
It was. I wait as she grabs me a bottle and flips the top off. She hands it to me, and instead of letting her set it down on the bar, I take it from her instead. My fingers meet hers briefly, and she startles again, almost like I've burned her. The skin of her cheeks and neck flushes. Her lips part as her eyes dart toward mine and then away. Fuck. My cock jumps in my pants. Stifling a groan, I force myself not to think about how easy it would be to just take her hand in mine and lead her upstairs. I know. Somehow I've always known that Jewel wouldn't say no. How's your brother doing? I ask instead, ignoring the ache in my balls and hoping to change the subject. You staying out of trouble? Shit. Seems like that might have been the wrong question to ask. Jewel's face instantly falls.
I wish I knew,
she murmurs in a soft, flat voice.
He's not home much. At least not when I'm around. And he's still not really talking to me.
She crosses her arms, holding on to her elbows tightly.
I thought things might get better between us the more he got used to being here. But they really don't seem to be.
He's still not going to school?
No. Or a job. Or anything, really.
Her eyes are dull.
All I know is he's hanging out with some people.
Jewel's voice trails off.
Well, as far as I can tell, they're probably not the best influence on him. But I don't know how to tell him not to when he doesn't have anyone else here but me.
Again, I find myself wondering how the fuck Jewel isn't getting any help on this from her family. What do your parents say about all this? Jewel sneers and her voice sounds more bitter than I've ever heard it.
Nothing. They don't care. They just wanted him gone.
She shakes her head in disgust.
Same thing happened with me back in the day. The only difference is I left on my own steam. Jude got kicked out.
She looks up at me and her expression changes, as though she just realized she said this out loud.
I'm sorry, Angel,
she breathes, her eyes going wide.
I didn't really mean to say any of that. Just thinking out loud, I guess.
Don't be sorry. Look, I get it. I lean forward and take a swig of beer. Jenna's and my dad, Abe, he didn't give much of a shit about us either when we were younger. He was too busy with his own life to pay attention to a couple of little kids. Most of the time, we were just an inconvenient distraction. Luckily, we had my mom, but I shrug. She died when we were pretty young. I know Jenna always felt kind of abandoned by Abe. She didn't really have much of a family to speak of. Me, I continue, sweeping a hand around the room. I found the club.
Huh,
she says, crinkling her nose.
I guess I never really knew any of that.
Yeah, well, I don't know why I got into any of that shit. I wanted to make Jewel feel better, not climb onto some goddamn shrink's couch and start talking about my childhood. Listen, I say, changing the subject. I didn't come over here just to grab a beer. We're gonna have to go on lockdown. It'll start in 3 days, maybe go on for 2 or 3 after that. You're gonna need to be here too. And your brother.
Jude too?
She asks in surprise.
Are you sure?
I grunt. Yeah. Something's gonna go down, and things are gonna be too dangerous outside for anyone associated with the Lords until we can evaluate the fallout. Jewel's eyes go wide, but she doesn't say anything. The good news is, assuming everything goes according to plan, the danger will be pretty much over after that.
Wow, this...
She trails off.
This sounds pretty serious.
It is, I agree. No reason to sugarcoat it. So we can't afford to take any chances. You'll need to get your brother here, for his own safety. I pause. I know you and he ain't doing great right now. Is this something you'll need help with? Because if you think he's gonna resist, I can send some of the men to bring him in. Offering to basically kidnap her brother seems to show Jewel the gravity of the situation. She turns her face up to me, looking suddenly vulnerable. A mixture of fear and worry is etched in her features.
Is everything gonna be okay, Angel?
She half whispers. Something about the way she's looking at me knots my stomach up inside. I know Jewel's been on her own for a long time, and right now I can see in her face just how used she is to facing shit on her own. It makes me want to reassure her, and especially to protect her. Don't worry, darling. My voice comes out gruff. It'll all be fine. I promise. She gives me a smile, her lower lip trembling slightly.
Okay,
she says with a forced laugh.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
I'll hold you to me after this is over. The thought is in my head before I know what the fuck is going on. My cock is hard as a goddamn bat again before I even realize it. Must be the adrenaline. I always get all keyed up before battles like this one go down. All I want to do is drink, fight, or fuck, and usually all three. But whatever it is, all of a sudden it feels like all the air has gone out of the fucking room. You need us to pick up your brother, I rasp, working to push down the urge to pick her up and carry her to my bed.
No,
Jewel whispers. I can hear her breathing, see the rise and fall of her breasts under her tight t-shirt. Fuck, my balls ache right now.
I'll get Jude here,
she continues, swallowing hard.
Just let me know when you're gonna lock the doors.
12. Jewel. Jude is amazed by the inside of the clubhouse and how many lords there are. He actually seems impressed, though he's trying hard not to show it. I thought getting Jude to agree to this lockdown would be next to impossible, despite telling Angel I could handle it. And at first, he definitely resisted. But to my surprise, I think curiosity got the better of him. So now, here we are, each of us ready to spend at least the next 48 hours locked in with the Lords of Carnage and their families. We get here at dusk, a couple of hours before the lockdown is supposed to start. There are already quite a few people at the clubhouse when we arrive. Lords are barking orders, prospects are busy moving furniture and hauling in crates of food. Old ladies are chasing their children around and talking about where everyone's going to sleep. It would almost seem like a fun summer camp for them, except there's just a hint of tension in the air, though the kids don't seem to feel it. "How many guys are in this club?" Jude asks me, as I stow our bags behind the bar. He's looking around in wonder at the pool tables, the full liquor stock I keep behind the counter, and especially at 3 of the club girls, Melanie, Tammy, and Rachel. They're standing over in one corner, being generally useless and pretending they don't know a horny teenage kid is watching them. I don't know, I reply, trying to think. A couple dozen, I guess, with the prospects, but they won't all get in, so I trail off with a shrug. What's a prospect? Like someone who wants to be accepted into the club. They call it patching in. I reach down into the fridge and grab him a Coke, setting it on the bar in front of him. I'm not going to give him the opportunity to ask me for a beer, let alone something stronger. Even to get to be a prospect, you already have to prove your dedication to the club. Then, from being a prospect to getting patched in as a full member, there's a lot of extra stuff you have to do. Like what? Jude stopped looking at the club girls and turned toward me, fully interested. Absently, he opens the Coke and takes a drink. This is already by far the longest conversation we've had since he arrived in Tanner Springs. My stomach flips at the realization. I suddenly feel incredibly nervous, but I do my best to act casual and not show it. Well, I don't know all of what they have to do. I decide to grab a Coke for myself and go around the bar to sit beside him on one of the stools. Most of what I see is them having to basically obey any order a lord gives them, no matter how small or large. Anything from running errands for them, to washing their bike, to even doing stuff that's more like hazing, just to mess with them. Like slamming an entire bottle of Jack, or running laps around the clubhouse or something. As I remember examples I've seen, I have to suppress a laugh at the thought of one prospect Thorne made do laps around the clubhouse, wearing one of the club girls' miniskirts and a pair of her high heels. Jude scoffs at the idea. That sounds fucked up, he says, puffing out his chest. I wouldn't do that kind of pussy shit, man. I don't think that's what it's about, I argue. I mean, I'm not in the club, of course, but I've been around long enough to sort of understand why they do it. Pausing to take a drink, I weigh my words. It's like this. Prospects are forced to complete tasks, and yeah, some of them make you look like a fool. Plus, there's probably a bunch of things I don't know about that are a lot more serious trials, dangerous even. But there's a reason for all of it. They're checking to see how devoted you are to the lords, how much you're willing to check your ego at the door. You have to prove yourself. Because if doing something you think is humiliating is too hard, then how are you going to act when the club asks you to do something really hard, like risk your life? Jude is silent for a second. Maybe, he finally mutters. Think about it this way, Jude, I continue. We're going into lockdown, right? I already explained to you what that means. The club is in the middle of something dangerous, and the families are here so the club can protect them. This isn't playing make-believe. I don't know the specifics, but I do know that they don't do this unless something big is happening. People are going to die. Hopefully none of the lords, but I know it's always a possibility. I pause and wait until he looks at me. So when you're in a situation like this, how can you protect your club, your family, unless you are absolutely 100% sure you can trust every single person in it? I lean back and tilt my head to the side. That's what prospecting is for, to make sure you can trust the person 100% to do whatever is needed, with no questions or hesitation, before bringing him in. Hey, Jewel. I swivel on my chair to see Hale's bearded face. Hey, Hale, what's up? Need to know whether we've got enough booze. We've got just enough time to send a couple of the prospects out to make a run if not. No worries, I assure him. We've got enough to last us a good week. I made sure of it yesterday. Hale grins. Good deal. His gaze slides over to Jude, and his grin fades. You again, huh? He growls, lip curling into a sneer. You gonna mind your manners, or are you the type who needs to learn a lesson more than once? Jude slides back on his stool an inch or two. It's clear he hasn't forgotten the man who punched him to the ground last time he was here. He doesn't answer. Instead, he cuts his glance to his Coke like he didn't hear Hale. Why the fuck are we being locked in here anyway? He mutters. None of your goddamn business, Hale barks. Just be glad Angel gives a shit about Jewel and is willing to take in her sorry-ass brother, too. He gives Jude a hard stare. I got my eye on you, you understand me? Don't give Jewel or anyone else any trouble, or you'll get reacquainted with my fist real quick. With a last glance at me, Hale turns and stalks away. Next to me, I feel Jude relax and try not to chuckle. It's honestly sort of nice to have someone else keep him in line, since I seem to be doing such a bad job of it. Come on, I murmur, sliding off my stool. I'll take you on a tour of the clubhouse. Pay attention to the places I tell you are off limits. We grab our Cokes and I take him down the hall, away from the main room. I show him the kitchen, where Jenna, Sydney, and a bunch of other women are putting away groceries. I point out Angel's office, telling him not to even think about going in there. Then there's Tweak's room, with its banks of computers and other tech equipment, also strictly forbidden. There are a couple of other stock rooms and various storage closets. Then we stop in the game room, with its enormous flat-screen TV. There are 3 kids in there. 2 of them are playing a video game. Noah and Lila, Brooke's 13-year-old unofficial foster kid. Watching them play is 10-year-old Connor, Sam and Hawk's son. I'm surprised to see Lila here and say so. Yeah, she drawls indifferently, tossing her mess of red curls. Her eyes never leave the screen, her hands working the controls of the game as she talks. My ma's out of town for a couple of weeks. My aunt's supposed to be taking care of me, but... Lila frowns slightly, her eyes glued to the screen. She didn't want me there anyway. I was hanging around all day at Brooke's gym, and she kind of figured out I didn't have anywhere to go, so here I am. My heart goes out to this girl, already so tough at such a young age. Lila's a local kid that Brooke has recently taken under her wing. Brooke owns and operates a nonprofit that she started to help young girls learn self-defense and self-empowerment. Brooke herself grew up in kind of tough circumstances, and she's made it her mission to make sure that other girls who are at risk of falling through the cracks have somewhere to go to feel wanted and loved. Brooke has told me more than once that Lila reminds her of a younger version of herself. I can only imagine what it must be like to have the adults in your life be so absent. As much as my parents made it clear that Jude and I were a nuisance, at least they fed us and kept a roof over our heads. I make a mental note to take Brooke aside and tell her how wonderful it is that she's taken Lila under her wing. Damn it! Noah yells, tossing down his controller as Lila cheers. Oh, sorry, Jewel, he says, reddening. No worries, I chuckle. Did Lila beat you? I can beat anybody at this game, Lila snorts. She glances up at us for the first time. Her dark hazel eyes take us both in, first me and then Jude. "Who are you?" she asks him frankly. "This is my brother Jude," I offer. Lila eyes him for a second, like she's sizing him up. "What do you say?" she asks him with a pointed stare. "You want to be the next one to lose to me?" Jude rolls his eyes. "Nah, that's okay." "Oh, I get it. You're too cool to play against a girl. Well, I don't blame you, since I'd totally whoop your ass." Next to her, Noah lets out a low whistle. "You don't know what the Jude stops himself, hesitating as he looks at Connor. "You don't know what you're talking about," he corrects himself. "No?" Lila challenges. "Then prove me wrong, if you have the guts." Jude snorts and rolls his eyes. "Oh, brother, you have got to be kidding me." I stare at the two of them in fascination as they banter back and forth. This is the most emotion I've seen from Jude since he arrived. Watching him get sucked into arguing with Lila, I can almost glimpse the funny, open-hearted boy he used to be. "Well, Jude," I prompt, "looks like you're gonna have to put your money where your mouth is." Jude glances at me in annoyance, then looks back at Lila. "Okay," he concedes. "One game." "Woo-hoo!" Noah crows, pumping his fist. "You're gonna get owned." "Hey," a voice says behind us. "Everything good in here?" "Hey, Uncle Angel," Noah cries. I turn to see Angel in the doorway. He locks eyes with me and gives me a brief nod. "Jewel," he says softly. A little thrill goes down my spine to hear my name on his lips, like always. Angel's not wearing his cut, and seeing him standing there like that, black t-shirt stretched taut across his broad shoulders, I have to suppress a wave of desire that hits me like a tsunami. As much as I've tried to ignore it over the years, I've never been attracted to anyone like I am to Angel. And at times like this, where he's right in front of me, looking sexier than any man has a right to, I hardly know how I manage to stand it. "Hi," I stammer. "Jude, this is Angel, the president of the Lords of Carnage. Angel, this is my brother Jude." Angel takes a step forward and holds out a hand. Jude stares at it for a moment before reaching out to shake it. "Jude," Angel repeats his name. "Jewel told you what this lockdown means? That once we close the doors, no one goes in or out without my say-so?" "Yeah, Jewel told me," Jude says in a low, respectful voice. He seems more than a little intimidated by Angel. "Okay." Angel nods like he's satisfied. "Good. You do what your sister says, and don't make anyone ask you to do something twice. Deal?" Jude bobs his head. "Yeah." Angel steps back and addresses the other kids. "You all good here?" Connor and Noah have started roughhousing. "We're good," Connor announces as he tackles Noah's legs. "Come on, Jude," Lila complains, pointing to the second controller. "Time to meet your maker." Angel looks from Lila to Jude, amused, and then at me. "Apparently, Jude is about to get owned," I say, raising a brow. Jude sighs loudly. "I am not." "Good luck, Lila," I call with a grin. She gives me a thumbs up as Jude flops down on the couch beside her. I follow Angel out of the game room. "So, that's Jude, huh?" he rumbles. "I pictured him as more of a pain in the ass." "Believe me, you're seeing his good side right now," I laugh. "Honestly, I haven't seen him this animated since he got to Tanner Springs. It's quite a surprise." "Good." He nods approvingly. "Being here might be good for him. The men will kick his ass if he gets out of line, and a fair number of the old ladies, too." He glances over at me. "Walk with me." I do as he says, trying to tamp down the heat that Angel's presence always starts inside me. We check in on the women to make sure they're settling in okay. Angel stops from time to talk to one of the men while I hang back and converse with the old ladies. I watch and admire him as he works. As club president, he's completely different from how Rock Anthony used to be. Rock ruled with an iron fist, and Angel does too. But where Rock could be distant and overbearing, Angel's strength comes from somewhere else. It's as though he was born to be a leader. No one ever even questions it. I know the club has been through a lot in the last year, though I only get bits and pieces of the story from things I overhear. But even so, the Lords feel stronger than ever. And I know in my heart that's due to Angel's influence. I've always been attracted to him, terribly so. But in the last year, I've come to admire him, too. I'm going to do a quick perimeter check. Angel's beside me now, interrupting my thoughts. Come with me. I follow him outside, into the approaching nightfall. Out here, apart from the men he has standing guard at all the entrances, we're more or less alone. How tough was it to get Jude to agree to come here? He asks me as we walk. Less bad than I thought, I admit. I didn't want to say it when you told me about the lockdown, but frankly, I thought I might have to ask you to have the Lords bring him in after all. Glad it didn't have to come to that. Angel's looking straight ahead. So, Jewel, he begins in a low, quiet voice. What's the story with your family anyway? Why did your folks kick Jude out? The bluntness of Angel's question stops me in my tracks for a second. I'm not sure why, but instead of deflecting, I suddenly find myself wanting to tell Angel. So I do. I'm not exactly sure why, I say. I tried to ask Jude when he got here, but he blew me off. All my mom said was that she and my dad just couldn't handle him anymore. I take a deep breath and pause, considering how to start my story. Like I kind of told you before, they weren't the most attentive parents ever, I begin. They're both immigrants, Bosnian Serbs. They left at the beginning of the Bosnian War because my mom had a sister who had come to the States. I was born here, and so of course was Jude. I never got the feeling growing up that they really wanted us kids at all. I don't know why they even had them if they didn't want them. I shake my head. Sometimes I wonder if they just didn't know enough English yet to figure out how to find birth control. I sigh. But whatever the reason, here we both are. My parents have always worked really hard, so it's not that we didn't have a roof over our heads or food to eat, I explain as we walk on. But I just always grew up sort of feeling like an inconvenience. When Jude came along, I know neither one of my parents was happy about it, but I was. It was nice to have someone else in the house besides just the three of us. Someone to love. I smile at the memory of my little brother as a tiny baby. I was sort of like Jude's mom, because Mama didn't really have the time or the desire to take care of him. She was happy enough to let me do it. And I loved Jude, and he loved me back. He was a sweet, perfect baby, I say softly, and just the sunniest little kid. The thing was, though, as I got older and became a teenager, my parents, especially my father, got a lot more strict with me, to the point that it was almost like being in prison. They had never really assimilated very well, and they both had these crazy fears that I was going to meet a boy, get pregnant, and then they'd be stuck with another baby around the house. Unpleasant memories start to flash in my mind, and I grimace as I try to push them away. It got to the point where they were yelling at me all the time. It felt like it never stopped from morning to night. By the time I was 17, it had all gotten so bad that I felt it was seriously affecting poor Jude. He was starting to cry a lot and act out. He just wasn't the cheerful little boy he'd always been. I risk a look at Angel, who's staring down at the ground as we walk, jaw pulsing. I started to think I needed to just leave. I hated to leave my brother, but I knew I couldn't take care of both of us. My parents had always seemed to favor Jude over me. Not a lot, but they were definitely more indulgent with him. I figured he'd be fine with them, and I told myself he'd be better off without having to hear the constant yelling in the house. My voice cracks with emotion as I remember how hard it had been to leave him behind. I told myself this was the best solution under the circumstances. I swallow painfully, then keep going. I'm suddenly sorry I even started telling Angel this story, and now I just want to be finished so I can stop thinking about it. So, I took what little money I had and some clothes, and I left. A tear falls down my cheek, and I brush it away. I left a letter for Jude with a stuffed teddy bear I'd bought him, and promised I would write him as often as I could. I told him I was sorry, but that I loved him more than anything, and I wanted him to remember that every single day. I take a deep breath and stop walking. And that was it. 13. Jewel. I saw my brother one more time after that, a year later at Christmas, I tell Angel. I came home to surprise him with presents. My parents screamed at me and kicked me out of the house before I could even give them to him. I shake my head, suddenly filled with an unbearable sadness. I guess I should probably have called ahead of time to make sure they'd be willing to see me, but I thought if I showed up, they wouldn't be able to turn me down. Turns out I was wrong. I reach up and rub my upper arms, which are suddenly cold and covered in goosebumps. After that, I kept writing to Jude at least once a week. I guess I should be thankful that my parents even gave him the letters. For a while, he wrote me back and sent me pictures that he drew, or sometimes little trinkets he'd picked up. I always made sure he had my address, no matter where I went. But a few years ago, his letters slowed. Then they stopped. I swallow around the lump that's forming in my throat. And then, after a while, I guess my letters did too. I feel so guilty about that now. I tried to stalk him on social media, but I could never really find him. I'd still send presents on his birthdays and call the house hoping to speak to him. But my parents knew my number and no one ever picked up. Angel and I have finished our walk around the perimeter of the property. All of the men he has stationed at various entrances and vantage points are in place. It looks like we're ready for the lockdown to begin tomorrow morning, right when the Lords leave on whatever their mission is. When Angel is satisfied that everything's prepared, he walks me back toward the front of the clubhouse and tells me he wants to stop for one last smoke outside. So that was the last you heard from your brother until Jude showed up here? He asks me as he pulls out a cigarette. Angel holds the pack out to me, but I shake my head. I hadn't heard from anyone in the family in a couple of years until my mom called a few weeks ago to tell me she was sending him to me. I let out a small snort. She didn't even ask me how I was. Can you believe that? Just said, I need your address. I'm sending your brother. No explanation. She couldn't even be bothered to tell me which bus he'd be on. Damn, Angel mouths around the cigarette. That's cold. Yeah, I shrug. I should be used to it by now, but it makes me sad for Jude. Like I said, I hoped because they favored him that they'd be a little more affectionate with him once I was gone. I see now that I was probably stupid to think that could happen. I turn and look at Angel, my anger mounting. Do you know, I called them last week to give them an update, because they never even bothered to phone to make sure Jude made it to Tanner Springs. For once, Mama picked up, which was a shocker in itself. But what was truly awful was, she sounded happier than I've ever heard her. So cheerful. The rage threatens to overtake me. I start to shake my head wildly, as though I could drive it away. Clenching my fists, I force myself to continue in a tight, anguished voice. God, I am so angry with them. How can they hate us so much? How can they not even care, Angel? I half wail. I mean, I was used to them not caring about me, but not caring about Jude either. What is wrong with them? I break off, my last word ending in a sob. Clamping my eyes shut as tightly as I can, I breathe in and out and try to stop myself from crying. Angel gives me space, not trying to fill the silence as I work to push down the emotions. After a few seconds, it starts to pass. I open my eyes again and keep breathing in and out. I concentrate on the air filling my lungs, on the warmth of the wall against my back, on the quiet of the evening all around the two of us. In the dark, Angel's eyes meet mine. We're standing side by side in the dark, both of us leaning against the side of the building. Slowly, he reaches over and touches my arm. I shiver. You okay? He rasps. Yes, I whisper. The feel of his skin on mine is electric. So much so that I can't believe he doesn't feel it too. Suddenly, I'm afraid that in an instant, he'll pull away and stand up to go inside the building. I don't want that. I want him to stay here with me. I want to keep sharing this private moment, just the two of us. It's been so long since I felt any sort of intimacy with anyone. So long since I've even been touched. I just want Angel to keep on talking to me. So, I tell him the secret I've been hiding deep inside, hoping it would go away, but afraid to talk to anyone about it. Angel, I say quietly, the reason I asked about the Crow clan the other day is because I've seen Jude with them. For a heartbeat, he's silent. Fuck, he growls. His hand leaves my arm, and I mourn the loss of his touch. Straightening, he turns toward me with an angry frown. Are you sure? Yes, I sigh. When I described seeing them that day in the park, I only noticed them because Jude was in the crowd. He didn't see me as I drove by. I've been afraid to talk to him about it. I'm afraid that if I try to tell him to stay away from the Crow clan, it will just drive him toward them instead. Angel's jaw clenches and unclenches. Why didn't you tell me about this before? I'm surprised. It's not your issue, Angel. I didn't want to bother you with it. I know you have a lot of other things going on. Angel looks annoyed. Like fuck it isn't my issue if it affects you, he says shortly. A thrill goes through me at his words, but I tamp it down. You want me to talk to him? He growls. Oh, Angel, it isn't your problem. Really. I clear my throat nervously. My hand wanders up to twirl the end of my ponytail between my fingers. Like I said, I know you have a lot going on. You have the club to protect. Whatever's happening tomorrow, I'm guessing it's going to be pretty dangerous. The last thing you need to think about is my little... Jewel. His tone is sharp as a diamond. Shut up. He reaches for me again, this time taking the hand playing with my hair in his. Sometimes you talk too damn much. With the other hand, he lifts my chin, and then slowly, so slowly, his lips come down on mine. They're warm and firm, and they taste like whiskey and cigarettes and him. My mouth opens to his. The hand that was under my chin reaches around and pulls me to him as he deepens the kiss. My whole body is suddenly on fire, as though he's poured liquid flame inside me. He drinks me in, devours me until I'm dizzy. I moan softly as he lets go of my hand and catches my thigh. He presses the hardness straining against his jeans against me. It's so excruciatingly good, so absolutely perfect that I cry out softly into his mouth as I wrap my arms around his neck and press back, angling up to feel more of him. I'm dizzy. I'm desperate. I can't believe any of this is happening. But it is, and all I can think of as I writhe against him is more. More. Then, suddenly, before I know it, seconds or hours or minutes later, he breaks the kiss, pulling back from me with a low groan. "I'll talk to him after we're back from our run tomorrow," he mutters. "Count on it." With that, he grabs my hand again and leads me back inside, then strides off without another word. To say I'm rattled by what just happened is an understatement. I'm not sure whether I'm more shaken by the fact that it happened or that it ended so quickly. For the rest of the evening, it's like my skin is humming, crackling and electric, like I'm a transformer on the verge of exploding. It doesn't help matters that once Angel's back inside, he spends the rest of the evening in the chapel, off limits to everyone but the other men. Lords go in and out of that room, coming over to the bar to grab a drink, or going outside to replace one of the men on watch. The old ladies are still busy getting their families situated, and the kids are running around laughing and shrieking, oblivious to anything except that they get to spend the next few days with their friends. I'm the only one with very little to do, except serve drinks and freak out. It was just the heat of the moment, I know. Angel wanted to make me feel better. He was just being nice. And he's a man, after all. A very masculine man. It means nothing that he was hard as a rock beneath his jeans when he kissed me. Eventually, I go find Jude in the game room, where he seems to have taken up temporary residence, and give him a sleeping bag. I find out from Noah that Lila did indeed whoop Jude's ass in that video game, and that he's already challenged her to a rematch. Even though I'm a bundle of nerves, I still have to chuckle when I think about Jude being bested by a girl 4 years his junior. Good for her. The other women put their kids to bed and settle in for the night themselves. I've got a sleeping bag too, but I haven't enrolled it anywhere. I can't sleep anyway. Most of the men are still in the chapel. Those who aren't are either playing pool or trying to get some sleep before their guard shift starts. I decide to take advantage of the last few hours of relative freedom before the lockdown starts tomorrow. I grab myself a beer from the bar, then go down the hallway and push open the back door of the building. I go over and sit down on one of the picnic tables. It's peaceful back here, the air chillier now than it was when I was out here earlier. I take a drink from my bottle and lie back to look at the stars in the cloudless night sky. I pick out the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, the only constellations I know. I wish I had someone to teach me the rest of them. I'd like to be someone who knows about the stars. I lie there for long enough that the chill of the air starts to give me goosebumps. I should probably go in soon, before I fall asleep out here, but I don't want to. I stay outside long enough to finish my beer, then lie back again and close my eyes. About 3 minutes later, I hear the soft scrape of the back door opening. "You sleeping out here?" My heart starts to slam in my chest. "No, I don't know where I'm sleeping yet," I tell Angel. "I wasn't tired." "Come on." I pull myself up to a sitting position, sure that he can hear every thump of my heart. "Where are we going?" I ask. "To bed." I can't be hearing him right. In desperation, I try to act cool, detached. "I said I wasn't tired," I repeat. "Me neither." The moonlight illuminates Angel's eyes as they sear into mine. He reaches out a hand, Of course I take it. I'm helpless not to. Without another word, I let him lead me back inside, up the stairs, and to his apartment.
14. Angel. Well, fuck. Asking Jewel to come do the perimeter check with me was a goddamn mistake. I thought if I got her alone for a few minutes, I could finally get her to talk to me about everything that's been bothering her lately. Mission fucking accomplished on that, I guess. But Jesus Christ, a couple hours later and I'm taking her upstairs with me. At first I try to tell myself it's because she needs comfort. But that's bullshit, and I know it. I could have sent some of the old ladies to hang with her. Then I tell myself it's because I'm feeling a little reckless tonight. Tomorrow, we're going to the battle of our lives. Fighting always makes me horny. I guess adrenaline will do that to you. But I sure as hell could have gotten Melanie or Bree or Heather, or any combination thereof, to come up to my apartment and give me a show before getting me off. Fact is, I want Jewel tonight. Jewel, and no one else. And no matter how long I stayed in the chapel, going over plans with my brothers, I couldn't get her out of my mind. By the end of the night, I knew what I was going to do. The second I opened the back door to the clubhouse and saw her out there under the stars, it was over. Jewel doesn't say a word as I pull her up the stairs to my apartment. I almost took her right there on the goddamn picnic table, but I want more. I've waited years to do this. Too goddamn long. And I'm not about to waste it on a quick fuck. We're barely inside the door when I've picked her up and I'm carrying her to my bed. Her eyes are wide open, staring into mine. Her lips are parted, so plump and fuckable that my dick strains to be let free. When I stop and set her down, neither of us says a damn word before she's in my arms, my tongue plunged deep into her mouth, dancing with hers. Her arms are thrown around me as she kisses me back with a ferocity that tells me she needs this as much as I do. My hands are up under the thin fabric of her t-shirt, and I push it up over her head, the calluses of my hands rough against her skin. She moans into my mouth, the same moan as earlier tonight, the one that almost made me come in my goddamn pants. My hands are at her back now, practically ripping the straps of her bra apart because I'm too fucking impatient to find the clasp. Jewel seems as frustrated as I am. She quickly wriggles out of the straps, pulling the bra off and tossing it away. Her skirt and shoes are next, gone in a heartbeat, until the only thing she's wearing is a lacy thong that makes me groan out loud as I slide my hand over that ass of hers. This time I do rip the fucking thing off. And then there she is. Naked. Waiting for me. Holy fuck, my cock is hard. Stand back, I order her. The lights are off, but there's moonlight coming in the window, and I want to take a look at her. She does as I say without a word. Jewel's breathing is fast, shallow. Her breasts are fucking perfect, just like I always knew they would be. The nipples are small and hard right now. Hard for me. Waiting for me to tease them, torture them. Her open mouth is slightly slack, her eyelids hooded. She's nervous, but she wants this. I can see it in the hungry way she stares at me. My eyes caress down her body to her hips, her thighs, her beautiful pussy. I can almost see it gleaming from here. I can tell she's wet for me, soaking. Hell, I can smell her desire. Jesus Christ, I need to taste her. I yank off my cut and my shirt. My jeans pool at my feet. When my cock springs free, Jewel gasps a little. Get on the bed, baby, I growl. Spread your legs. Again, she obeys without question. I fucking love that. I wait, staring openly at her as she lies on her back. She looks up at me, a little shy at first, but the desire makes her bold. Her back arches and her legs spread. Groaning, I take hold of my cock and stroke it, slowly. Fuck, that's good, baby. That's so good. She's exactly what I need right now. Angel, she whispers. It's a plea. I've been hearing her say my name for years, but never, never like that. My cock is ready to explode. I kneel down below her on the bed, my hand leaving my aching shaft. Grabbing her knees, I open her even wider, revealing her glistening pussy. Even in the dark, I can see she's swollen and ready for me. I bend down and lap at her, once, long and slow with the flat of my tongue. Jewel cries out softly, her hips bucking toward me. I know she's not going to last long unless I'm careful. I take another long lap, savoring the taste of her, memorizing her. She's sweet and tangy and delicious. Her clit is hard and pulsing. I swirl the tip of my tongue around it, noticing how her breath catches as I get close to the spot she wants me to hit. She's so easy to read, so responsive. Her legs fall open on their own, her hips straining toward me. She wants to come. I want her to come, but not yet. She bucks her hips again, and I reach for them and hold them down. Slowly, lazily, I lick and devour. I bring her to the edge, once, twice, but keep backing off. Her muted cries get sharper, more intense. I feel her muscles tighten and relax. Tighten and relax. She's trying to bring herself over the edge. She's panting now, desperate, and so am I. Which is why my mouth leaves her pussy, and I raise myself up and off the bed. "Angel," she cries in a strangled voice. I go over to the night table and grab the foil package I almost forgot in the heat of the moment. "Relax, babe," I tell her in a tight voice. "I got you. I'm going to give you what you need." I move back between her legs and slide the condom on. "Ready, babe?" I don't wait for an answer as I position myself and push the head of my cock inside her. Jewel throws her head back and arches up as I slide in, slowly as I can, up to the hilt. Jesus fucking Christ, she feels good. She croons my name as I pull out and thrust back in, a little faster and deeper this time. She's so wet that my cock is slick with her juices in an instant. I angle myself so I'm sliding against her clit. The friction as I start to pump makes her moan and beg me for release, and the strain in her voice tells me I'm hitting her just right. Before long, I feel my balls start to tighten. I speed up, knowing that she's close, and thank God, because I can't last much longer. I reach down, circling her clit with my thumb, and then she clamps down on my cock as she comes hard. A second later, I let go, firing into her with so much force I wonder if I've broken the condom. Jewel's whole body shakes as I continue to pump into her, releasing jet after jet inside her and riding the most powerful orgasm I can ever remember having. When it finally recedes, I pull her trembling into my arms and kiss her. Her legs wrap around my waist as she buries her face in my neck. We stay like that, connected, until eventually I move us so we're both lying down on our sides. I pull some of the covers over us. Neither one of us says anything. Jewel's labored breathing finally starts to slow and even out. After a while, I pull my head back to look at her and realize she's asleep. The lines of worry that have seemed permanently etched in her brow lately are gone. Gently, I detach myself from her and go to the bathroom to get rid of the condom and take a piss. When I come back into the room, I stand there, staring for a few seconds at the sight in front of me. When's the last time I had a woman in my bed overnight? Ever. I tell myself I'm going to let her stay here until morning because she hasn't found a place to sleep yet. But I'm lying to myself, and I fucking know it. So instead of kicking her out, like I would with any other chick in the universe, I come back to bed and lie down beside her. In minutes, I'm fast asleep. I wake up just before dawn, minutes before my phone alarm is set to go off. Jewel is still sleeping beside me. She's fucking beautiful in this half-light. naked and sexy as hell, her hair flowing behind her off the pillow. I think about waking her up to fuck her one more time before I have to leave, but she looks so relaxed and happy, I decide to just let her sleep. I must have tired her out last night, because she doesn't even stir as I pull on my shirt, jeans, and boots. Grabbing my cut, I slip out the door and can't help taking one last look at Jewel before I close it. Shit. It's hard to leave her. It's funny. Standing there in the doorway for the first time, I realize how tough it must be for my brothers with old ladies and kids to leave them for a run like this. Knowing it's possible they might not ever see them again. Seems like that kind of attachment would be something they'd want to avoid. Like you wouldn't want those kinds of ties clouding your mind when you're trying to fight your way out of a tough situation. Then again, I guess it'd give you something more to fight for. Silently, I pull the door closed and head downstairs. I'm feeling a little fucked up. I need to clear my head. Luckily, when I get downstairs, Brick's old lady Sydney is in the kitchen making coffee.
Hey,
she says with a smile, pushing back a lock of her fiery red hair.
Want a cup?
You read my fucking mind, I growl. She pulls the pot out of the coffee maker and gets a mug from the cupboard.
You take it black, right?
You're damn right. She pours a cup and hands it to me. You're up early?
Well, you know.
Sydney shrugs.
This is usually when I get up anyway. If I wasn't making coffee for you guys here, I'd be making it down at the Golden Cup.
I take a sip of the hot brew. Damn, that's good, I say in surprise. I thought that old coffee maker was incapable of making anything decent.
Well, you could definitely invest in something better, with all the use this thing gets,
Sydney concedes.
But this one isn't so bad, if you know what you're doing.
Brick comes in a moment later, looking cranky and tired. Fuck, it's early, he grumbles. Sydney grabs another mug and pours him a cup.
Here, baby. This will make it better.
Brick takes the cup from her and gives her a deep kiss. Bless you. Sydney grins at him happily.
I love you too, baby.
She glances over at me.
I'll leave you men to it. I should go check on Sienna and the twins. I'm guessing they won't sleep much longer.
Brick watches Sydney as she leaves the kitchen and saunters off down the hall. Damn. Who'd ever guess a woman with legs that fine could make such a good cup of coffee? You're a lucky man, I agree. You get enough sleep? No, but I'll make it. You? Instantly my mind is back in bed with Jewel, reliving last night. My cock awakens in my jeans. Nope, I said. Didn't sleep hardly at all, but I feel fucking fantastic. Brick cocks his head at me and frowns. You're a deeply disturbed man, Angel. Deeply, deeply disturbed. Probably. I take another swig of coffee and grin at him. Come on, you grumpy fucker. Let's go outside to check on the guards. The rest of the brothers should be up and ready to go soon. I'll give the order for the lockdown to begin as soon as we leave.
15. Jewel. When I wake up the next morning, I'm more disoriented than I can ever remember being. It takes me a few seconds to realize the strange room I'm in is Angel's apartment. I've never been in here before. And last night it was so dark that I didn't really see any of it. I blink my eyes, squinting at the bright light streaming in through the blinds. I take in the oak paneling, the low couch and chairs off to one side, the dark comforter that's wrapped around me. Angel's comforter. Angel's bed. The pillow next to me is empty. I reach over and feel the sheets on the other side, cold. Angel's been gone for a while. I know it's cowardly, but I'm actually relieved he's not here. After last night, it probably would have been kind of mortifying to wake up next to him. I wonder if he's just gone downstairs for a minute, which would mean he might be coming back. Hastily, I climb out of bed and grab my clothes from the floor, then run toward a half-open door, which I assume is the bathroom. Shutting myself in, I pee, then get dressed, reddening when I see that Angel's ripped my thong to shreds. I toss it in the trash, recalling the hungry look in his eyes when he ripped it off me last night. A low thrum starts between my legs at the memory. God, last night was good. No, it was the best. The best sex I've ever had, by about 1,000%. Not even a question. I could have guessed Angel would be talented in that department, judging by the way women always flock around him. But even so, nothing could have prepared me for the reality of him. I know I'll be replaying every second of last night in my head. Every touch, every stroke, every heat-filled caress. For months, maybe even years. If it wasn't for the fact that I still have to see Angel practically every day, I'd be thrilled to have such a great memory to take with me into my bedroom every night. Even though it means I'm going to be spending a fortune on batteries from now on. Angel still isn't back when I exit the bathroom. For the first time, my half-groggy brain registers the possibility that he and the Lords have already left on their run. Could it be that late in the morning? What time is it, anyway? I didn't have my phone with me when Angel came out to the picnic tables last night, so I have absolutely no idea. There's no clock in the apartment that I can see, except the one on the microwave, and it's flashing double digits and clearly wrong. I tiptoe over to the door, with no idea why I'm tiptoeing, and crack it open as quietly as I can. Downstairs, there's a hum of activity. It sounds like everyone else is already up. Oh, God. I have to do the walk of shame in full view of the club. Closing the door, I frantically go back to the bathroom, still tiptoeing like an idiot, and peer in the mirror. Staring back at me is a woman who looks like she's had the best fuck of her life, followed by the best sleep of her life. I'm positively glowing. And, unfortunately, my hair looks like a freaking rat's nest. I do the best I can to comb through the mess with my fingers, then run some cold water and splash it on my face. My lips are bruised and swollen from Angel's beard, but I'm just going to have to hope no one notices. The skin on my cheeks is tender and rashed too, and now that I'm more awake, I realize I'm sore all over, especially between my legs. It feels freaking glorious, though. My whole body is a memory of last night. When I'm as cleaned up as I'm going to get, I leave the bathroom and go back to the door, this time forcing myself to walk like a normal, non-insane person. As I crack the door open, the same murmur of voices and activity greets me. But there's no one on the upstairs landing. There's no one on the stairs. If I go quickly enough, I can leave Angel's apartment without anyone noticing. I slip through the door and close it, and then I'm walking down the stairs, doing my best to look completely normal, not just fucked, and especially not just fucked by the club president. When I get to the main floor, no one in the swarm of activity even looks my way. I make a beeline for the kitchen. Dishes are stacked up in the rack next to the sink. Coffee cups are sitting upside down on a towel. The clock on the wall says 10:40. 10:40? How is it possible I've slept that late? A jolt of panic courses through me. This must mean that the Lords have already left. Angel's definitely gone, which also means the lockdown has started. Hey, Jewel. I turn to see Alex, Gunner's old lady, with their 1-year-old daughter Olivia on her hip. Olivia is waving a spoon, her mostly toothless mouth open in a wide grin. Olivia's other hand is grabbing a lock of Alex's wavy blonde hair, which Alex calmly reaches up to pull out of her grasp. Hey, I say back. I reach for a loaf of bread to make some toast, trying to act casual. I'm going to make another pot of coffee, she says, handing Olivia to me. I figure it'll be nice to have some ready all the time, since we're going to be here for a while. You want some? Sure. I nod, accepting the baby, and automatically bouncing up and down softly on the balls of my feet to keep her happy. I haven't seen you around this morning, Alex continues, as she pulls out a container of coffee and some filters. You must have found a quiet corner to sleep if you weren't up at the butt crack of dawn. Between the men leaving and the kids acting like it's Christmas morning, it's been a constant din in here. Yeah, I nod vaguely. My face is flaming, but luckily Alex is busy pouring water into the coffee maker and doesn't seem to notice. She keeps up a steady chatter as she works, but I'm barely following what she's saying, my mind in a daze. Holy shit, I just had sex with Angel. Holy shit, I just had sex with Angel. Holy fucking shit, I just had sex with Angel. With the other old ladies, she's saying. Come on. As Alex lifts Olivia out of my grasp, I vaguely understand she's asking me to come with her out into the main room where the other women are hanging out and waiting. I tell her I'll be out in a minute. Once she's out of the kitchen, I grab a piece of bread, slap some peanut butter on it, and cram it into my mouth. By then, the coffee's ready, so I pour 2 cups and bring them out. Anyone want a cup? I ask as I walk toward the cluster of low couches where the old ladies are sitting. Eden, Alex's sister, immediately raises her hand, but no one else does. I pass her one and keep the second for myself, then plop down in an empty chair. Lugnut told me this run was nothing to worry about, Eden is saying of her man, but I'm pretty sure he just didn't want me to worry. Alex chuckles. Yeah, they do that. It's sweet, but frustrating as hell sometimes, too. All I know, Brooke replies fretfully, is Beast told me we shouldn't expect them back before nightfall. I hope they aren't gone much longer than that. It's not even noon yet, and I already feel like I'm going crazy. It's your first time on lockdown, Jenna soothes. It definitely can get to you, but it gets easier. Never easy, but better. Oh, I say suddenly, interrupting Jenna. Where's Jude? Has anyone seen him this morning? Brooke smirks. Your brother? Last I saw, he was in the game room with the older kids. Noah and Connor are following him around like he's some kind of god. They are? I ask in disbelief. Yeah, I mean, I get it. To them, he sort of is a god. He's the cool teenager they hope to be someday. And he's actually giving them the time of day. I don't think Jude's minding it much, though. He seems to be taking to stardom just fine. As if on cue, a small horde of kids come running down the hall, with Jude in the lead. Noah comes running over to us. Lila walks up a few steps behind him. Mom, can we play pool? He asks Jenna. You can use the pool tables as long as you're very careful, Jenna nods, giving him a stern look. Uncle Angel will be mad as heck if he comes back to see any damage to any of that stuff. It's expensive, so don't let me see you throwing the balls or using the cues for anything other than playing the way they're supposed to be used. And don't let the little kids climb around on the tables. You hear me? I suppress a snort, knowing how many times those expensive tables have had a club girl or two on top of them. The last time the felt had to be repaired, it was because a rogue stiletto heel ripped a foot-long hole in it. We won't, we promise. Noah runs off to join the others. Brooke nods at Lila with a smile. Has Jude beat you yet at that game? Lila shrugs. Not yet. He's getting closer, though. I thought I'd give him a chance to beat me at pool instead. I burst out laughing. Lila, I tell her, raising my cup to my mouth, you may be just what my little brother needed. You mean someone to knock him down a peg or two? Lila asks, arching a brow. I nearly choke on my coffee. Yeah, he's a little cocky, but I'm used to that with boys. Lila, Noah calls from across the room. Come on. Well, I better go. Lila grabs her mass of red curls into a ponytail and pulls a hair tie around it, then runs off. I look at Brooke with wide eyes. Wow. I know, right? Brooke laughs. She's a pistol, that girl. She's gonna take the world by storm someday. Too bad her mom and the rest of her family don't seem to realize it. Her smile fades. Girls like her are exactly why I opened up that youth gym. Lila's got way too much potential to fall through the cracks. Not for the first time, I'm filled with admiration for Brooke. It's a wonderful thing you're doing for Lila, Brooke, I tell her. She gives me a kind smile. Thanks, Jewel. Honestly, it's hard sometimes not to worry about all the other girls who don't make it to my gym. I have to force myself to just concentrate on the ones I can help and hope for the best. As she talks, Smiley, one of the original members of the Lords, and the resident medical man, comes lumbering in. Gunner's mom, Lucy, is at his side. Ladies, Smiley nods, how y'all holding up? There's my adorable granddaughter, Lucy croons. She stoops down to where Olivia is playing on a blanket next to Alex and scoops her up. How's she doing, hon? Lucy asks Alex. You want me to give her something to eat? Couldn't hurt, Alex agrees. She hasn't had anything since earlier this morning. Better to do it now when the kitchen's empty, so we won't be underfoot. You know where Olivia's food is? I do. I'll try to get some cereal down her. Thanks, Lucy, Alex says gratefully. As they walk off toward the kitchen, Alex sighs. I don't know what I'd do without Gunner's mom sometimes, especially right now. You'd think I'd want to keep Olivia with me every second, waiting for the men to get back. But I'm just so damn antsy. Lucy just seems to take everything in stride. I know what you mean, Samantha agrees. I guess someday we'll be the wise older women keeping this club together. She chuckles. Until then, I guess we just focus on keeping ourselves together, right? Thankfully, the kids barely seem to understand any of this. They're still young enough that this feels like an extended slumber party to them. No kidding, Isabel says from her perch beside Brooke. She runs a distracted hand through her glossy black hair. I wish I was that innocent. You'd think with an MC president for a father, I'd be better at this. But I'm going out of my mind worrying about Thorne. I know he can take care of himself, but I can't help it. What I want to know is, when's our fun slumber party? We'll get ours, Sydney pipes up, glancing around our group. Once this is over, we'll do an old ladies' girls' night out. We deserve it. Great idea, Isabel laughs. I'm in. There's a raucous round of agreement from all the women. The idea of a night out is obviously a welcome distraction, and they all start chattering eagerly about where to go and who they can get to babysit their kids. I finish my coffee and get up to go pour myself a refill. Frankly, I'm not really in the mood for another cup, but it's a good excuse to exit the conversation, because I'm suddenly feeling awkward being there. I know Sydney probably means to include me in their girls' night out, but even though I went out with Brooke and Isabel a few weeks ago and had a great time with them, somehow the whole conversation hits me the wrong way just now. Because I'm not an old lady. I'm not anything, really. And just because I spent last night in Angel Abbott's bed, that doesn't change a thing. I'm still just the bartender. The only thing that's different is now I'm the bartender who is stupid enough to sleep with the president of the MC that employs me. Yep, I'm a world-class idiot. The only mercy in all of this is that Angel and I are the only ones who know what happened last night. And as long as that's the case, maybe I can manage to pretend it didn't. In the kitchen, Smiley and Lucy are sitting at the table, feeding Olivia. I pour myself a cup of coffee as quick as I can and leave, suddenly not wanting to be near people right now. I wander around the clubhouse, from room to room, just observing everyone as they go about their lives, waiting for the men to come back from God knows where. Back out in the main room, I lean against a pillar, mostly invisible in a patch of shadow, and watch Jude playing pool with the older kids. Jenna's right. Except for Lila, they all seem kind of starstruck by him. I observe as he shows them some trick shots, and realize I didn't even know my little brother could play pool. His face is softer, more open than I've seen it. He's definitely in his element here. I realize that for the first time since he arrived in Tanner Springs, his guard is down. He seems almost happy, even. But he doesn't belong either. The thought hits me in the gut before I can push it away. This is the first time I've been able to offer Jude anything good since he got here. And as soon as this lockdown is over, he'll be back to sitting by himself on my couch, or worse, hanging out with the freaking Crow Clan Junior League. Why does it seem that I can't manage to keep anything good in my life, or my brother's? Am I really destined to just never belong to anyone or anything? God, we're both just a couple of misfits. My heart physically hurts in my chest as I turn away from the scene. Tears suddenly sting my eyes. I know this is just a brief moment in time for my little brother, but even so, I pray it does him some good. And I hope I can figure out some way to make the good feeling last.
16. Angel. We ride deep into what used to be Outlaw Sons territory. Used to be. Before I decided their club ain't gonna survive the day. The Lords are riding in formation first. Behind us, Tweak and Bullet are driving the van, which has bulletproof glass, carrying extra ammo, weapons, and explosives. Behind that rides our chapter to the south. And behind that, the Death Devils. We're all on our way to obliterate the Outlaw Sons from the map. The intel Tweak got told me the Sons are holed up in an old industrial poultry farm that was abandoned when the corporation that owned it folded. The club got quite a fucking chuckle, finding out that the Sons' hideout is knee-deep in chicken shit. We got no idea how many Outlaw Sons there still are, or what kind of surveillance or weapons situation they have. We could have come out here under the protection of night, but I'm not about that. The Sons are going to see the faces of the men who've come to destroy them. They're going to know death is coming. They're going to look it in the eye. When we ride up the road to the farm, at first it doesn't look like anyone's home. I'd almost doubt the intel, but this is Tweak we're talking about here. He doesn't make mistakes. There's a possibility we're walking into an ambush, but again, I don't give a fuck. This war has been going on too long. The Sons have been allowed to live for too long. This shit ends now. Axel, the president of our Ironwood chapter, takes his men around to the left to station themselves. The Death Devils, led by their president, Oz, go around to the right flank. I'm connected to both of them with comms units. We go straight for the front, not bothering to hide our approach. When we're about 500 yards out, my men get off their bikes. Bullet gets out of the van and brings my weapon of choice to me. "Are you gonna knock?" Beast asks me with a grin. "Yeah, I suppose I better do that." And I do. I proceed to put a rocket launcher on my shoulder and blow a goddamn hole right through their fucking front door. The boom feels like it shatters all the air around us. The space where the door was disintegrates, debris flying in all directions. From inside I hear shouts. "Razor!" I bellow as the dust starts to clear. "Get your fucking ass out of here, you son of a bitch, and prepare to meet your maker." From the left, a burst of gunfire sounds. A rain of bullets hits the dirt in front of us. I duck down and fire in that direction, aiming high until I can get a bead on the precise direction it's coming from. A second later, there's a second burst of gunfire, and then two short, heavy pops stop it. The scream of pain tells me one of our men got the sniper. "Razor!" I shout again. "You fucking coward!" In what used to be the doorway, a shadow appears. "Come out with your goddamn hands up, Razor." "I ain't raising my hands for you or anybody," the figure in the doorway snarls. "I ain't armed." "There's at least a dozen guns aimed right at your head, you son of a bitch," I warn him. "Walk out here, alone. One false move and you'll be nothing but a mess of meat, piss, and shit lying on the goddamn ground." Razor saunters out of the shadows. I flick my gaze over to Beast, reminding him soundlessly to keep his eyes on any movement from inside the house. What you want, Angel? I want to look you in the goddamn eyes, motherfucker. You came all this way just to look me in the baby blues. Razor chortles. I didn't know you cared. I cared enough to look Dragon in the eye before I ended his sorry ass in prison, I growl. And it was a fucking pleasure, let me tell you. I'm not about to give up the chance to do the same with you. Fuck you, Angel. And fuck every single one of the lords. I doubt that's going to be an option for you, I say coolly. Now, step away from the house. Razor cocks his head and spits violently on the ground in front of him. Then he takes a few steps forward until he's in the yard, about 15 feet away from me. His nostrils are flared, his eyes full of hate. How many men are in the house? I ask. I'm all alone, he grins. Fuck you. Why should I tell you shit? You're gonna kill me anyway. True, I snarl. Your lapdog Wexler give you my message. Yeah, Razor snorts. You're tough when it comes to cutting up a tweaked-out security guard, right? He crosses his arms. But you ain't got the balls to be president of your club, Angel. The lords need better. You're gonna drive your MC straight into the ground. You know that, right? I ain't stupid enough to let this pussy motherfucker get to me. A year ago, he was a VP, just like me. Difference is, the outlaw sons have been driven underground. The lords have another chapter backing us up, plus the death devils. I know he's trying to piss me off. It ain't gonna work. I'm still gonna enjoy killing the son of a bitch, though. Thorn, I lift my chin. Go frisk that piece of shit. Make sure he don't have a piece on him. Thorn moves forward. When he's standing face to face with Razor, he sneers. Got ready for the thrill of a lifetime, friend. Razor holds his arms out and Thorn starts to pat down of his chest and torso. As Thorn is beginning to bend over, a blade in Razor's right hand flashes and comes down in a slicing motion across his back. Son of a bitch! Thorn roars, tackling him to the ground. Gun! Beast yells next to me. From an open window on the second floor, there's a flash. I leap to one side and roll just as a volley of bullets starts from all sides. I duck behind a small shed and take aim at the window, firing 3 times. The first one shatters the glass. I don't know who or what I hit, but there's no more gunfire from there. For the next few minutes, it's fucking chaos. There's no time to tell where gunfire is coming from or who's firing it. I keep firing at whatever moves in that direction, changing out my magazine a few times. A couple of figures run out of the building, but don't make it very far before they're mowed down by our men. The rocket launcher is lying in the dirt, about 10 feet away from me. Pulling it back with me behind the shed, I pull a smoke grenade from my cut, load it, and then position myself, waiting for the right moment. I stay like that, tense, my ears straining to read what's happening in the sounds of the gunfire. Eventually, I hear what I want. To either side of us, the firing slows, then all but stops. The battle out there is ending. Oz! Axel! Report! I bark into my comms unit. All clear on our end. We got a couple men down, but the enemy is neutralized. Axel squawks back. 7 outlaw sons dead. Oz growls, never a man to mince words. It's time. Aiming for the blown-apart doorway, I fire the launcher. The smoke grenade goes through and explodes. A second later, purple-gray smoke starts billowing out of the shot-out windows. I signal to our men to surround the building. One by one, outlaw sons start streaming out, guns drawn but coughing and stumbling. None of them make it very far. By the time the smoke starts to clear, the bodies of our enemies litter the ground. There are no more men exiting the building. I send Stryker, Tank, and Bullet inside with gas masks to check that there are no survivors. I jog over to where Thorn and Razor went down. You okay, brother? I call. Son of a bitch sliced my back open, Thorn grits out. He's paid for it, though. I look down to see Thorn has stabbed Razor with his own knife. Razor's still alive, but he's bleeding out, a pool of blood surrounding his torso. Got any last words, Razor? Fuck. You, he wheezes. That's fucking unoriginal. I growl. Hell, if I was you, I would have prepared better for this moment. Goodbye, you piece of shit. And goodbye to your club. It's as dead as you're about to be. Raising my Glock, I plant a bullet right through that motherfucker's forehead. Beast comes up next to me. Looks like you're through taking out the garbage, he remarks. Yeah. I speak into the comms unit. Oz, Axel, we're done here. Bring the bodies out here and pile them up in the building. When I finish speaking, I turn to Beast. When they're all inside, burn that fucker to the ground. Beast nods. Turning to Thorn, he gives a low whistle at the blood seeping from the deep cut on his back. Shit, brother. You okay? No worries, Thorn tells him. My cut saved me. Razor didn't get a good enough punch to stab deep enough. Smiley will put me to rights. He shakes his head and grimaces. Isabel's gonna lose her shit when she sees it, though. Beast nods. I hear that. Just tell her it's an opportunity to nurse you back to health. Chicks love that shit. Oz and Axel come out into the open with their men. Some are carrying the lifeless bodies of the outlaw sons. They make for the building to toss them inside. Oz takes one look at Thorn's back and grunts. My daughter's not gonna like that, he says to his son-in-law. Thorn grins. Nope. You tell Isabel I said hello, and that her man is a fucking lunatic. Nothing she doesn't already know. Oz looks at me. Mission accomplished. Thank you. I hold out my hand and he shakes it soberly. Turning to Axel, I ask, any men hurt on your end? One man shot in the shoulder. He'll live. The president of our southern chapter looks around us. A good day's work. It was. I'm going to keep our club on lockdown for a couple days just in case. But we're due for a party to celebrate the end of this war. I nod at him. Why don't you come up and join us? We'll do that, Axel agrees. I clap him on the back and he calls to his men to get ready to move out. Stryker, Tank, and Bullet come out of the building and tell me there are no more survivors inside. I have them go out to the truck and get the cans of gasoline and the explosives. 10 minutes later, the funeral pyre of the outlaw sons is blazing. As we ride in formation back to Tanner Springs, I find myself thinking about Thorn and Isabel and how she's going to have a lifetime of worrying about whether her man is going to come back to her whenever he rides off on a dangerous run with the club. It's a reality of life as a 1%er. People get hurt. Sometimes men die. It's something an old lady has to accept, along with all the rest of it. Then, suddenly, Jules' face is before me. I wonder, briefly, if she was worried today, too. About me. My gut twists up in a feeling I don't really recognize. It's bad and good at the same time. Thinking she could be missing me, and looking forward to having me back at the clubhouse again, knowing I'm safe. Well, that's good. But thinking how upset she might be if something happened to me, if I didn't make it back. That gives me an ache in the back of my throat. I think Jules always had kind of a soft spot for me. And hell, I have for her too. But now, after what happened between us last night, well, shit. That would just have made things worse for her if I'd gone and gotten myself killed. Thoughts like that could fuck up a man's thinking. Make him weak. I can't afford that shit. I can't have any distractions messing with my head when I'm making decisions for the MC. That shit that happened last night with Jewel was a mistake. I'm already letting her cloud my thinking. As I say this to myself, the ache in my throat gets even tighter. I realize I was looking forward to seeing her again, to celebrating the end of this war by taking Jewel to bed again, and fucking her until we both passed out from exhaustion. But I gotta walk away from that shit. It's too dangerous. And it ain't fair to Jewel. Find one of the club girls. It's better that way. But I know I won't be doing that. Jewel's the one I want, even though I'm not gonna have her. The only relief I'll have tonight is at the bottom of a bottle of Jack.
17. Jewel. At dinner time, the men still aren't back from their run. Though I know we weren't supposed to expect them until late, I can't help feeling more worried by the minute. I know from the old ladies' faces that a lot of them are thinking the same thing. At least there's a meal to prepare, and almost a dozen small mouths to feed. Gunner's mom, Lucy, announces that she's taking care of dinner tonight, and that spaghetti's on the menu. She commandeers the kitchen and puts some of us to work slicing garlic bread, opening cans of sauce, and preparing a salad, which makes the younger kids groan. "You can't exist on Pop-Tarts and cheeseburgers," Lucy admonishes them when they complain. "Eating some greens once in a while isn't going to kill you." Jude is taking a break from video games and is actually hanging out in the kitchen with us, which means that Noah and Connor are in here too. Noah's little sister, Mariana, insists on helping out with the cooking, even though she's too little to do very much. I set her up on the counter and tell her she can sprinkle some salt into the boiling water for the spaghetti. Then, once I've measured out the pasta, I have her dump it into the pot, being careful to hold her tight so she doesn't get too close to the heat. She waits impatiently, leaning over to stare into the water every 30 seconds or so, then looking up at me. Each time I shake my head. "Not yet," I tell her. "I love spaghetti," Mariana informs me, peering up at me earnestly with eyes the exact shape and color as Jenna's. "Why don't you marry it, then?" I ask in mock seriousness. She erupts in peals of giggles. "When's it going to be done?" she demands when she's quieted down. "I'm hungry already." "Pretty soon," I say. "It's almost there." Smiley calls over to us from his perch at the table. "You know how to figure out when the spaghetti is done, don't you, Mariana?" I look at him, and he gives me a wink. Her face squishes into a frown as she considers his question. "When you eat it and it tastes good?" "Can't argue with that," I joke. "No, I mean the way all the professionals do it," Smiley says, getting to his feet. Mariana stares at him in fascination, even though I'm pretty sure she doesn't know what the word professional means. "How?" she asks, wide-eyed. Smiley grabs her under the armpits and lowers her from the counter to the ground. "Well, it's like this. First, you take a couple noodles out of the water, like this." He grabs the tongs and fishes 2 strands out of the pot. Putting them into his other hand, he tosses them back and forth for a few seconds so they're not hot, then tells Mariana to hold out her hands. He places them into Mariana's upturned palms. "Now, what you do see is you throw the noodles against the wall, and if they stick, that means the spaghetti's done." "I want to try," Connor cries, stepping forward. Smiley grabs some more noodles and places them in Connor's hand. Noah glances at Jude, then seems to decide he's too cool for this and stays put. "Okay, throw them against the wall," Smiley urges them. With a shriek of glee, Mariana flings hers. A second later, Connor follows suit. All the strands stick. "Yeah!" Connor crows. "Cool!" "Are you really teaching our children to fling food, Smiley?" Jenna chides from the doorway. "Mom, it's the way professionals do it," Mariana exclaims importantly. "Is it now?" Jenna replies, suppressing a smile. "Well, I'm guessing professionals also have people to clean up for them after they're done." A commotion outside stops all conversation. Samantha pops her head into the kitchen. "The men are back. Smiley, they need you. At least one of them is hurt." All talk of spaghetti is forgotten as we rush out into the main room. Women and children run to their men. Anxiously, I look for Angel, and grow almost dizzy with relief when I spot him in the middle, looking unharmed. I take a quick mental count. It looks like all of the lords are there, thankfully. Some of them are covered in dirt or look like they've been in a fight. Thorns off to one side, with Isabel clinging to him. His t-shirt and forearms are covered in blood. Everything's good, Angel announces, his voice cutting through the cries and murmurs. The run's over. I'm still keeping us on lockdown for the next 2 days, but after that, you all should be able to go home. Jesus, boy, what happened to you? Smiley booms as he saunters over to Thorn. Just a little bit of a cut across the back. The other guy got the worst of it. Thorn grins. I'd hate to see him then. You would indeed, Thorn nods. A couple of the lords laugh. Smiley, Thorn, and Isabel go into the back room so Thorn can be patched up. On the way out, Thorn calls to me, Set us up with a round of shots, would you, darlin'? I'll be out in a minute. Shots all around, Beast booms. And just like that, I'm back behind the bar, and it's almost like the lords never left. The mood among the men is raucous, and spirits are high. Whatever they set out to do, it sounds like they did it well. For the next 20 minutes or so, I'm so busy making drinks for the men that I barely have time to think. Each of them greets me warmly, and their happiness is contagious. By the time I get them all served, I'm grinning along with all of them. Jude comes up to me at the bar, and I see he seems to have been infected with the general mood as well. I'll have the same, he smirks, nodding toward Tank's drink. The hell you will, I shoot back, but I'm grinning. It was worth a shot, Jude shrugs. You know I drink, right? I know, but I don't have to contribute to your delinquency. I grab him a Coke and set it on the counter. So, sorry, but it sounds like we're gonna have to stay here a couple more days. I don't mind. He snorts, one corner of his mouth lifting. I mean, yeah, it's a little weird not being able to go outside, but it's not too bad here. There's enough shit to do, so... Thanks for being so good with the kids, I say sincerely. Noah, in particular, seems to really like having you around. Jude shrugs again, looking a little embarrassed. He's a pretty good kid. He reminds me of you, actually. Of you when you were little. I say the words without really thinking. But instantly, Jude's expression turns suddenly hard. How the fuck would you know what I was like at that age? He shoots back. His eyes narrow, his features rearranging themselves into the sullen teenager I've come to expect him to be. No, I mean... Desperately, I try again. I meant, when I first met him, he reminded me of you back when... Well... I feel trapped, like anything I say will be exactly the wrong thing. It will just bring us right back to why Jude is so justifiably angry. I wasn't there for him at Noah's age. Jude, I'm sorry, I croak out. I really am, Hey, Jewel, Jude. Angel appears at the bar. My stomach does a backflip to see him there. I've been trying not to think about him all day, trying not to think about what would happen when he came back with the men, but praying that he would come back. I give him a shy smile and open my mouth to greet him, but he cuts me off before I can say a word. Jewel, pass me a bottle of beer, will you? Angel grunts, his tone distant and dismissive. Jude, I want to talk to you for a second. Come outside with me while I have a smoke. Angel's eyes barely meet mine as I mutely open a bottle and hand it to him. Sure, Jude stammers, clearly surprised by Angel's request. Angel turns on his heel and walks toward the door without a backward glance. Jude, still angry with me, flashes me a scowl and follows him outside. Bewildered and heartsick, I watch them go. I don't know what just happened, but I just managed to ruin any slight headway I'd made with my brother in over a month. And apparently, Angel's going to pretend that last night never happened. Of all the reactions I worried about while I was waiting for Angel to come back, somehow this one never even occurred to me, even though it was the most likely one. I should have known it meant absolutely nothing to him. Of course it didn't. What kind of idiot am I that I ever hoped for 1 second that it did? I just had sex with my hot-as-hell boss and ruined years of solid employment with the club with one incredibly stupid decision. Fuck my life.
18. Angel. Jude follows me outside. At the entrance, the lord guarding the front door turns, stiffening, but relaxes when he sees it's me. We're good, Hale, I tell him. I'm just going out for a smoke. Taking Jude with me. Hale narrows his eyes at Jude and gives him a look I can't quite read, but doesn't address him. Sounds good, Prez, he nods, stepping back to let us pass. The night is mostly silent, except for the sounds of cars driving by in the distance. I walk through a pool of light made by one of our motion detector lamps and move off into the shadows. Leaning against the building, I grab my smokes and shake a couple of them out. You smoke? I ask Jude, holding the pack toward him. He squints at me for a second, then dips his chin once. Thanks, he mutters as he takes one. I pull my lighter out of my pocket and light up, then hand it to him. Jude fumbles a little, but gets it lit. He takes a long, exaggerated drag and blows it out. I have to stop myself from chuckling. So, what do you want to talk to me about? He says. His voice is hard, suspicious. But hell, there ain't no reason for chit-chat, so I just lay it out. What are you doing with Crow Clan? I can feel him tense up next to me. How do you know about that? He mutters. I know everything that goes on in this town. I wait a couple seconds for him to answer, but he's silent. Well? I ain't doing nothing, he says sullenly. Just hanging out. Those shit-for-brains aren't worth the clothes on their fucking backs, I rasp. You can do one hell of a lot better than them for friends. Oh yeah? His chin juts. Like who? What do you want me to join the fucking Boy Scouts? There's a fuck of a lot of daylight between the Boy Scouts and a piece of shit cut-rate neo-Nazi gang, I bark. Why the fuck you want to get involved in that shit, Jude? What shit? He says defensively. We gotta protect ourselves. We got a right to protect our own. Our own what? I snort. You think you're on some sort of mission to defend something with those jackasses? They couldn't defend their own assholes with an AR-15. You don't get it, he retorts. You don't get shit. My fists clench, but I tamp down the anger rising inside me. I push off from the wall and turn to face him. Son, I'm going to let that remark go, but only because you're Jewel's brother. But rule number fucking 1 in this clubhouse is, you don't fucking disrespect the president. I lean forward, my eyes boring into his. I've got about 6 inches on him, so he has to look up. But to his credit, he doesn't look away. You got me? His lips compress into a thin line. Yeah, he mutters out of the corner of his mouth. Good. I break his gaze and lean back against the wall. So, tell me what the fuck you think you're doing with those assholes. Just hanging out, he insists. He waves an angry hand, the ember of his cigarette dancing in the darkness. I mean, it ain't like I got anything else to fucking do around here. How'd you meet those guys? Just around, Jude shrugs. I was just hanging around downtown. One of them, Max, he was hanging around too. We got to talking and he asked me if I wanted to get high. Jude stumbles on the last word, his eyes flicking toward mine uncertainly. That's all? Anyway, he introduced me to some of the other guys. It ain't what you think. They're cool. If it ain't what I think, I challenge, then what's this we gotta protect our own bullshit? Look, you don't understand. You already got a crew. You don't know what it's like. Back in Indiana, I had one. We had to defend ourselves, you know? I scoff. From what? From the gangs. Jude's voice rises in anger. My fucking best friend was killed in Gary, he yells. A bunch of black kids jumped him. He wasn't doing anything, just minding his own business. They said he was in their territory, and they fucking beat him up. Jude turns and slams his fist against the wall.
He died in the hospital, man. So my crew, we went after them. We was gonna kill them all, but we got caught by the cops.
Hold up. You got hauled in? Jude shakes his hand angrily against the pane.
Yeah. They put me in juvie, and when I got out, my parents told me I was kicked out of the house. They put me on the fucking bus here the next day.
Huh. I take a drag of my smoke, considering.
My parents don't give a shit, Jude snarls. They just don't want me around. Neither does Jewel.
Jewel just doesn't know what the fuck to do with you, man. She doesn't want you getting in trouble. Jude rolls his eyes.
She doesn't want me to fucking live. I know I'm in her place and everything, but fuck. She even gets pissed if I have friends over.
I ignore that. So your solution is the fucking Crow clan?
Like I told you, you don't know them. They're not that bad.
Have you even met Kane? I challenge him.
No,
Jude admits after a second.
Not yet.
Kane is a stupid piece of shit who recruits young kids because he ain't tough enough to play with the big boys, I growl. He puts together this army of petty thugs with chips on their shoulders. They look up to him because they don't know any better. He's a small-time thug, Jude. A wannabe. A baby piranha trying to get noticed in a big fucking ocean full of sharks.
How do you know anything about it?
Jude retorts. I snort. I know a hell of a lot more than you do. Kane's one of those chicken shit types who's too scared to get his own hands dirty. But he's smart enough to know how to find people to do it for him. He gets white boys all worked up, telling them how everybody's out to get them and they gotta defend themselves. I shake my head and toss my cigarette down in disgust. And then, once they're good and mad, he sends them out to do shit that has nothing to do with any of that. He's just a petty thief with a crew of dumbasses behind him to do all his dirty work. You stay with him, you're just gonna get caught again. With your priors, you'll get jail time, and Kane will walk scot-free like he always does. There ain't no loyalty there, Jude. There ain't no crew, no family. Just a bunch of slaves to a fucking coward who uses racist bullshit like a dog whistle. And if you come running, you're just as dumb as the rest of them. I'm not dumb, Jude mutters. Then prove it.
So I'm just supposed to not have friends? Sit around all day and not do a fucking thing?
Those aren't your only two choices, Jude.
Yeah?
He turns and squares his shoulders.
Then what are the other ones?
You'll figure it out, if you're as smart as you say you are. I lift my chin toward the door and he wordlessly follows me back to the clubhouse. Inside, I watch as he lopes away, shoulders tense and head down. I'm not sure if he really listened to me or not. As stupid as he was to get involved with Crow Clan, I can sympathize. I remember what I was like at that age. In a way, I wasn't so different from him. My dad was off politicking and being mayor. And even when he wasn't, we rarely saw eye to eye on anything. My mom was dead, and Jenna was still just a kid, really. I felt pretty fucking isolated myself. I was lucky, though. The Lords of Carnage became my family. I found a brotherhood. Men I could trust with my life. The fucking Crow Clan, though. If Jude stays mixed up with them, Kane will screw up that boy's head bad. He'll end up in prison, or worse. And he won't realize until too late that he was never anything but a fucking pawn. But his clan was just a bunch of assholes who will turn on him the second their boss tells them to. I roll my neck and shoulders to ease the tension as I make my way toward the bar. Jewel is standing behind it, her back to me as she works. I've been putting off seeing her since we got back from the run, trying to get my head straight so I won't be tempted to take her back to my bed tonight. I remind myself of my promise to end the night with a bottle of Jack instead. But I do want to talk to her about Jude. Tell her what I know, even though it probably ain't going to make her very happy. "Barkeep," I murmur, trying for humor. At the sound of my voice, Jewel starts, her body going rigid. Slowly, she turns to me, her face pale.
Yes?
"Bottle of Jack." Jewel blinks once, her expression unchanging, Almost robotically, she bends down behind the counter and pulls one out. The bottom slams loudly on the counter as she plunks it down in front of me.
That it?
She asks in a clipped voice. Shot glass. She plunks one down next to the bottle, then drops her arm and looks at me, like she's awaiting orders. Fuck. She's pissed. And I don't blame her. But that's probably a good thing, even though it kind of slices through my gut to see it. I reach for the bottle and open it tiredly. Thanks, I say as I pour myself a shot.
Is that all you need?
Jewel sets her jaw and starts to move away. No, I need to talk to you. Jewel freezes. Her glance darts to my face, but doesn't get all the way to my eyes.
What is it?
It's about Jude. She pauses a beat.
What about him?
I just had a talk with him outside. About Crow Clan. She takes in a breath, her lips parting.
Oh,
she murmurs, her voice warming very slightly.
What did he say?
Well, for one thing, he told me why your parents kicked him out. I guess one of Jude's friends got killed by a gang who beat him up. I decided to leave out the race part. Apparently, Jude got caught with a gang of kids who were going to go after them and kill them in retaliation.
Oh, Jesus,
Jewel breathes, her eyes growing wide. Yeah. I guess Jude got locked up in juvie for a bit, and when he got out, your parents didn't want anything more to do with him. So they sent him to you. Jewel lets out a sigh.
Of course,
she says, shaking her head.
That sounds just like something they'd do.
She snorts, her lip curling.
So I guess they're done with both of us.
So Jude never told you any of that?
No. He never really tells me anything.
Jewel looks down at the counter, growing silent. Her lower lip slides between her teeth as she begins to worry it.
Noah reminded me so much of Jude when I first met him,
she continues softly.
I used to love babysitting him for Jenna and Ghost when he was little. It made me miss my brother a little less.
She blows out a sad breath.
Now Jude's here, but he's even further away in some respects.
Angel turns her face toward mine and looks at me, her eyes full of sorrow.
I'm just so tired, Angel,
Jewel whispers.
I don't know what to do for my brother. I know he needs something. I just don't know what to give him.
I watch her bite that fucking lip of hers. Her breathing makes her chest rise and fall as she struggles not to cry. A million goddamn emotions boil to the surface, and I have to fight to keep them down. I want to pull her to me, to kiss her forehead and tell her it's going to be all right. I want to move behind her, slip that little skirt up over her thighs and slide my cock deep inside her. Back it down, Angel. You gotta leave this girl alone. Jewel doesn't deserve to be hurt. I'm sorry, Jewel, I say sincerely. And I mean it. I'm sorry all this shit with her brother has her so upset. But in my head, I'm also apologizing for last night. Because that shit never should have happened.
It's not your fault,
she murmurs. But it is. Last night is my fucking fault. One of the other brothers comes up to the bar. Jewel flashes me a sad smile before moving off to see what he wants. I watch her go and wait for my dick to calm the fuck down. I can't let myself make the same mistake with Jewel again. But suddenly, I realize there is something I can do. Something that's within my role as president of this club. I can help Jewel by helping Jude. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
19. Jewel. 2 days later, lockdown is over. Whatever danger the club was in has passed. Angel gives the word, and the families are allowed to leave the compound and go back to their houses. Everything goes back to normal. Well, not exactly normal. Not for me, anyway. I'm still tending bar. On the outside, you'd never know anything had changed. Angel sure as hell acts like nothing has happened. But inside, I'm a cyclone of emotions. Every time he comes into the room, I'm afraid my heart is going to leap out of my chest. Every time he leaves, my stomach clenches in disappointment. Sometimes I want to fly at him, claw at his face in rage, ask him why he made love to me that night if it meant nothing to him. How could he care so little about my feelings? How could I matter so little to him that he can continue on now like I don't even exist? Other times, I want to cry, to sink to the floor and just let myself sob, because my body aches with need and longing. It aches from the absence of him, and knowing he doesn't feel the same way undoes me. It's so much worse than I thought it would be. I always tried to keep my distance from Angel because somehow I just knew a small taste of him would leave me craving more. But I didn't know just how much my body would feel like it was starving for him, that the hunger would consume me every day, and especially every night. As the days pass, I start to come to a conclusion. No matter how I think about it, no matter which way I turn, it's always staring me in the face. I need to start looking for another job. A job where I won't come to work every day feeling miserable. Because even though I've been here for practically as long as I can remember, longer than most of the old ladies even, I have come to the realization that I just don't belong. I always knew I was just an employee of the club. Sure, an employee most of the men and the old ladies liked well enough, but still, just an employee. That was always okay before. Even though sometimes I longed to really feel like I was part of the Lords of Carnage family, it was enough that I felt like they had my back and that everyone liked having me around. But now, after what's happened between Angel and me, I can't stand it anymore. Knowing that I'll never be anything to him, that ultimately I was just a convenient fuck during a lockdown, it's too much. I can't stand seeing his face every day, his clueless, cocky, sexy, infuriating face. And if I'm no longer employed by the Lords of Carnage, it's time to admit that maybe I should be saying goodbye to Tanner Springs, too. What's really holding me to this town, after all? I spend practically all my time at the clubhouse, and when I'm not here, I'm just running errands or sitting in my apartment reading or watching TV. I'm furious at myself for never building a life here beyond the club. But there it is, I didn't. I spent all these years treading water, never moving forward. It's time to admit it and move on. I won't be so freaking stupid next time. The only bright spot in the week following the lockdown is that Jude is at least doing a little better. In an amazing development, he has started working with the Lords at Twisted Pipes. Hawk has hired him to replace Smitty, to help with demolition and with rebuilding the shop. He's giving Jude a decent wage and full-time employment. He even says that Jude can stay on if he wants after the garage reopens, to learn how to fix engines and do car and motorcycle repair. Since my father doesn't know anything about that and wouldn't have taught Jude even if he did, this is a real opportunity for my brother. And fortunately, he even seems to recognize it. He comes home from work every day exhausted, but looking sort of proud of himself. Whenever I'm there, he talks about the Lords nonstop, especially Hawk and Angel. Which is sort of painful, if I'm honest. But I'm not about to let on that it's hard to hear Angel's name so often from my brother's lips. I'm too happy that he seems to be finding some direction. Just at the exact same moment when my life is starting to spin out of control. "Hey, Jewel," Jude's voice comes over the receiver of my cell phone one afternoon. "I was wondering if I could keep your car until later tonight. A couple of the prospects wanted to go hang out, and I was hoping I could drive there so I don't have to bum a ride." I listened to my brother's hopeful voice as I wiped down some tables recently vacated by a couple of the club girls. Jude sounds younger than he has since he got to Tanner Springs. Once again, I'm reminded of how good it is for him to have this job at Twisted Pipes. Sure, I say. That's totally fine. I can pick you up from work, he continues, sounding a little less than enthusiastic, if you need me to. No, that's okay, I reply. I don't get off until late tonight. I'll figure it out, but keep an eye on your cell just in case I need to call you, okay? Okay, thanks, Jewel. As I listen to the click signaling that he's hung up, I'm stopped in my tracks. My brother actually thanked me for something. Maybe he's not a lost cause after all, I chuckle to myself. I wander back to the bar, feeling an unexpected wave of sadness, even though I should be happy. Just then, the rumble of engines approaching catches my attention. A few moments later, the front door opens, and a group of lords stroll in. They're laughing and giving each other shit, and they're clearly in great spirits. From the raucous tone of their conversation, I get the feeling that tonight's going to be a big party night. Hey, Jewel, set us up, Tank calls easily. I do as he asks, doling out drinks as fast as they can order them. I know what every man's preference is, to the point that they barely even notice I'm there. I might as well be invisible, a drink-dispensing machine, I think to myself sardonically. Even though I never imbibe on the job, I find myself grabbing a shot glass from the shelf. I pick up the half-empty bottle of whiskey sitting on the counter and pour myself one. Hey, gorgeous. Bullet's lazy drawl reaches my ears just as he slides into a stool across from me. You buying? I laugh and grab another shot glass for him. He takes it from me and raises it. I do the same, and we clink the glasses together. You guys seem like you're in a good mood, I observe as I raise the glass to my lips. Unlike Bullet, who slams his, I take a small sip, grimacing as I set the shot down. Yeah, we had a good run today. Bullet grins back at me. You, on the other hand, do not seem like you are in a good mood. Is it that obvious? Bullet's laughter rings out through the bar. Darlin', you look like you just lost your best friend. He nods at his shot glass, and I pour him another one. We raise glasses again, and I take another sip to his shot. The whiskey burns my throat as it goes down, but the pain feels good. Whiskey's not my favorite drink, but I get why people like it. It doesn't mess around. On second thought, I tip back my head and pour the rest of the shot down my throat. Bullet makes an approving sound in his throat. So, what's up with you? Bullet asks. I ain't never seen you drink on the job. Oh, nothing. Maybe I feel like I did lose my best friend, I admit. Or maybe I just realized I don't have a best friend to begin with. Ugh, I should just shut up. Darlin', you've got lots of friends. Bullet sweeps his hand around the room. You know anyone here would do anything for you. I pour another shot for the two of us, filling both of them to the brim. A little of the amber liquid spills over from mine. That's not friendship, that's charity. I'm a charity case, I say glumly. Tilt head, lift glass, burning liquid down throat. Hey, whoa, wait for me, Bullet chuckles, tossing back his own shot. Darlin', you ain't no charity case. He leans forward, looking me in the eyes. What's brought this on? I stare back at him, noticing, not for the first time, how incredibly handsome and hot he is. Any woman who caught a second's worth of attention from him would soak their panties through in seconds. When the other lords bring women here to the clubhouse, I see the way they look at Bullet, with unconcealed lust on their faces. Just now, as he cocks his head and gives me a wink, I realize I could put Angel out of my mind for a little while if I let my guard down and let Bullet in. You should do it, I think recklessly. Bullet would probably be amazing in bed, and I bet the next morning things wouldn't even be that awkward. That would show Angel that what happened between us didn't matter to me either. I'm going to be looking for another job anyway. Fuck it. While I've been arguing with myself, Bullet seems to have poured yet another round of shots for both of us. This time, I don't even hesitate. I grab the glass and throw the liquid down my throat, slamming it on the counter afterwards. "What's brought this on," I finally answer Bullet, "is I'm sick of being invisible." The whiskey is starting to take effect now, and invisible comes out a little slurred. But that doesn't stop me from raising myself up to my full height and staring at him defiantly. He suppresses a smile and whistles low. "Sweetheart, you have never been invisible," he drawls. "But I do think maybe we better slow down on those shots before you end up taking a nap on the floor behind the bar." "I don't want to stop," I say obstinately, leaning back over the bar. I rest my elbow on the counter and prop my chin on my hand. "This is good. I feel better." I lean closer until my face is only a few inches from his. "You have very pretty eyes, Bullet. You know that?" I'm flirting with him, even though I know at the last moment I'll chicken out. I don't want to have sex with Bullet. It'll just make me feel worse. But I can't lie. Having such a hot, sexy man pay me some attention does take a little bit of the sting out of being ignored by Angel. Bullet snorts. "Thanks, darling. You sure you're doing okay? You want to maybe take a break? Take a little rest up in one of the apartments?" He comes around the bar and puts an arm around me. He feels warm and solid. In spite of myself, I sink into him. "No, that's okay," I mumble uncertainly. "I gotta do my job." "Come on now," Bullet soothes, gently leading me away from the bar. "Just take a little nap. You'll be good to go in an hour or so. We can do without you until then." "But," I protest, trying to pull away. I stumble once, falling into him, and he catches me up and pulls me closer. "Bullet, I'm not even that drunk," I mutter crossly, as he leads me toward the stairs. "Just let me get back behind the bar and—" "What the fuck are you doing?" Bullet stops, which means I stop with him, falling forward and basically crashing into his chest. I right myself and turn around to see Angel standing there, fists clenched, eyes stormy. "Just taking Jewel upstairs, Prez. She needs a little rest," Bullet says, grinning. "Like hell you are," Angel growls, taking a step forward. "Put her the fuck down." "What the fuck?" "I said, put her the fuck down." Angel's voice is ice. He moves closer, grabbing me by the arm. "First of all, she's working. Second of all, you can have your pick of any woman around here, but you fucking leave her alone. Jewel ain't a club whore, brother." I glance between the two of them in confusion. Then it hits me. Angel's actually jealous. The selfish prick wants to be the only one to use me for his own pleasure? Sure, I'm not a club whore. Apparently he thinks I'm just his private whore. A dry laugh rips at my throat. Well, fuck that. "Let me go," I say coldly. Bullet instantly releases me, but Angel's still got hold of my arm. "I said, let me go," I cry, wrenching away from him. Angel stares down at me in surprise. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" he growls. "I am not your property." "This is between me and Bullet. You stay out of it," Angel snarls, turning to confront Bullet. "You understand me, brother, or are we gonna have a problem?" "Just who do you think you are?" I yell. "I'm a grown woman, Angel. If I want to go with Bullet, that's my decision, not yours." "The hell it is!" Angel roars back at me. In a second, His fist shoots out, catching Bullet hard on the chin. Bullet staggers back, falling against a high-top table. A couple of stools crash to the floor as he grabs onto it, trying to right himself. "Jesus, stop it!" I cry, launching myself between the two of them as Angel starts for Bullet again. Bullet stands, fist clenched, and squares off against Angel, but I fly at him. "Please, don't," I beg. "I'm sorry. This is my fault." Turning back to Angel, I whirl around. "Bullet was only trying to take care of me," I cry. "I bet he fucking was," Angel mutters darkly. "Oh, for God's sake, stop it! He was worried about me because I've been drinking, but I'm fine. I'm not drunk." I whirl on Angel. "And I don't need you telling me what to do. I can make my own decisions, and pretty soon you won't be my boss anymore anyway." Angel freezes. "What the fuck are you talking about?" "Fuck you," I say to him in my head. "Fuck this." "I'm turning in my notice," I spit, "giving you my 2 weeks." Angel seems to forget Bullet is even in the room. "Like hell you are," he rasps. "You can't stop me. I quit, Angel." I draw myself up to my full height. Suddenly, all the alcohol seems to have vanished from my bloodstream. "Find a new bartender." I stomp back toward the bar. Behind me, there's nothing but shocked silence. I don't look back, though. I've had enough of this drama, and I've had enough of suffering for a man who barely even knows I'm alive. With trembling hands, I pick up the shot glasses and turn to the sink to wash them. I fight back tears, but this time they're tears of rage. At myself, at Angel, at everything. When I turn back to the bar to put away the whiskey, Angel is standing there. His face is like stone. "If you're gonna quit, you're gonna do it right," he says icily. "My office. Now."
20. Angel. I'm so fucking furious as I stalk back to my office. It's an effort not to punch a hole in the goddamn wall. Rage flooded my veins at the sight of Bullet leading Jewel upstairs to fuck her. I just barely restrained myself from trying to kill my own brother. If Jewel hadn't jumped between us, no telling what would have happened. This out-of-control fury takes me by surprise. I'm used to keeping a lock on my emotions. Even when I was exacting my revenge on T.J. Wexler, I took out his eye with cold, calculating deliberation. Nothing like the all-consuming savagery I feel now. A wild animal inside me that I'm struggling to put a leash on before I'm alone in my office with Jewel, who has just told me she's quitting. I push open the door and motion brusquely for her to go inside. She lifts her chin and brushes past me, refusing to meet my eyes. Without my permission, she flops down into a chair and crosses her arms, glaring at me. She looks like an angry kitten. I lean against the wall and flex my hand, sore from punching Bullet in his goddamn iron jaw. "Talk to me, Jewel," I bark.
"What?"
she barks back. I roll my eyes. She's seriously pissing me off right now with this attitude. She's gonna fight me every goddamn step of the way right now, I can tell. "Tell me what the hell is going on," I almost shout. "You're drunk, you're letting Bullet put his hands all the fuck over you, and now you're quitting? What the fuck is going on with you?"
"Okay, one,"
she begins to argue, holding up a finger.
"I'm not drunk. I've been drinking. There's a difference."
Her middle finger goes up, a little too aggressively as far as I'm concerned.
2, Bullet was trying to help me, even though I didn't need his help. Not that that was any of your business, by the way.
Her eyes snap with anger.
And 3, I just turned in my notice, so if you have a problem with any of that, I would be more than happy to quit right now instead of putting in my 2 weeks. Except I don't have my car right now,"
she continues, her voice faltering for a second.
"But that doesn't matter because I can call my brother for a ride. So just say the word and I am out of here."
She finishes defiantly, crossing one leg over the other so abruptly she almost falls over. Jesus, I've never seen Jewel so angry. In fact, I've never seen her angry at all. Somehow it completely diffuses the rage flooding through me like an antidote, until I'm just standing there wondering what the hell has gotten her undies so bunched up. I'm tempted to let out an amused chuckle at how feisty she is right now, but I don't. Because even though it's cute as hell, and to be honest, kind of sexy, she is dead serious. I can tell she's just one crossword away from blowing her stack and walking out of the clubhouse door forever. You do know Bullet was taking you upstairs to get in your fucking pants, right? I ask, a last vestige of jealous rage slipping out in spite of me trying to control my damn self.
Oh my God, Angel, would you let it go? She cries. No, he wasn't. And even if he was, what of it? We're both adults. Stop treating me like a child you have to protect. Why the hell do you even care anyway?
The direct challenge in her eyes isn't something I'm prepared for. I don't have an answer for that. Not one I'm prepared to say anyway. What's the deal with you quitting, Jewel? I ask instead in a gruff voice. I don't get it. Why wouldn't you talk to me if something wasn't right? My question seems to suddenly deflate her like a balloon. Jewel's eyes flick away from me to a spot somewhere on the wall. She takes a deep breath and blows it out.
I've been working here for more than 7 years, Angel,
she says tiredly. She reaches up and pulls the elastic band out of her ponytail, letting her hair fall free around her face.
It's time for me to move on. The Lords have been good to me, but let's face it, this is a dead-end job. I need to find something more, something where I actually have some sort of a future.
The realization that she's actually serious hits me like a bucket of ice water. Up until now, I thought she was just blowing off steam from her anger. Is it money? I frown, trying to hide the wave of alarm that's starting to rise to the surface of my mind. It's been a while since you had a raise, right? Look, we can talk about that.
No, that's not it.
You sure? I push. You need more space, with Jude staying with you? You looking for a new apartment, or...
Angel,
she cuts me off.
It's not about the money. Really.
I step toward the desk and sit down on top of it, at a loss. I can't imagine Jewel leaving. I thought you liked it here, I mutter after a pause. You're part of the family. Jewel lets out a sharp, bitter laugh.
I don't have any family. All I have is Jude, and he barely tolerates me. There's nothing holding me here.
Jewel looks me in the eye, her baby blues clear and shining.
You'll find another bartender, Angel. In the meantime, I can teach the prospects to fill in.
She shrugs and stands up.
I'm not irreplaceable after all.
Yes, you are, my brain responds. You are. But I don't say it, because suddenly I'm a goddamn pussy. Jewel walks to the door and pauses in the doorway.
By the way, she murmurs, were you behind Hawk hiring Jude to help out at Twisted Pipes?
I can't think of any reason not to tell the truth. Yeah, I reply. Jewel nods.
Thank you,
she says quietly.
That was really nice of you.
Then she's gone. I slide into my chair in frustration and just stop myself from grabbing the laptop in front of me and throwing it across the room. I can't figure out how the conversation got away from me like this. I don't know what I was bringing Jewel in here to do or say, but that shit was not it. I pull out a cigarette and put it in my mouth to light it. Then I stop and angrily toss it away, swearing. Fuck it. She's just a goddamn bartender. Why the hell do I care so much? She's right. Replacing her shouldn't be that hard. Thinking about never seeing her again. It's fucked up. Hell, Jewel has been here almost as long as I have. I've been fighting my feelings for her almost that long, too. Maybe it's better this way. Out of sight, out of mind. Except even as I say the words in my head, I know they ain't true. If she wasn't here, I'd just be thinking about her more. Wondering where she is. What she's doing. What piece of shit is trying to fuck her? Jesus fucking Christ, how did Jewel get in my head so deep? Outside, the men are getting louder and rowdier as an epic party gets started. I don't leave my office. I pull out another cigarette, lighting it up this time, and hold it between my fingers until the ash burns down to the nub. My fucking brain is in overdrive as I argue back and forth with myself. Hours pass, I'm pretty sure. And when I finally stand up, it's late and almost the end of Jewel's shift. If she's even still there. Out in the main room, a familiar scene greets me. A party that's bound to last long into the night is in full swing. Club girls hang on my brothers. Off in the shadows, one of them is getting a blowjob. Another is fucking a loud redhead over at table. Behind the bar, Thorne is grabbing himself a beer. "Where's Jewel?" I ask him. "She just left," he calls, lifting a chin. "Not 2 minutes ago." I push through the men and crash out the door. Outside, Jewel is standing in a pool of light, her cell phone against her ear, one arm wrapped around her chest. When she looks over and sees me, she turns away and shows me her back. "Jewel!" It's only now I realize how glad I am she stayed until the end of her shift. "You calling Jude to pick you up?" She slowly turns and reluctantly meets my eyes.
"Yes, but he's not answering," she admits. "I'm just going to call."
"I'll take you."
"No, Angel."
"Yes, I need to talk to you." What the fuck? The words slip out before I can stop them. I don't have any idea what I'm going to say to her. All I know is, I don't want to leave things the way they are right now.
"I'm not changing my mind about quitting, Angel."
"Fine, but I'm still driving you home."
"Damn it!"
Jewel whirls on me, her eyes flashing fire in the moonlight.
"You don't control me, Angel. For the last time, I'm your employee, yes, but that doesn't mean I'm your slave. And I won't be anything to you much longer. So you can just cut this shit with your big you-do-what-I-say act, because you know what? I don't do what you say. I do what I want to do, whether you like it or not."
Jewel stops, breasts heaving, and glares at me. She squares her body like she's preparing for a fight. I'm sure she has no idea how fucking sexy she looks. But my cock could tell her. Part of me considers lifting her up, tossing her over my shoulder, and carrying her up to my apartment. But I realize I actually do want to talk to her. Someplace away from here. Someplace where we can stop being boss and fucking employee for a little bit. "Jewel," I say as gently as I can, "let me drive you home." She blinks a couple of times. Her lower lip catches between her teeth. I resist the urge to say any more, waiting.
"Okay."
She relents.
21. Jewel. "What, on the bike?" I stop in my tracks as Angel heads for the row of Harleys parked at the dark edge of the clubhouse lot. He turns his head back to me. One corner of his mouth lifts in a half grin. "What the hell did you think?" he asks. I open my mouth to say no, but before I can, he's taken my hand in his. His hand is large and warm, and the unexpected contact sends an instantaneous thrill through me. With a gentle tug, he pulls me toward him. For a second, I'm sure he's pulling me into his arms. Instead of resisting, I feel my traitorous body almost literally melt. Everything starts to move in slow motion. My breathing hitches, my lips parting in anticipation. And then, all of a sudden, everything speeds back up as I realize he's only leading me purposefully through the darkness toward his own bike. I almost stumble. Angel looks briefly back at me. "You good?" he asks, then continues on without waiting for an answer, which I couldn't give him anyway because suddenly I'm furious. A little bit at him, but mostly at myself. I can't believe how instantly I just gave in to him at the first touch. And even worse, he wasn't even trying to get me to give in. He was just helping me through the dark. "You idiot. You pathetic, loser, freaking idiot." I almost open my mouth to tell Angel I've changed my mind, but then snap it shut again because the only thing worse right now would be for Angel to know how discombobulated I am right now just by the touch of his hand. No, the best thing I can do is just accept the ride, pretend I'm completely unaffected. And then, once I get home, go upstairs, lock the door, and swear to myself I will never, ever do something this stupid again. Yeah, that's gonna work. Because the next thing that happens is, Angel slides one leg over his bike and motions for me to get on the back. Big mistake. I climb awkwardly onto the seat behind him, struggling with the short black skirt that composes the lower half of my work uniform. Underneath which, the only thing protecting me is a pair of underpants that have never felt thinner or less substantial. Swallowing nervously, I put my feet on the pegs and try to figure out whether there's something other than Angel I can hold on to. But then he starts the engine and gooses the throttle, and with a little squeak, I put my hands on his waist and brace myself. Thus begin the most torture-filled 10 minutes of my life. It turns out, being pressed against a man you can't stay away from makes your heart pound so fast you're afraid you'll pass out. It turns out, when all there is between your lady parts and him is a thin little piece of cotton fabric, that cotton fabric gets soaked within a matter of seconds. It turns out, sliding your arms around the tight, rippling muscles of his waist makes your nipples hard as diamonds. By the time we get to my apartment building, I'm shaking like a leaf. My skin is on fire, even though it's fall and the outside air is chilly. As I wait for him to stop the bike, I tell myself there's no way he won't notice how aroused I am. In my haste to get off the seat, my shoe catches on something and I start to stumble. But Angel's hand shoots out and grabs my arm before I can fall very far. "Whoa there," he rumbles. "You okay?" "I'm fine," I choke and struggle to right myself. Angel waits patiently until I'm on my feet, then gently lets go of my bicep. "Well, thanks for," I begin, but Angel is setting the bike on its kickstand and standing up. I'm gonna..." "I'll walk you to the door," he says, and he sounds so reasonable I'd feel like a jerk for refusing. I hug my arms protectively across my chest, mostly to control my shaking, and concentrate on putting one foot in front of the other, and not on the fact that the sexiest man I've ever known is walking right beside me, the scent of his skin still on mine. I start rehearsing some sort of quick goodbye I can blurt out at the front door, when my eyes flick up instinctively to the window of my second-floor apartment. Frowning at what I see, I do a double take, and then stop walking as I glance over at the parking lot. "That's..." I mumble to myself, and stop. Angel, who's 2 steps ahead of me, stops. "Something wrong?" I hesitate, frowning. "I'm not sure." Angel comes back to my side and follows my gaze back to the window. "What are you looking at?" "That's my apartment," I say, pointing. "There's something off here. For one thing, the lights are on, but Jude has my car, and it isn't in the parking lot." "Huh. You sure you didn't just leave your lights on?" "No, I don't think so." I shake my head. "Not that one, at least. See, it's the ceiling light in the living room. I hate that light because it's really sterile. I never turn it on. But there's a floor lamp that you can see from that window. That's what I usually use instead." "I don't see a floor lamp." Angel's brow furrows. "I know, neither do I. That's what's weird." Angel pulls his eyes from the window and looks at me. "Could Jude have parked somewhere else?" "Maybe, but..." I look back toward the street. I don't see the car anywhere. I take out my phone to text my brother, but he still hasn't answered my last one, or my phone call. "Look, it's probably nothing," Angel mutters. but I'm gonna come inside with you just in case. I'd like to refuse. Having Angel close to me for any longer than necessary really isn't a good idea. But the fact is, I'm just a tiny bit spooked. I tell myself I'll let him look around, to make sure everything's fine. Then I'll let him know in no uncertain terms that I'm not up for a conversation about my employment and that my decision is final. In any case, he isn't waiting around for my answer. In seconds, he's at the front door, waiting for me to open it with my key. Angel has never been to my place, so he follows me up the stairs until we get to my floor. As I walk into the hallway, I make a little noise of alarm in my throat. What is it? That's my door, I point. It's hanging open on its hinges. The wood is dented as though someone has kicked it in, and the jamb is splintered by the knob. Angel goes in first, silently motioning with a hand for me to stay outside in the hallway. I watch in apprehension as he disappears around a corner, and I have to force down the cry in my throat. My body is rigid with fright as I wait for a noise, any noise, that will tell me there's someone inside. Reaching for my back pocket, my shaking fingers close around my phone as I prepare to call one of the other lords in case something bad happens. The first sound I hear doesn't make any sense. A low moan that sounds like it's coming from a woman. "Jewel," Angel barks, "come here." Slipping through the doorway, I head for his voice and find Angel in the living room, crouched over a prone figure. "Olga!" I cry, rushing to them. "Are you okay?" My neighbor moans again and pushes herself up on her elbow, trying to sit up. "There's no one else here," Angel tells me, glancing around. "Looks like you've been robbed." "Olga?" I help her into a sitting position. She grimaces in pain and holds a hand to the back of her head. "What happened?" "Young punks broke into your apartment." She squeezes her eyes shut, then opens them and looks at me. "Your brother's friend was with them. I heard the noise. I came here to tell them be quiet. I thought they were here to play loud music. When I saw they had broken your door, they pulled me inside and hit me." "Olga, my gosh, how badly are you hurt?" I lean around her, trying to see if she's bleeding. "Do you need to go to the hospital?" No hospital. I am okay." She shakes her head, then winces. I start to argue with her, but Angel silences me with a frown. Instead, I stand and go to the freezer to get her a bag of frozen vegetables to ease the pain and swelling on her head. She accepts it gratefully and lets us help her move to the couch. When she's settled, I look around the room for the first time. Angel's right, I've been robbed. I don't have a lot of expensive stuff, but it's clear in an instant that my TV is gone, as well as all the other devices that were hooked up to it. The floor lamp that's usually visible from the front sidewalk is lying on the ground. A quick check of my bedroom shows they got my laptop, too, and my tablet. The stash of money I keep in an empty can in my kitchen cupboard is still there, though. "Damn it!" I seethe when I come back into the living room. "I don't even know that kid's name. He wouldn't tell me." "Jude will, though." I glance over at Angel, suddenly stricken. "You don't think he was involved in this, do you?" I whisper. Angel shrugs, but his jaw is tense. "Hard to say, though Jude has a key, right? So if he was at least smart enough to have his buddies make it look like a regular break-in. Too bad for them Olga was here." At his words, I realized Jude's friend might have recognized Olga. She could have been killed. Would Jude's friend have gone that far? "Why do you think they did this?" I murmur, stunned at the thought. Angel shrugs again. "Drug money, maybe, or just for fun. Or, I suppose if Jude isn't hanging with them anymore, maybe revenge?" Olga still refuses to go to the hospital, so after a few minutes, I help her back to her apartment. I thank her profusely and apologize again, and make her promise to call me if she needs anything at all. When I get back, I try phoning Jude again, but he still isn't answering. "Damn it, Jude," I mutter. I turn to Angel. He was supposed to be out with the prospects tonight. That's why he has my car. "I'll call Beast and have him track them down." Angel places a quick call while I examine the front door. The lock is broken, and the area around it on the jamb is splintered. It looks to me like the whole thing will have to be replaced. Angel comes up behind me. "You're not staying here tonight, Jewel. I'll take you back to my place, or back to the clubhouse." I shake my head. "It's fine, Angel. They've already been here and taken what they wanted. There's no reason they would come back." I reach up and finger the chain lock. "Look, I'll just use this and push a table in front of the door or something to shut it. I'll call tomorrow to get the door repaired." "Like hell you will." "Angel," I begin, but he cuts me off. "This ain't a request, darling," he rumbles. My heart starts to thump in my chest, partly because I'm mad at him for thinking he can just tell me what to do like this, but partly because now that the initial shock of the break-in is over, I'm uncomfortably aware that we are all alone in here, and I need to get away from him before I start acting like a fool again and start making poor life decisions. "You don't get to tell me what to do, Angel," I retort, feeling my face grow hotter. "You might still be my boss for a little bit, but we're not at the clubhouse. I'm on my own time, and I say I'm staying here tonight." "Okay, then." Angel moves to the door, and I let out a little sigh of relief. But instead of walking through it, he closes it and attaches the chain. "If you're staying here, I'm staying here." "But..." "This ain't a boss thing, Jewel. I'm not leaving you here tonight. You can do what you want, but that's non-negotiable." I watch helplessly as he grabs a straight-backed chair next to the empty TV stand and wedges it under the doorknob. My head starts to buzz with nerves. I'm trying to think of something, anything, to say that will change his mind. "But... the couch isn't long enough for you to sleep on," I blurt out in desperation. "Well now," Angel says huskily. He reaches out and pulls me close. "That is a problem. Maybe there's something we can do about that." Is he trying to seduce me so he can sleep in my bed? I think crazily, just before his lips come down on mine. But then he's kissing me, and I can't think or resist or anything, because it's Angel. And the worst part is, now I know how good sex is with him, so once he touches me, all I want is more. He draws me against him, one hand going behind me to press against the small of my back, and the ache that's starting between my legs explodes, because suddenly I feel his hardness and I want it, pushing against me there. I hate myself for how badly I want this. I hate my body because I know it's not going to listen to me. Angel's in charge, and he knows it. Angel reaches up under my shirt and runs a thumb over my nipple. And even through the fabric of my bra, it sends a current through me that jolts my hips forward, makes me gasp against his mouth. His other hand goes under my ass, crushing me against his hardness, and it feels so good I moan, angling myself against his cock, writhing, pressing, as his tongue dances with mine. The hand on my breast moves to my back, and I feel my bra unclasping. Angel breaks the kiss and pushes my shirt and bra off over my head in one motion. "Fuck," he rasps, his lips going to my neck. I shudder at the roughness of his beard against my throat. "I've been thinking about this since the last time. I can't seem to stay away from you, Jewel." My heart leaps. I know. God help me, I know. Angel's hand slides between my legs under my skirt. He moves my panties aside and finds my clit. One finger slips inside me, and my face flushes at how wet I know I am, but he groans his approval and nips at the skin of my neck. "Jesus Christ, Jewel," he rasps. He starts to stroke me, and I shudder. I'm so close already, and I cling to him in spite of myself, for balance, as I ride his hand. But as I start to climb higher, he stops. Pulling away, he tells me to take off my skirt. Still shaking, I do, pushing down my soaked panties as well and stepping out of them. I leave them in a pile with my shoes and come toward him. My hand shaking, I reach down and cup his shaft through his jeans. I can feel him, pulsing and hard. It makes me bold, knowing that I've done this to him. I squeeze him and stroke, and he groans again. My hand moves to unbutton his jeans, then to unzip his fly. As his jeans pull at his legs, his cock springs free. I kneel before he can stop me and take him into my mouth. Angel hisses loudly, his thighs going rigid. I feel him pull off his cut and his shirt. He's so large, there's no way I can get very much in my mouth, so I compensate by wrapping my hand around his length. I marvel at the heat of him, at the velvet softness covering the hard steel of his shaft. I slide my tongue along the skin of his head and start to stroke. The ache between my legs grows stronger, deeper, and suddenly I'm desperate to have him inside me. But I keep going because I want this too. Angel is impossibly hard, pulsing with every stroke I give him, and I angle my head differently and take him deeper into my mouth, moaning my desire. "Fucking Christ," he groans. "Jesus, that feels good." I grip him harder, speeding my stroke, wanting more than anything to make him lose control. But a few seconds later, he grips my wrist and pulls away. "One day, baby, but not today," he murmurs. "Right now, you need to take me to your bedroom." I stand unsteadily and face him, my eyes going to his. I can hear my breathing, feel the thudding of my heart. I watch him as his gaze slides over my body. Then I do as he says, wordlessly walking down the hall as he follows me. "You know what I want. Spread your legs." I lie back on the bed and do as I'm told, shivering in anticipation. He moves over me, drinking in my lips in a long kiss as he slides the head of his cock against my throbbing core. I gasp and arch toward him, waiting. But he doesn't slide inside me. Instead, his head moves down, sucking and devouring each of my nipples in turn, drawing small whimpers of pleasure from me that grow louder and more desperate the longer he toys with me. Finally, when I don't think I can take another second, I feel his lips leave my breasts and his hair tickle my stomach as he moves down between my legs. The first stroke of his tongue against my sex makes me cry out. At the second, my hand fists in his hair, my legs falling further apart. He teases me, tortures me, wrenches strangled shouts from my throat. He owns my body, my soul, every waking thought I have, and I beg him silently, and then out loud, to let me come, to give me what I need. He takes my swollen nub between his lips and begins to suck and stroke, gently, then more insistently. My hand grabs desperately at the sheets as the earth starts to fall away. Crying out as the pleasure overtakes me, I call his name once, twice, and then the whole world comes into sharp focus and shatters into a million pieces as I come apart with it. Angel moves over me again, and I part for him as he slides his length deep inside me. I feel myself still pulsing around him as he pulls out and drives in, once, Then again. He growls my name against my neck as he goes harder, faster, deeper, and I cling to him because I know I'm not done. I'm climbing again already, getting closer with every thrust, and then he shouts my name and explodes inside me as I come around him, our bodies seeming to fuse together, joining as one. Eventually, our rhythm slows, the echoes of my orgasm still washing over me like soft waves. I'm gasping for breath, and Angel's panting mixes with mine. It's almost like music, our own cadence, a song only we can hear. What did I just do? A small whisper asks in the back of my brain. I push it away. Angel gathers me against him as he collapses on the bed. He kisses me long and deep, holding me close. When he pulls away, I open my eyes. He's staring at me, his beautiful eyes the color of gunmetal glowing in the darkness. I can still go out to the couch, he murmurs, one corner of his mouth quirking up. Sleep here, I whisper, knowing as I do that I'm making yet another mistake.
22. Angel. In the morning I wake Jewel up as gently as I can. The Lords have Jude and the prospects. They're back at the clubhouse. Jude says he had nothing to do with the break-in and no idea it was going to happen. Jewel blinks tiredly at me as she takes in my words. I'm taking you with me back to the clubhouse, I continue. I'll have some of the men come here and fix your door in the lock. She sits up in bed, reflexively drawing the covers around her naked breasts.
Now?
I nod. As soon as you can get ready. If Jewel is bothered by my business-like tone, she doesn't question it. She pads into the bathroom and takes a quick shower, then comes out with a towel wrapped around her. I resist the urge to take her back into the bedroom and make her all dirty again.
I usually wash my uniform when I get home at night,
she says, nodding at her crumple of clothes on the living room floor and reddening. You know I don't care what you wear, I say gruffly. Though, you might want to choose something that makes it easier to ride on a Harley than that sexy little skirt. Jewel risks a small smile.
You think my skirt is sexy?
Darling, I've thought about peeling that thing off you 1,000,000 times. And so have most of the other men in the club. I think about bullets and my fists clench. Though, I'll rip their fucking heads off if any of them try it. She ducks her head and flashes me a quick grin as she darts into the bedroom to change. I think about following her in there, but decide against it. Business first. And hopefully, pleasure later. Jewel comes out a few minutes later, her wheat blonde hair tied up in a high ponytail that shows off her cheekbones and the curve of her neck. She's wearing a black t-shirt and jeans that hug her figure. They ain't as good as the miniskirt, but I'd still like to peel them off her all the same, with my teeth.
I want to check on Olga before we leave, she says, just to make sure she's okay.
While Jewel's gone, I call up Beast and tell him about Jewel's door, and tell him to send some men out to fix it today. I'm just hanging up when she returns.
Ready,
she announces. 10 minutes later, we're at the clubhouse. Jewel's car is parked out front. A couple of the brothers are outside when we get there, but no one seems to question what Jewel is doing on the back of my bike. We go inside and find Jude sitting in the main room of one of the low couches. A couple of the prospects are there too, but they clear out when I tell them I need to talk to him. Beast or someone must have given Jude the rundown on why we picked him up last night. He's looking kind of sullen, but he doesn't say a word as I sit down across from him and Jewel takes a chair to one side. It doesn't take very long to explain the situation to Jude and to tell him the people who broke into Jewel's apartment were his buddies from the Crow clan. He's defiant at first, not quite believing it was his buddies who broke in. How do you even know it was them? He challenges. Beast said the place had already been robbed when you got there.
Olga found them,
Jewel tells him.
She walked in on them while they were ransacking the place, and they hit her on the head and knocked her unconscious. She was still in the apartment, passed out when we got there.
Oh. Jude at least has the fucking decency to look sorry. She okay? She will be, I cut in.
Jude, please tell me you had nothing to do with this,
Jewel says quietly.
What? No!
His voice rises.
Of course not. Why would I tell them to rob my own sister?
Why would they target your sister? I demand.
I don't know,
he insists, throwing up his hands.
I've barely even seen any of them in weeks. Not really since I started working at Twisted Pipes. Jace has texted a couple of times to hang out, but I couldn't.
Jude glances at Jewel.
That's the guy you met that day at your apartment. Olga said he was one of the people who robbed me, she tells him.
Jude is silent for a moment. Shit. Look, Jude. I put my hands on my knees and stand. I'll deal with you later. I got some shit to do today, but stick around. We're going to talk more about this when I get back. Jude looks defiant again for a second, but then seems to realize it's wiser not to fuck with me. He glances down at his hands and doesn't say anything. Jewel sucks in a breath and sighs.
Okay, well, I'm starving, and I need some coffee.
She looks at her brother.
You want me to make you some breakfast?
Jude takes the olive branch. Thanks. I walk with her into the kitchen on my way to my office. I'm going to take care of this, I tell her.
Take care of what?
Crow Clan. Jewel bites her lip nervously.
Angel.
Shh, no arguments. I lift my hand and tilt her chin up to mine. I brush my lips against hers. Okay? Her cheeks turn the same shade of pink they were last night.
Okay.
I call church and tell the Lords what happened at Jewel's place last night. Then I send a message to Kane telling him I want to meet. I take a few of the brothers with me to the meetup, which I set at a bar in neutral biker territory called the Smiling Skull. We get there first ahead of the scheduled time. As we park the bikes and get ready to walk in, I notice a for sale sign planted at the edge of the parking lot. What the fuck, Rosie? I ask as I walk in and see the owner. You selling this place for real? Rosie, an old, feisty fireplug of a woman with iron gray hair cut short and no nonsense, comes out from behind the bar.
I'm retiring, she sighs. I ain't gonna live forever, you know. I'm gonna move down to Arizona, I think. My sister lives there.
I didn't know you had a sister. I nod at the bartender to bring me a beer.
Yeah.
The corner of Rosie's mouth turned down.
We don't get along. Never have. But she's all the family I got, so...
You can't sell this place, Rosie, Thorne complains. The Skull is an institution, love. What would we do without it?
Well,
Rose cocks her head at him.
You could buy it.
Thorne and a couple of the other men chuckle. That would keep it in the family, Thorne agrees. Beast leans over to me. Kane's gonna be here soon. I nod. Rosie, we're gonna take that room in the back for a little while. The Prez of Crow Clan's gonna be paying us a little visit. Rosie scowls.
What the hell are you meeting up with that asshole for?
I exhale. Don't worry. I'm not any more excited about it than you are. Shouldn't be long, though.
You keep it clean,
Rosie warns me.
There's carpet back there. I don't want any blood on it.
I'll do my best. Kane and his gang have done business with our club in the past, though not lately. They used to be part of a gun-running cartel. Yeah, maybe they still are. But we stopped doing business with them because of the low quality and high prices of their product. Back then, they were called Crow Clan. No fucking Ku Klux Klan K's in their name. I had heard they changed their names a while back, but at first I just assumed it was because of Kane's outsized ego, that he wanted the club to share his first initial. It was only later I heard he was moving into the white supremacist bullshit. I mostly ignored him and his shitty organization, since we haven't had any business dealings since before I took over as Prez. But a little less than a year ago, I started seeing graffiti around the area, on underpasses and the occasional office building. A Crow Clan logo that looks a hell of a lot like a Nazi symbol. Lately, I've seen it appearing here and there in Tanner Springs. That shit needs to end. Even if Jude has decided he's done with Crow Clan, Kane needs to learn in no uncertain terms that this bullshit stays out of my goddamn town, out of my territory, for good. My brothers and I settle into the back room to wait. About 10 minutes later, Kane arrives with his men, or should I say, his bodyguards. I don't recognize any of the four of them. Either they're new recruits to the Crow clan or Kane's paying them. Kane himself has changed since I last saw him. The deep, jagged scar that goes across his throat and up his right cheek is still there, of course. His hair, which used to be long and lank, is cropped short, about a quarter inch from his skull. It emphasizes the creepy angularity of his face and gives him the look of a wide-eyed snake. He was always an ugly son of a bitch, but this shit ramps it up a level. He looks predatory, like a Nazi pedophile. "Angel," he croaks. Whatever happened to Kane to cause that scar fucked with his voice box, so when he speaks he can barely get much above a whisper. "Congratulations on your new promotion. I haven't had the pleasure of seeing you since you removed your former president from office." Kane's lips part into an ugly grin. "Good move, by the way. Very ambitious." Kane's always been a sleazy fuck. I ignore his words and what they imply, even though I want to pound the fucker's face into the ground for them. "This ain't a social visit, Kane," I cut him off. "What's with this Nazi shit?" "That's a harsh term," he says mildly. "What do you call it when your fucking minions have swastikas and SS tattoos on their heads?" I growl. "Your little KKK minions have been seen in Tanner Springs. And last night, some of them broke into the apartment of a friend of mine." "That's what this is about," Kane clucks his tongue. "You're coming here to get your friend's possessions back. This is quite a fall from grace, Angel." "Nah, that's not what this is about." I stand from the table where I've been sitting, the chair flying back behind me. I lean forward and put both hands on the heavy wood tabletop. "This is about Crow Clan, and how you're recruiting for your shitty club from my fucking territory." Kane half flinches, but the frozen grin doesn't leave his face. "I'm not recruiting, Angel. I'll admit I do have a following among the young people. Some of them get enthusiastic." "I thought you were happy enough just to move shitty guns and low-quality ammo back and forth. Last I remember you were selling to the black gangs up north. You still doing business up there?" "Why not?" Kane's grin widens. "Fortunately, their money is still as green as anyone else's. It's not my problem if they need guns to play their gangland games out there in the ghetto. If they kill each other in the process, then that's an unexpected benefit." "Jesus Christ," Thorne mutters beside me. I can feel the tension rising on my side of the room. This is going to end in bloodshed, and I promise to spare Rosie's rug. Kane is unfazed. "Let me give you a little advice, Prez." He begins in a condescending tone. "Young men, they need to feel a part of something. Something bigger than themselves. Something to make them feel important, like they belong. If you can give them something to believe in, a higher purpose, if you will, they'll fight harder, be more loyal. Perhaps even be persuaded to do things that they otherwise wouldn't have the courage to do. Giving them a belief system and a leader in this cause," Kane points to his chest, "that gives them strength, bravery." He smiles, the scar on his cheek puckering. "Those boys will do what I tell them. Anything I tell them. To belong to Crow Clan. That's gold." Jesus fuck, I breathe in wonder. "You don't even believe the bullshit you're feeding them, you cynical piece of shit." A flash of white-hot fury bolts through me, the urge to kill him right here and now so strong that the adrenaline hit makes me almost feel drunk with it. "It ain't any surprise to me that you gotta seduce little boys to do your bidding, Kane," I spit out. "Hell, with that ugly fucking face of yours, I'm guessing you're recruiting yourself a little army of fuckboys to do anything you want. Ain't that right?" Kane's face grows paler. His features contort into a mask of fury. "You son of a bitch," he wheezes. "Ah, looks like I hit the nail on the head." With a snort of disgust, I turn to Beast. "No wonder. He likes him young, looks like." Gotta brainwash him to get him to go down on that cheese dick of his, Beast replies. Kane lets out a strangled roar. His bodyguards take a step forward, but before they can do anything, my men have their guns out and trained on them. That ain't how this is gonna go, I bark. I grab Kane around the throat and shove him against the wall, even though it makes me sick to touch him. Look, you slimy piece of shit, I snarl. You ain't nothing to me but a goddamn piece of filth. You keep your racist bullshit out of Tanner Springs, you get me? And if I see you recruiting for your fucking Hitler Youth there, any goddamn sign of them at all, I swear to God I will end you. But not before I cut your thumb dick off and feed it to you. You got me? Kane's eyes are bulging out of his face with fear and hatred. You heard what I did to the outlaw sons, I continue. You know I mean this. The apartment your little band of Nazi cocksuckers broke into last night. That was my club bartender's place. They've been trying to get her little brother to join up. I shake my head once. I ain't having that. I especially ain't having a small-time chicken shit like you pollute my corner of the world. I tighten my grip on his neck and bash his head once, hard, against the wall. You take your stink out of here, Kane, and don't let me ever smell you again. I remove my hand from his flesh, resisting the urge to wipe it on my cut. Let's get out of here, I mutter at my brothers. Kane, call off your dogs before we shoot them to death. Thorn Beast and the other lords with me keep their guns trained on the 5 of them until we're out of the room. Rosie, I call as we head toward the door. You owe me one on that carpet. We head back to Tanner Springs. I'm feeling itchy and antsy. Part of me isn't sure why I didn't just take that motherfucker outside and smoke his sorry ass. Out of respect for Rosie and the Skull's tradition as neutral territory, I guess. As we get closer to town, the ghost of an idea starts to form in my head. Something I tuck away for later to talk to the lords about. Right now, though, I have Jude to deal with.
23. Jewel. I don't know what Angel says to Jude when he gets back from meeting with the leader of the Crow clan. All I know is that in the days that follow, my brother seems to transform before my eyes. Where he used to be mostly sullen and uncommunicative with me, he's polite now. He even thanks me without fail every time I let him borrow my car. He's still working with the lords at Twisted Pipes, and sometimes he comes to the clubhouse after work with the prospects. A couple of the men joke that he's becoming a hang-around. Angel gives me a wide berth for the next week or so, but it's not that he's ignoring me exactly. It feels more like he's giving me space. On the one hand, I'm grateful, because being around him is hard for me. But I miss his touch, and the ache deep in my gut when I see him doesn't go away as the days pass. If anything, it gets worse the harder I try to ignore it. One night, I'm taking my break out behind the clubhouse when he comes out to join me. It's the first time we've been alone together since the night we spent in my apartment. I feel raw and agitated in his presence, but I do my best not to show it. I pull my fall jacket around me, not knowing if it's the cold or his presence that makes me feel like shivering. "What you doing out here?" he asks as he comes to sit next to me on top of the picnic table. "Just looking at the stars," I reply, glancing up at the night sky. "Yeah?" He leans his elbows on his knees and looks up. "You can see a lot of them tonight. Big Dipper, Little Dipper." He points. "See that bright one there? That's Venus." I listen as Angel points out a few other constellations, most of which I've heard of, but never seen. With his help, I see Pisces, though it doesn't look much like a fish to me, and Pegasus, which looks like a horse, though I can't see the wings. He shows me Taurus, too, which really does look like a charging bull with its horns sticking out. "See that cluster packed together in Taurus? Like a 4-leaf clover, with the 3 smaller ones underneath? That's Pleiades. It's a cluster, not a constellation. There's over 1,000 stars in there. You just can't tell it from here. I stop looking up at the sky to glance over at Angel. How do you know about this stuff? I used to be really into that shit when I was a little kid. He chuckles low in his throat. I wish I had someone to teach me the rest of them. I'd like to be someone who knows about the stars. I remember thinking that the last time I was out here. That was the night Angel came out and led me upstairs to his apartment. I shiver. The cool thing about Pleiades is that they're not just there by chance, Angel continues. They're related. They're all moving in the same direction across the sky, at the same speed, Angel murmurs, like a bunch of stars that decided to be a family. I consider his words. Reminds me of the Lord's. Yeah, me too. Angel stops looking upward and turns back to me. You still planning on quitting? He asks. I don't know what to say to this. The truth is, I haven't started looking for another job. I don't know why. Stalling, I guess. Stupid of me. Yes, I finally breathe. I just think it's best. You planning on leaving town, too? Probably. I wave my hand around. I mean, there's not really that much for me here in terms of job opportunities. He pauses for a beat. Does it matter that I don't want you to go? My God, how do I answer that? I push down the butterflies, trying to escape from my stomach, and force myself not to read too much into his words. You're just used to having me around, I say, more to remind myself of this than anything. Yeah, I am, he agrees, but that's not why. I'm tired of being a bit player in other people's lives, Angel, I exhale. I want my own life. I want to feel like I matter, not just that I'm convenient. Is that what you think you are? He chuckles. What else would I be? You aren't to me, he says slowly. Then he outright laughs, low and gravelly. You're damn inconvenient, in fact. What? I stammer. I've been trying like hell to stay away from you. You know that? Angel says huskily, reaching over to draw me closer. Your presence is a pain in my ass. Before you, I never had to worry about women being a distraction. You're a distraction, Jewel. Even though his actions are making my heart practically leap out of my chest, his words cut deep. A surge of anger rises up in me as I push against him. Is that right? I retort. Well, don't worry. Soon I won't be distracting you anymore. Jewel. His tone is harsh, but goes gentle almost instantly. Will you calm down? It's true, you're a distraction. Of the worst and the best kind. I was starting to stand up from the table, but he pulls me back down. I don't want you to leave, Jewel. He waits until my eyes meet his before going on. God help me. I want to see where this goes. He brushes his lips against mine. How about you? I can feel myself tumbling. My stomach is in knots. I want to wrench myself away, say no, tell him I'm not strong enough to fall in love with him and then have him break my heart. Angel doesn't wait for an answer. Come on, he says, standing. Where? I resist his pull, but even I know it's only temporary. Come with me for a while. Let's not think. Let's get away from here, somewhere where the club ain't between us. Where? My place. So I do. Because really, was there ever any question that I could resist anything where Angel is concerned? We walk through the clubhouse together. Angel keeps his hand in mine as he leads me toward the front door. Jewel's shift is over, he yells out over the din. Get your own fucking drinks. One by one, the men turn our way. A couple of them cock their heads in surprise. A few of them hoot and pump their fists. By the door, 2 of the club girls stare at us wide-eyed, then give me matching jealous sneers. I know from the heat in my face and the sound of blood rushing in my ears that I'm flushing deep red. But I try to keep my eyes ahead of me and not think about the fact that Angel has just basically told everyone here that there's something going on between us. I know that as soon as we leave, they'll all be talking about what it means. The funny thing is, I'm just as clueless as they are. I wish I knew, I say to them in my head. True to his word, Angel puts me on the back of his bike. We don't go straight to his house, though. Instead, he takes me on a winding ride out of town, where I look at the stars in the night sky, the same stars he just showed me, as the highway hums underneath our wheels. I search for Pleiades, and finally think I find it, just where Angel showed me in the Taurus constellation. It's a cool night, and the wind in our faces makes me chilly. The heat from the motorcycle's engine warms my legs a bit, but I'm forced to snuggle against Angel for warmth. At first, my emotions are a riot in my head, but after a while, the meditative sounds of the road and the dark beauty of the night calm me. I can feel Angel's body relaxing, too, and together we seem to fall into a rhythm, our breathing matching one another, our hearts beating in time. I have no idea how long we've been riding when Angel turns the bike back around toward town and takes me to his place. I've never been there, of course, never even knew where he lived or on what side of town. We spend the night making love in the dark. He's by turns tender, rough, demanding, and giving. I realize that night how well he already knows my body, but even more than that, he seems to know my soul. It's an absurd thought, but one I can't shake. Angel knows me. He's gotten inside a part of me no man ever has. When we finally drop into bed, exhausted, it's almost sunrise. I'm laid open, bare to Angel, in every way I can think of. And worst or best of all, I know I've fallen for him completely. I know there's no turning back for me. As I lie there in his arms, drifting off to sleep, I wonder how much I'll regret this in the future. Whether I'll look back at this night one day and remember it as the night that everything came tumbling down for me. Because Angel holds my heart in his hands now, and if he chooses to throw it away, I don't know how I'll ever recover. Angel and I ride back to the clubhouse the next morning, but before we do, he stops off at my apartment so I can get a fresh change of clothes. When we walk inside the club, there are a few hoots and catcalls again, but Angel ignores it, so I do too. "We got a run to do later on today," he murmurs against my hair as we walk toward the bar. "I probably won't be back until late. Otherwise, I'd ask you to spend the night here at the apartment. You got anything going on tomorrow after your shift?" No, I murmur, dizzy at the low intimacy of his voice. "Good." He lets me go and lifts my chin with a finger. I bite my lip, and he growls and leans down to bite it for me. "And, Jewel, hold off on looking for another job, just for another week or so." He doesn't wait for an answer, just saunters off down the hallway toward his office. I follow him with my gaze, eyes slipping down to appreciate the strong muscles of his ass. Which reminds me of how they felt last night, flexing as he drove into me. Oh, goodness. Heat pools between my legs, and I have to resist the urge to fan myself. I have to endure a fair amount of good-natured ribbing throughout the day, not to mention more than a couple of very pointed questions about last night. Even Jenna shows up in the early afternoon, pretending she's looking for Ghost. When I tell her he's not around, she acts unsurprised and plops down on one of the bar stools to ask me, "What's new?" I do my best to fend them all off, feeling as shy as a schoolgirl who just had her first kiss. Eventually, people seem to get bored with asking me questions, and by the end of the day, things have gone more or less back to normal, except that the club girls are still giving me the stink eye. That night, I'm back in my apartment, doing a load of laundry and getting ready for bed. My body is missing Angel, and now that I'm alone, the distraction of household chores isn't enough to keep my mind off of him. I wonder where he is tonight and what the Lord's run is about. As I walk by the living room with a load of dry clothes in my arms, my phone buzzes on the coffee table. I set the basket on the couch and look down at it. Jude. "Hello?" I say into the receiver. On the other end, there's nothing but dead air. "Hello?" I call again. When he doesn't answer, I end the call and try to phone him back. It goes straight to voicemail. I decide maybe he's butt-dialed me, but I send him a text anyway, telling him to call me back. I slip the phone into my back pocket, and it buzzes again, but the same thing happens. Frowning, I'm trying to figure out what's going on when there's a sharp, impatient knock at my door. He must have forgotten his key, I think in relief, as I go to open it for him. As soon as I turn the knob, the door flies open, wrenching my wrist before I can let go. It crashes against the wall, and two large men bolt inside. One clamps a hand around my mouth and yanks my arm back with the other, hard. A slice of razor-sharp pain courses through my body like lightning, and I scream, but the sound is muffled so hardly any noise escapes. Something hard and cold is jammed up against my rib cage. "Not one fucking sound, bitch," the second man hisses, his hot breath against my ear. "You struggle, and we'll fucking kill you the second we get you outside. You understand?" He doesn't wait for an answer. The first man tugs upward on my arm again and shoves me. I cry out into his hand before I can stop myself, but choke it back as I lurch forward, the man pushing me so fast I can barely keep my feet under me. Out in the hallway, I see there are 3 of them. The other 2 are wearing masks, and their guns are drawn as they watch for anyone coming out of their apartments. I instantly think of Olga, hoping she heard. But then, terror overtakes hope as I realize she'll be killed if she pokes her head out to see what made the noise. I'm dragged down the stairwell, then out the back entrance of the building. Fear trickles down my spine as they pull me toward a vehicle I don't recognize. I start to struggle and fight. I kick back with my legs, trying to connect hard enough that the man gripping me will loosen his hold. I manage to land one blow on his shin, but he doesn't loosen his grasp. The roar of pain makes one of the masked men turn around. With a swing of his hand, he connects hard with my jaw. Tears prick my eyes as the jolt rattles my brain. The man holding me lets go of my mouth and grabs a hank of my hair, yanking so hard that for a second I'm afraid he'll break my neck. "You stupid bitch," he seethes. "You don't fucking listen to directions, do you?" I open my mouth to cry out, but the cold steel is back, this time jammed right under my chin. "You'll pay for that," the second man says. "You're gonna regret every fucking second of that decision." We've arrived at a dark-colored SUV now. The hatch opens, and before I know what's happening, there's a flash of light and then a dull thud that seems like it's coming from inside my skull. As blackness overtakes me, the last thought I have is how much the flash looked like a constellation.
24. Angel. The morning after our run, we're in church when the news comes. We're debating an idea I've been tossing around in my head for days. An idea that might be a possible solution to a lot of things. For the club, for me, and for Jewel. We've been talking about diversifying for a while, I'm saying. This is a good opportunity for us. An established business. With a clientele we know damn well. and Rosie'd give us a decent deal on it. She'd want the place to go to a club she respects. I ain't opposed, Hawk frowns. But we got a lot on our plates right now already, with getting Twisted Pipes back up and running. The Smiling Skull wouldn't be that much more, though, Thorne argues. Hell, we could negotiate it with Rosie to turn shit over to us gradually. She's already got the place staffed. At least some of those people are going to want to keep working. Except Rosie, I tell him. She wants to finish up and move on as soon as possible. Wants to go live with her sister down in Arizona. Who are you thinking about having taken over managing the place? Beast asks. I was thinking Jewel, I say. Around the table I watch as the lords consider my words. You trying to get her out of your hair, boss? Hale frowns. I know my brothers have seen me coming and going from the clubhouse with Jewel the last few days, so I suppose that ain't a surprising reaction. No, I'm trying to keep her here, I say honestly. A couple of the men give me knowing smirks, but I ignore them. Jewel's been making noise about looking for another job. I can't think of anyone better to manage the Skull, and maybe a raise and a new challenge will convince her to stick around. You got more than a business interest in Jewel Prez? Ghost asks with a grin. Fuck you, brother, I toss back, feigning anger, but my heart ain't in it. Truth is, I don't think I care if the lords know what's going on between Jewel and me. I asked her to put off looking for another job yesterday, and as soon as the words were out of my mouth, I knew why I was asking it. Not because I don't want the hassle of replacing our bartender. Not because I'm just used to having her around. Not because I want her to stay in a dead-end job, in a dead-end life, like she thinks she would be if she stayed. Because, God damn it, I'm in love with her. And because she's part of the family. And because damned if I know how it took me this long to figure all this shit out. I'm damn lucky she's stuck around as long as she has. But I aim to figure out a way to make her stick around one hell of a lot longer. I want her with me. I want her with the club. And I want her to feel like she's got the life she wants. As long as she'll have me. Fuck you, brother, I say to Ghost again, my voice turning to a growl. My feelings about Jewel are my business, but she deserves more than tending bar with you bunch of numbnuts. She's every bit as capable as Rosie, and she's the best possible person to run the Skull if we buy it. She knows bikers. She's tough and feisty, and she'll be able to keep that place going. I look around the table. The Skull can be an asset to us, if she's in charge, and you all know that. The lords argue back and forth about whether we should buy the bar or not, but one thing is never disputed. Everyone agrees that Jewel's the person to manage it. In the end, we're almost ready to take a vote, when the door to the chapel bursts open. Jude stands in the doorway, eyes wide and frantic. His face is bruised and swollen, but I don't care why. He's broken a cardinal rule. What the fuck? I roar. I jump to my feet, furious. This room is off limits. No one comes in here who's not a patched member of the club. I know, Jude shouts. I'm sorry. The prospects tried to stop me, but this can't wait. Jewel's gone. She's been taken by the Crow clan. Jace and a bunch of the other guys jumped me, Jude is saying, talking loud and fast so everyone can hear him. We're out in the main room now. The prospects are there too. They fucking held me overnight. The pieces of shit, he spits. Took my phone. I think they meant to call Jewel with it. Maybe try to figure out where she was. I heard one of them call someone. I think it was Kane. And tell them they were on their way there with my cell. They took my wallet too. Beat me up and dropped me out in the country. Jude shakes his head in disgust. It took me this long to get back into town. When I got to the apartment, I realized they'd taken my keys too. I had to get a neighbor to let me in. The living room was trashed and Jewel was gone. Jude turns to me. I don't know how long it's been, he says urgently. They might have had her for hours. Jesus fuck, Beast hisses. Where would Kane have taken her? I demand. When Jude hesitates, I grab him by the collar, shaking him. Where? I don't know, he cries. I've never been to Kane's place. I don't know anything about him, really. And since I haven't been hanging out with Jace and those guys anymore,
I don't think any of them would tell me anything.
Like hell they won't, I growl. I stand and let go of Jude's collar. Take me to them. You know where they hang out, don't you? Don't you? I roar. Kane will pay for this. The fear that Jewel is hurt, thudding at the crown of my skull, is only drowned out by the molten rage erupting through me.
Yeah,
he nods, his eyes flickering back and forth as he thinks.
I can find them.
We're wasting time. Come on. I take Jude in Jewel's car, a handful of lords coming with us to make sure Kane's fucking minions know we mean business. Jude directs me as I drive. First we go to the trailer where Jace lives with his older brother. Jace isn't home, but his brother is. He's a greasy-looking punk that I've seen around town, and gives his name as Colton. When I demand Jace's whereabouts, Colton pleads ignorance. You got a phone, don't you? I growl. Yeah. He trails off, and it's clear he's trying to think of some sort of excuse as to why he won't be able to call Jace with it. I backhand him across the face to clear that fucking excuse out of his head. Here's what's gonna happen, I hiss, pulling out my piece and aiming it at his head. First, you're gonna tell me where your goddamn phone is. Don't reach for it, or I'll blow your fucking head off. Paling, Colton blurts out that it's in his back right pocket. I nod at Jude, who reaches in and pulls it out. Colton gives us the security code, and Jude searches through the contacts until he finds Jace. Next, we're going to call him, and when he answers, you're going to ask him where he is. If you give him any indication we're here, it'll be the last conversation you will ever have. You got that? Colton looks like he wants to fire off some smart fucking response, but he's too much of a coward. He gives me a quick, frightened nod instead. Why do you want him? He whispers. Are you going to kill him? We'll see. Jude punches in the number and hits speakerphone. He holds it in front of Colton. On the second ring, there's a click. Yeah. Jace. Colton's starting to sweat. His voice wavers, but he does a decent enough job of sounding normal. Hey, bro, what's up? Not much. There's noise in the background, voices laughing and talking. Why? I just wanted to know where you're at right now. Colton glances at me nervously. Over at Richie's hanging out. Jace's tone is annoyed. Why the fuck do you care? I press the barrel of the gun hard against Colton's temple. Just... He hesitates. I'm bringing a chick over here to bang later. Wanted to make sure I had the place to myself for a couple hours. Yeah, Jace replies. I ain't gonna be back probably till tonight. Okay, cool. Colton looks up at me hopefully. I give him a single nod. That's all, I guess. Later, dude. Whatever. The line clicks. Colton exhales shakily. Good job, little man, I say, easing the pressure of the barrel against his head. Not worth an Academy Award or anything, but not bad. Where's Richie's? Richie's one of his buddies. His uncle has a plumbing and appliance business on the other side of town. They don't have much business most of the time, so Richie and those guys hang out in the shop and get high most days. I glance at Jude, who scowls. I know where that is. We're done here. I lower the gun and take the phone from Jude. Tossing it to the floor of the trailer, I lift up the heel of my boot and come down on it hard. The screen makes a satisfying crunching noise as it breaks. I stomp the thing a couple more times for good measure, then peer down at it to make sure it's toast. Afraid we're going to have to tie your ass up, Colton, I say conversationally. Lifting my chin at Bullet and Hale, I turn toward the door of the trailer. Do the honors. We'll wait outside. When Bullet and Hale are finished making sure there's no way for Colton to escape and warn his brother, we take off toward the plumbing business. The owner, who must be the uncle, looks pretty surprised to see us walk in. For a single fucking hilarious moment, he seems to believe we're there to buy a washer-dryer or some shit like that. I have Bullet keep a gun trained on him, and the rest of us head out for the repair shop. Kane's minions are out there just like we expected. Jace looks over in confusion as we walk in, but it doesn't take long for him to figure out who we are and what we're after. He bolts up out of the chair he's sitting in and makes a run for the loading dock. The other 5 or 6 little pricks scattered too, but they're all so fucking high we don't even bother pulling our guns as we chase him down. I grab Jace by the collar of his jacket and throw him to the ground. In the background, I hear his buddies going down too. Neo-Nazi piece of shit, Beast seethes before he cracks one in the skull. I smile. Jude rushes up behind me and tackles Jace. Straddling him, he pulls a fist back and starts to hammer his face, hard and fast. "You son of a bitch!" he yells. "Where the fuck is my sister?" I watch for a moment as he bloodies up his former friend, pulling him off Jace only when he's broken his nose, and the blood is coming so fast he's going to have trouble talking. "That's enough," I say, fighting for calm. "You, get the fuck up." I point to an overturned chair about 15 feet away. "Sit." Jace is making incoherent burbling noises as he drags himself over, rights the chair clumsily and sits down. "Tell me where to find Kang," I bark. "I don't know," he burbles automatically. I look over at Brick and Ghost and nod. They saunter over and Jace's eyes grow wide with comprehension. "I said I don't know," he screams. He scuffles at the door with his feet, trying to move the chair away as he scrambles to stand. Brick grabs him and tosses him easily back into the chair. "See, here's the thing, Jace," I growl, leaning in real close. "Your buddy Kane has Jude's sister. You remember her, don't you? Well, it just so happens that Jewel belongs to me. So basically, Kane stole from me." I move forward another inch and grab his face in mine. He winces as I squeeze my fingers into his jawbone and twist. I feel the cartilage give a little and keep twisting until I'm just short of breaking his jaw. Jace's eyes are wild as he moans and squirms in his chair. "I get it. You think if you tell me where Kane is, he'll kill you when he finds out. Well, the thing is, you're already fucking dead. You'll die right here if you don't tell me." I let the pressure off just a little bit, and when I find Kane, I'm gonna kill him. So, the only chance you have of living is if you tell me where he is, and hope to hell I find him. Got me? Jace's moans have turned to low, tortured whimpers. Tears stream down his cheeks. His eyes are locked on mine as he nods, his head barely moving against the pain. Satisfied, I let go of his jaw. He gasps and lets out a loud sob. "I know where they took her," he chokes. "I thought you might." When Jace tells us the address, Jude looks over at me in horror. "Holy shit. He's going to kill her, Angel. He's gonna fucking kill her." Bile rises in my throat, but I push it back down. "Come on, now," I roar to the lords. "Let's go, before it's too late."
25. Jewel. The faded odor of rancid meat assaults my senses, reminding me that soon I'll be nothing but decaying flesh myself. When I came to, I was bound hands and feet on a steel table, my legs splayed apart. It didn't take long to realize I was in some sort of meat processing facility, a locker or a butcher shop, but from the smell, I'd guess it hasn't been used as that in a long time. Now it's just a torture chamber. If I had more energy, I'd be screaming in terror. But the time for that was hours ago, back when I still had hope that somehow I might manage to get out of this place, back before they started rewarding my screams by cutting and burning my flesh. Now, I just lie here and wait. For Kane. He hasn't shown up yet, but the men who brought me here tell me he's coming. I'm guessing that's the reason they haven't killed me, because he wants to do it himself. My breathing is coming fast and shallow as I lie there in agony. I try to slow it, taking deep inhales against the pain and terror. The skin around my wrists and ankles is raw, but the sting feels far away, almost like it's someone else's body feeling it. The throb of my head is closer, a constant thrum that never goes away. My insides burn like my organs have been branded by a hot poker. The pain is coming from so many directions that it's difficult to think, almost impossible to focus. I've heard that when the pain becomes too much, the human body will shut off the suffering by fainting. I've been waiting for that, praying for it, but it hasn't happened yet. The thud of steps manages to break through the haze in my brain. My heart rate spikes, and I resist the urge to vomit from fear. Somehow, I know it's Kane. I close my eyes as though I can make him disappear through sheer force of will. "Wakey, wakey," a strange, strangled-sounding voice calls. Something slams down hard on the steel table, making my body jolt in fright. "Come on now, I know you're not asleep." Panic forces the air from my lungs as I force my eyes open to look at my murderer in the face. The man who looks back at me is angular, almost skull-like, with waxy skin and a long, ugly scar across his cheek and throat. His hair is shaved short, and he's dressed in black, so that apart from his face and his hands, he looks like a shadow, like the Grim Reaper. Tears spill from my red, puffy eyes and down my cheeks. I hear a sob escape from my throat, but it almost feels like someone else is crying. "Oh, there now," Kane croons, making a strange sound that might be a laugh. He reaches over, strokes my cheek. Rough, scaly skin scrapes against mine. My stomach turns in disgust, and I wrench my face away. "Why are you doing this?" I pant. "What did my brother ever do to you, other than decide he didn't want to be part of your gang anymore?" Kane makes the strange sound again. "It's not your brother, darling. It's Angel." The last word comes out almost as a curse. "Your man disrespected me," he continues in a vile, ominous tone. "He thinks he's better than other people, thinks he's untouchable, above everyone and everything." "He's not my man," I manage to croak. "I have to give you credit, darling. You're trying, but it's no use. I know you're his. My people have seen you together. I know Jude is your brother. Why else would he care about one shitty little punk joining my clan? You mean more to him than you're letting on. That's why I took you from him." "I'm nothing to Angel," I rasp. "He was just trying to help me, but I'm not his. We're not together." Kane squints at me dubiously, considering. "I doubt you're telling me the truth, but even so, you may not be much more than a quick fuck to him, but I know Angel. I know he's a prideful man. I know he's got some sort of hero complex. It will destroy him to have his perfect self-image tarnished." He chuckles, "And I am going to enjoy reminding him of it over and over again." He reaches over and caresses my cheek with one rough finger, then nods at me in satisfaction. "I'm going to fuck Angel's little piece, and then I'm going to send you back to him in pieces." My head is all jumbled up. I can't think straight. This is the end. He's going to rape me, and then he's going to kill me. I'll never see anyone I know again. I'll never get out of this room. I'll never talk to Jude again. Never have a family of my own. Never see Angel. Angel. The longing for him cuts through everything else. A low moan escapes me at the futility, the horror of it all. This is the last thing I'll ever know. These men hurting me. This man touching me, violating me. Afterwards, maybe cutting me up alive, piece by piece, to send to the man I love. Kane reaches over to a cabinet and pulls out a metal object. I resist the urge to scream. He grabs at my shirt and pulls, and then I see it's a pair of scissors. He cuts up the center and rips the rest of the fabric until I'm exposed. He does the same to my skirt. He takes a step back, tisking. "You're all bruised," he murmurs in a sing-song voice. "Not very pretty at all. Still," he shrugs, giving me a wide, crooked grin, "you'll be much less pretty when I'm done with you." Kane makes a single cut to the leg of my panties. The cold metal brushes against my leg, and I flinch. Tossing the scissors aside, he yanks them off, and then takes hold of my legs, pulling my body roughly to the edge of the table. He licks his lips and locks his gaze onto mine. I squeeze my eyes shut and try not to scream, not to give him the satisfaction of hearing my agony. "Eyes open," he commands, and I do as he says, terrified of what will happen if I disobey. Kane takes a step back, as if putting on a show for me. My eyes follow him in spite of myself, and I watch in horror and disgust as he begins to loosen his belt. It's over. There's no way to stop it from happening. Inside my mind, I'm screaming, begging him to stop. But I can't give him that. He won't stop. I can't fight him, but I won't give him that. The only weapon I have left is my tongue, so I use it, and damn the rest. "You're doing this because you're jealous," I spit with as much energy as I have left. "You're jealous. You're not as much of a man as Angel is. So you have to hurt a woman instead of facing him yourself. You're a pathetic waste of a man. An ugly, vile, disgusting piece of shit." Kane hits me across the face with the back of his hand. My head smashes hard against the metal table as fire explodes behind my eyes. It's not enough to knock me unconscious. If he'd just hit me harder, maybe it could be. "You little cunt." He grabs me by the scalp and pulls my hair hard, ripping it from my scalp. The pain burns, radiating through my body like a wildfire. He tears harder, and the searing pain wrenches a wild, guttural cry from deep within me. He leans close, eyes full of loathing. I work my parched mouth and throat as hard as I can and spit at his face, but I don't even come close. It enrages him further, though, and somehow my brain short-circuits and I start laughing crazily. "You're pathetic," I cry hoarsely. "Go ahead and rape me if you can. I doubt if I'll even feel it." With a roar, Kane grabs me around the throat with his other hand. My eyes flutter closed as he punches me again across the cheek and begins to choke me. As the blood roars in my ears, I say a silent prayer of thanks and wait to pass out. From far away, somewhere deep, deep in my mind, I hear shouts and loud noises. I want to find out what the sounds are, but my limbs are like lead. The darkness is peaceful. I don't want to leave it. I sink back down, shutting everything out as I drift back into unconsciousness. A sharp bang jolts me awake, and I murmur in protest. Voices call my name. One of them is the voice I want to hear. It's a dream. It must be a dream. I'm jostled against the cold table, and then I'm picked up, carried in someone's arms. It hurts, but I can't scream or cry anymore. All I can do is try to push the dream away and melt back into the darkness, hoping it claims me for good.
26. Angel. For the third time as president of the Lords of Carnage, I kill a man in cold blood. The first time it was my own president. The second time it was to protect my MC. This time is to protect the woman I love. And to rid this world of a stinking pile of shit who's trying to create some sort of Nazi fiefdom for himself. For the second time as president, I lay waste to a club. The Crow clan is no more. We destroyed Kane and every man guarding him at the meat locker, and disposed of their remains the same way as we did the outlaw sons. The young kids who aspired to become crows no longer have a leader. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. The wizard is no more. And for the first time as president, for the first time in my life, I admit to myself that I love someone so much, my life no longer means anything to me unless she's in it. The sight of Jewel lying on the steel table, bloody, bound, and half-naked, is something I'll never forget, no matter how many more years I live. When I get to her, she's delirious, mumbling about death and moaning softly. As gently as I can, I remove the ropes from her bloody wrists and ankles. She doesn't seem to know who I am, because she groans and tries to pull away. Jewel, baby, it's me. It's Angel. You're safe. Let me take these off, I murmur huskily. My voice is cracking, but I do my best not to break down. Seeing her like this, it's a hell like nothing I've ever experienced. The coppery scent of her blood hangs in the air. Clumps of her long blonde hair lie on the metal table beside her head.
You'll never be the man Angel is,
she whimpers as I lift her in my arms.
Never be like him.
She shivers against me as I yell to one of the brothers to find me something to cover her with. It eats me alive to hear her soft cries, to feel her trembling against me. I can only guess. Fear what else Kane has done to her. Someone comes with a blanket. I wrap her body in it and carry her out of the building, toward the van that's waiting. Outside, I tell Bullet, Hale, and Thorn not to leave her for a second, to make sure she's as comfortable as possible until I get back to her. I beat Kane to death with my bare hands. His blood mixes with jewels on my skin. His screams mingle with the memory of her whimpers. Inflicting his pain soothes me. Watching him die is the only thing that cleanses my tortured soul. Revenge. I leave the other lords to finish what we started. I hold Jewel in my arms all the way back to Tanner Springs. She stirs sometimes when we go over bumps. I kiss her forehead and tell her it's going to be all right. When we get to the clubhouse, Smiley's waiting. He takes one look at her and grabs a needle from his bag. She needs to sleep, he murmurs. Poor thing. She's going to be in a lot of pain when she wakes up. He looks at me gravely. I think maybe we should call Isabel, he says. We could use a female with medical knowledge here for later. The weight of his words hits me. Fuck. My fists clench at the thought that Jewel might have been raped. I put my head in my hands. Get her here, Smiley. I can't leave Jewel. I'm staying with her until she wakes up. We put her in my apartment. Smiley treats the most obvious of her wounds, and then leaves us to go call Isabel. I take Jewel's clothes off as carefully as I can. I put her in one of my clean t-shirts, which looks like a dress on her. I find a washcloth in the bathroom and wipe the blood from her face, neck, and arms. Smiley left some ointment for the rope burns on her wrists and ankles, and I put that on her too. Then I pull the covers over her, draw the shades, and sit in the darkness, watching her sleep. I don't move from my chair near the bed. Smiley, Isabel, Beast, and Ghost have all made appearances, coming in to ask in whispered tones how she is, how I am. Isabel tells me that most of the lords and their old ladies are downstairs, waiting for news. Jenna brings me a sandwich at some point. I shake my head and she takes it away. Finally, Jude comes in. He doesn't say a word, but comes straight to the foot of the bed. He stands there, staring, his jaw working furiously. Finally, he brings his hands up and wipes his eyes, then turns away, his head hanging low. "Tell her I'm sorry," he whispers as he leaves. It's several hours later when Jewel finally wakes up. She groans and then lets out a little gasp as she shifts in the bed. "Jewel," I murmur as softly as I can so I don't scare her. "It's me. You're at the clubhouse. You're okay, babe." "Angel," she whimpers. It hurts." "I know, baby." I slide from my chair to sit on the mattress beside her, heart pounding out of my goddamn chest. "You're hurt, but you're gonna be okay." She raises a hand gingerly to a tender spot on her head where the hair has been pulled away. When she touches it, she winces and cries out in alarm. "Shh, I know. It hurts. Just leave it alone, darling. It'll heal." "What?" For the first time, she opens her eyes and peers at me through the pain. "What happened to Kane?" she whispers. "He's gone." Even though I'm trying not to scare or alarm her, my voice is cold and hard as steel. "He's gone for good, babe. You're safe forever." Jewel closes her eyes and draws a deep, shuddering breath. "I thought I was dead, Angel. He was going to—" Her voice ends in a sob. At that moment, my only wish is that I could bring Kane back to life, just so I could kill him all over again. I don't ask Jewel to finish her sentence. I just pray to a God I don't believe in that she means Kane didn't get the chance to rape her. "Babe," I say, rising up from the bed. "I'm gonna go get—" "No!" she cries, sitting bolt upright in the bed. Her eyes are wild with fright, her swollen, bruised face a mask of terror. "Don't leave me," she finishes, her expression pleading. "Not yet." "Okay, sweetheart. I'm not leaving. I promise." I sit back down and raise a hand to stroke her forehead gently. "How long have I been here?" she murmurs, calmer now. "We brought you back a few hours ago. Smiley fixed you up with something to help you sleep. He's here if you need anything more painkillers or something. And, Isabel is here too, if you—" I swallow. "If you need to talk to a woman about anything." Jewel meets my gaze reluctantly. "He didn't rape me," she whispers. "He was going to. And then he was going to—" She squeezes her eyes shut. "He said he was going to cut me up in pieces and send them to you." Jesus Christ. Baby, holy shit. I spit in his face," she swallows. "At least I tried to. He went crazy. At the end, I was trying to make him mad, so he'd get it over with." The pain in the back of my throat makes it hard to swallow. My brave girl. I kiss her on the forehead as softly as I can. My fucking brave as hell girl. The days that follow mark a slow, painful recovery for Jewel. At first, she stays at the clubhouse in my apartment. One of the club girls, Melanie, cuts her hair for her in a short style that mostly camouflages the raw patches until new hair can grow back. Eventually, I move her to my place. She doesn't feel ready to go back to her apartment, even with Jude there. And I don't blame her. I know she needs time to believe in her heart that she's safe now, even though she knows Kane is dead. My house has a fucking top-of-the-line security system, so whenever I have to leave her, which isn't often, I set it for her, and she just sits and watches movies by herself. I don't go very far from home while she's recovering, just to the clubhouse from time to time to take care of business. She has my number plugged into her phone, just in case. I know she's traumatized, so I give her the time and space to heal, physically and mentally. I don't touch her, even though having her near me all the time like that is sheer hell. At night, we fall asleep in the same bed, and I stare up at the ceiling and try to calm my raging heart-on while I listen to her breathing softly beside me. One day, about 2 weeks after Jewel moves into my place, I come home from the clubhouse to find she's made dinner for us. Instead of the oversized shirts and sweatpants she's been wearing, she's dressed in jeans and a soft-looking sweater. I think she's even put some makeup on. She smiles shyly at me when she meets me at the door.
I didn't have much to work with, and I wasn't quite up to going grocery shopping, she murmurs. I hope it's okay.
Anything you make will be great, I tell her, fighting the rasp in my throat. Because what I want to say is, you're finally coming out of your shell, beautiful. You're finally coming back to me. I open a beer for myself and some red wine for her. We sit down at my kitchen table, where she's lit a couple of candles, and have a meal that feels so normal and domestic, I almost can't believe it's even fucking happening. I've never sat down to dinner with another person like this, at my table, in my house. Jewel is in good spirits, and she even cracks a couple of jokes once she's downed her first glass of wine. In her simple, oversized sweater and faded jeans, she's heartbreakingly beautiful in the candlelight. It's a sight I could stare at over dinner for the rest of my life.
So,
she eventually says, after we've pushed back our chairs and moved over to the couch.
I was thinking maybe I could go back to work in a couple of days. I think I'm ready. It's about time for me to rejoin the world.
You mean work at the clubhouse? I ask in surprise.
Oh, I mean...
Jewel looks down, reddening.
Unless you've replaced me. I know I've been gone a while. I shouldn't have assumed...
No, I shake my head. We've been limping along without you. But I thought you said you wanted to move on?
I guess I did,
she admits.
At first. Now, though, I don't know. Honestly, I kind of feel like I need friends around me for a while.
Family, you mean? I reach over and take her hand. It's your family, Jewel. We always have been.
Maybe it is, sort of,
she whispers, looking up at me with an embarrassed smile.
Could do a lot worse than the Lords as my family.
Damn straight you could, I nod. They'd do anything for you. You know that, right?
Yes, I do know it, but...
Jewel hesitates, and then takes a deep breath.
Angel, I'm just going to say this. I don't know if I can keep being around you after...
She waves her other hand between us.
After this.
This?
Yeah.
She bites her lip.
It's just... I mean, I know... Well, I don't know,
she stammers, then stops and laughs, shaking her head.
I guess I just don't really know what this is.
You don't? I ask, lifting one corner of my mouth. Well, I do. Jewel raises her eyebrows.
Well, in that case, do you think you could fill me in?
She asks, with just a hint of irritation. This, I say, reaching out to caress her newly short hair, is something I should have done a long time ago. Bending toward her upturned face, I cover Jewel's mouth with mine and kiss her deeply. When we finally break apart, she's flushed and breathless. I've wanted you since the day you started working at the clubhouse, I tell her huskily. Did you know that? Wordlessly, she shakes her head. I never made a move. Made damn sure no one else did either. I told myself it was because you were a damn good bartender and I didn't want the club to lose you. Which is true. I pull her closer. But that ain't the real reason. The real reason was I didn't want to lose you. Jewel blinks up at me, her eyes beginning to shine.
Didn't?
No. To be honest, it drove me crazy to have you around sometimes and not be able to do anything about it. But I don't have the best track record with women, as you may have noticed. Jewel lets out a little snort, and I can't help but chuckle. I figured I'd rather have you around, even if it meant I had to stay away from you, than start something and fuck it up and drive you away. I shake my head, and that's pretty much exactly what happened. Turned out, in lockdown, I couldn't stay away from you. Then afterwards, you started talking about looking for another job.
I didn't want to leave,
she breathes, her voice catching.
I just thought it was for the best.
But it's not for the best, I rasp. I've been in love with you for fuck knows how long, Jewel. I guess it took a lockdown and a near fucking death situation to show me. But I have been. I'm not losing you, darling. So you better get used to the fact that you're stuck with me. And if you know what's good for you, you give notice to your landlord that you're breaking your lease because you're moving in with me. Jewel's eyes are shining. She lets out a soft laugh and purses her lips.
Do I get any say in the matter at all?
She teases. No. I cup a hand behind her head and kiss her again, so she understands I mean business. You don't.
Well, I guess that's settled then, she giggles.
But as far as working at the clubhouse, I continue. I'm sorry to say you're fired. Jewel's eyes fly to mine.
What?
She cries, surprise and anger blooming on her face.
Are you serious?
Damn straight I am, I bark. You've got about 3 weeks to go until you start your new job, managing the Smiling Skull. Her mouth opens in astonishment. Her lips curve into a slow smile.
Are you serious?
She repeats. I told you I was. I feign irritation. The owner's retiring and the lords are buying it. So you're going to have to train your replacement at the clubhouse. You good with that?
Well, I'm not sure,
she muses, tapping a finger against her lower lip.
I mean, we haven't talked salary or benefits or...
I cover her mouth with mine again, putting an end to her foolishness. But I'm satisfied I've managed to change the subject. I move my lips to the soft skin behind her ear.
You drive a hard bargain, she gasps.
That ain't all that's hard, I growl.
Oh yeah? Care to elaborate?
The challenge in her voice makes my long-neglected cock jump. I pull back for a second to look at her. That an invitation?
I never thought you needed one,
she says saucily. Well, damn, I marvel. Here I was all this time trying to be a gentleman. She smirks.
Gentlemen are overrated.
I reach under her hips and scoop her up. Get ready to meet my inner caveman, darling. I stand with Jewel in my arms and carry her to the bedroom. She squeals and laughs, and it makes my chest ache to hear her sounding so happy and carefree. For the first time since Cain kidnapped her, I feel like it's all behind us now. Jewel's back. She's come back to me. And this time, I'm never letting her go again.
Epilogue. Jewel. 1 year later. Jewel? Jude calls out. Do we have any more bags of ice in the back? I don't think so, I shout back. I'll have Angel send one of the prospects out to get some. Nah, I got it. He jogs over to me. We're only gonna need enough for another hour or so. I'll run down to the convenience store and grab one more bag, just in case. Who's going to man your post? I ask. Lila says she's got it. He shrugs, nodding over at her. I'll be back in 5 minutes, no problem. I suppress a smile at how seriously he's taking his role today. I can't help but think about the Jude I knew a year ago. He'd never have agreed to do any of this, much less with so much generosity. We're at the official grand reopening of Twisted Pipes. which actually opened up 2 weeks ago. The shop has been rebuilt bigger and better than ever, so Hawk thought it would be a good idea to get former customers and their families back here by doing a big grill-out event, complete with face painting and snow cones for the kids. Jude has been in charge of the snow cones, so he spent the entire afternoon surrounded by clamoring children, doling out paper cones of flavored ice to anyone who wants one. Today is an unseasonably warm day for early fall, so he's been pretty busy. It's strangely sweet to see him being so good with the children. I've only glimpsed this side of him a couple of times before with the Lords of Carnage kids. It's weird for me to realize that he might make a really good father someday. Even though this celebration has Jude working hard, today feels a little bit like a party for him as well. He just completed his GED a week ago, and he is in the process of enrolling in community college for the spring term. I was absolutely shocked when he said that was something he wanted to do. He doesn't know what he wants to study quite yet, but he said he wants to give it a shot for a term and see where it goes. He's still working at Twisted Pipes, too, now that it's back open. Hawk and the other men have been teaching him stuff about cars and motorcycles, and he seems to have really taken a liking to auto mechanics. He's been making noise about buying himself a motorcycle, too. I guess I should have seen that coming. At the thought of motorcycles, I can't help but glance over at the far parking lot, where Angel is teaching Noah to do tight turns with his own new bike. Ghost was able to find a nearly exact replacement for the one that was lost in the explosion. The only difference is that this one is a couple years newer and has a black gas tank instead of a white one. At least, that's the only difference I can see. Noah, of course, is thrilled with it. I watch in amusement as he pulls the bike to a stop in front of Angel, then listens to him intently as Angel explains something. Angel gestures with his hands, making a motion that looks like it has something to do with how to angle the handlebars. Noah nods, and then he's off again, rounding corners around a makeshift obstacle course they've set up. Then, as I stand there looking at them, Angel turns. His eyes meet mine, and my stomach starts to flutter. Just like always. Just like I'm pretty sure it will forever. A few minutes later, Jude comes back, bag of ice in hand. He carries it over to the snow cone machine and takes over for Lila, who makes one final blue-colored one for herself before relinquishing it. She says something to Jude just as she's walking away. The riot of red curls in a messy bun on top of her head bobs as she tosses her head and laughs. I can't help but smile at that girl's sassiness. Brooke's pet project has charmed Jude in a way I can't quite figure out. She teases him all the time, but instead of it irritating him, he just gives back to her as good as he gets. They've grown into sort of a casual, bantering relationship that makes me think there might eventually be something more between them. Lila's only 14, of course, and a total tomboy to boot. At this stage of her life, she seems more interested in video games and martial arts than anything. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if someday... Hey, beautiful. While I've been musing about Lila and Jude, Angel has come up beside me. He wraps a strong arm around my waist. What do you say we blow this pop stand in about an hour? Are you going to the clubhouse later? I ask him, stifling a moan as he brushes his lips against my neck. The stubble of his beard against my skin makes me shiver, as always. I heard some of the lords say they're planning a less G-rated party after this thing is over. Nah, he murmurs, nipping at the sensitive part of my throat. I got my own private party in mind. I grin up at him as he winks at me. It's true that in the past few weeks we haven't had a lot of time to ourselves. Jude's living in our basement spare room until he moves out at the end of the month. He's been home a lot lately as he fills out his community college forms and stuff. He's never seemed bothered at all by the fact that Angel and I are together. Far from it, in fact. But Angel says he knows from experience that it can be kind of weird to get too up close and personal with your sister's relationship. So we try not to be too obvious with the PDA when he's around. I need to stop at the skull for a little bit, I say breathily, trying to keep my cool as he drives me to the edge of distraction. I can leave now, and I'll meet you at home later. It's a deal, he mutters. Turning me toward him, he reaches up and brushes a thumb lightly against my nipple through my shirt. But don't make me wait long. I promise, I gasp. Now stop that before you send the good people of Tanner Springs into a tizzy. They don't expect any less, he growls, but he releases me anyway. Now go, he commands, slapping my ass and chuckling as I yelp and leap away. I head over to my car, pulling out an elastic tie to put my hair back into a ponytail. It's grown out quite a bit in the last year, but it's still not quite at the length it was when Melanie cut it short. Frowning, I deliberately push the memory of that day away. I still sometimes have nightmares about Kane and what happened in that meat locker, and how close I came to death. But I've gotten much better at not letting the memories drag me down. Angel's been a huge help in that. I honestly don't know what I'd do without him. Sometimes, when my thoughts get too black, I remind myself that everything in my life, even the bad parts, eventually led me to him and brought us together. And when I put it to myself that way, it's hard to imagine changing a single thing. I make the drive to the Smiling Skull just to check on things and make sure we've got enough bartenders and bouncers for the normal Saturday night scene. Managing a biker bar that attracts so many different clubs around the area is a tricky business, and I've learned a lot from Rosie's advice and example. At her suggestion, I've kept most of her staff on, and I've done my best to make sure they're happy and don't have reason to look for work anywhere else. For most of the patrons, my hope is that they barely even notice the bar has changed hands. Since I still have a lot of people asking if Rosie is around, I'm pretty sure that's the case. I get back to Tanner Springs around dinner time. Angel texts me when I'm on the way home, telling me he's got Chinese takeout. My stomach growls in approval at his choice, but the food will have to wait, because when I get back to the house, Angel makes it clear he's got something else on his mind. We never make it to the bedroom. In seconds, Angel's got me naked and wanting in the living room, standing in front of him as he gazes at me in approval. Jesus, that body, he groans, stroking his hard length. I'm never gonna get sick of seeing you there, naked and ready for me. You sure talk a lot, I purr at him, knowing I'm pushing his buttons. For a man who wants to fuck. You're playing with fire, woman, he growls. The wicked smirk I'm flashing at him dissolves into a moan as he crosses the room and lifts me up, wrapping my legs around his waist. Instantly, I'm wet and aroused, a low throb beginning between my thighs that only he can satisfy. Angel takes a few steps until he's bracing me against the wall. He lowers me a couple of inches, just enough that the shaft of his cock is teasing my waiting pussy. I whimper and move my hips, waiting for him to sink himself inside me, but he just holds me there. Angel, I gasp, take me. His mouth cuts me off as he takes my lips in a deep kiss. Our tongues dance, our own private language and our own private rhythm. Angel angles his hips up, his cock torturing me. I moan loudly and wrap my arms tight around his neck, silently pleading with him. With one movement, he's inside me, filling me deeply. So deep, he reaches me in places I've never been touched before by anyone else. He pulls back and thrusts into me hard, and I cling tighter, whispering his name and begging him for more. He slams into me again. Something falls off the wall. "You're fucking gorgeous when you're ready to come. You know that," he rasps against my ear. "I've been waiting all day for this, baby." "Angel," I pant, moaning more loudly with each thrust. The friction is delicious. My brain, incoherent to the point of madness, wonders how he always knows exactly what to do. Already, I'm climbing higher and higher. I'm not going to last long. I feel Angel growing harder, larger inside me. This is it. "Fuck," he hisses. I'm there. Give it to me, baby. Come for me." And I do, shattering around him as I cry out. A second later, Angel roars my name and empties himself deep inside me. I've never felt so complete, so full of bliss. How is it possible to be this happy? I ask myself dizzily as I cling to him, waiting for the shudders to subside. How did I ever get so lucky? Afterwards, we warm up the Chinese food and eat it out on the back deck. When we're finished eating, I lean back against him on the sofa, wrapped in his arms. We sit and enjoy the warm night, knowing it will be one of the last ones of the season. I take in a deep breath and let it out, savoring the moment. "You good, babe?" "So good," I breathe. I honestly don't know how my life could get any better right now. "Yeah?" he asks. I take that as a challenge. And then, before I know what's even happening, Angel has slid one arm from around me and into his pocket. He pulls out something small that I can't quite see in the dark and raises it up. But I don't need to see it to know what it is. "It's a sapphire," he rumbles as he holds out the ring so it flashes in the moonlight. "It was the same color as your eyes. That's why I picked it." "Angel," I choke, tears springing to my eyes. I pull away and turn to him. "Are you serious?" "You think I'd joke about this?" he chuckles. "You've always been family, babe. I just want to make it official. You're already my old lady." His eyes meet mine. "But I'm hoping you'll also be my wife." "You know I will," I whisper. "Oh my God, I love you so much, Angel." "My life would be nothing without you, babe." His words send shivers down my spine. "Angel, Shh!" He hushes me. "I mean it. I don't think you know, Jewel. I have the club, yeah, and the club's my life. My duty to lead and protect my brothers. But without you there," he shrugs one muscled shoulder, "nothing would make sense. It just took almost losing you to see it clearly. This last year has been the best year of my life, babe, and I'm not stupid enough to let you get away. I'm putting a ring on it." We talk until it's late, about how long to wait until the wedding. Angel tells me he'd be happy enough with just going to a justice of the peace, if they still have those. I laugh and tell him the lords would never let the president get away with that. "The old ladies would lose their shit too," I grin. "This will be the party of the year, Angel. I think you have to let them have it." "And what about you?" he asks me, kissing the top of my head. "What do you want?" "I have every single thing I've ever wanted, Angel," I murmur against him. "I don't think I'm ever going to ask for anything again in my life. However we get married is fine with me. I don't care what I wear, or who performs the ceremony, or whether there are 50 people there or 5,000. All I want is you, and this, and as much time as possible on the earth, thanking my lucky stars for all of it." I gaze down at the sapphire ring that's now on my finger, marveling at how much it looks like a star. I'll wear it always, and it will always remind me of the only star in my sky. Angel Abbott, king of my heart. Bonus epilogue. Jewel. Oh my gosh, Jewel, you cannot eat a peanut butter and grape jelly sandwich with that dress on, Jenna says crossly. What if you get purple all over it? Are you crazy? I can't help it. I'm starving, and the only thing I have is this sandwich. I'll pass out during the ceremony if I don't get something in my stomach. Well, at least take it off to eat. Are you kidding me? I snort. It took me 10 minutes to get into this thing. I don't have the patience to do that again. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I start to raise the sandwich to my mouth, but Jenna's war whoop stops me in my tracks. Stop, she commands. Okay, if you insist on being difficult about this, hold on. She runs out of the room, then comes back a few seconds later with a large fluffy towel. Lean over the towel while you're eating, she orders. So now I'm going to get jelly on Sydney's towel, I joke. You sure you're ready for her wrath? Sydney, Jenna calls out, we're using one of your towels so Jewel doesn't destroy her dress. A moment later, there's an indistinct reply from the other side of the house, which Jenna decides to take as consent. There, you see? No problem. I obediently allow Jenna to drape the towel over my lap, more to stop her from barking at me than anything. But down deep, I can't be mad at her. She's been great all through the process of organizing the wedding. I don't know if it's her advanced mom skills, but she can corral a mess of kids and a bunch of outlaw bikers better than anyone I know. I barely had to do anything for today, other than choose a dress and show up. She and the other old ladies took care of practically everything else, including Sydney letting me get ready for the wedding at her and Brick's house. I bite into the sandwich and roll my eyes in ecstasy, suppressing a moan. I was so nervous all last night and this morning that I haven't had a single bite to eat since lunch yesterday. The mere thought of food made me want to barf. Then, about half an hour ago, I became suddenly ravenous and decided I needed to have a PB&J with grape jelly, as though my life depended on it. Which is weird because I'm not even that big a fan of peanut butter. Sydney didn't have anything but marmalade. Gross. So I had to call Jude to bring me one, stat. Thankfully, he complied because I didn't want to have to call Angel and risk having him see me in my dress before the wedding. Call me superstitious, guilty as charged. It's not that I'm nervous about getting married to Angel. I don't have a single doubt in my mind that he's who I want to be with for the rest of my life. It's more that I've always been more of a behind-the-scenes kind of person. I'm more comfortable behind the bar than in front of a crowd. Even though everyone at the ceremony today is someone I consider part of my big extended family, it's got me a little freaked out that I'm about to be the center of attention for an entire day, not only as the bride, but as the future wife of the club president. I know our marriage is going to be an event that the club has been looking forward to for months. And even though there's nothing I want more than to be Angel's wife, I have to admit, it's a lot of pressure. So it's been a real blessing that Jenna and the other old ladies have taken charge of the planning part of the wedding and the party afterward. I've been able to mostly focus on how wonderful it will be to be married to Angel, and try to forget about the ceremony itself. But now that we're so close to go time, the thought of being up in front of all those people is making my stomach churn. For the last couple of days, I've been fighting an increasingly nervous stomach. This morning, I even threw up before I took my shower. My sudden hunger means that I polish off the sandwich in record time. I briefly lament that I didn't ask Jude to bring me 2 PB&Js instead of just 1. But before I can even think to ask if there's anything more to eat, Jenna has whisked the towel away. She opens her purse and produces a roll of breath mints. You can't get married with peanut butter breath, she murmurs, holding them out. Too bad we didn't think to pack you a toothbrush and toothpaste. Is there some sort of wedding rule book I've never read? I tease, as I take 2 mints and toss them into my mouth. Yup, Samantha says, appearing behind Jenna. Sydney is by her side. There is. The last thing you want is for Angel's final thought before kissing his bride to be, I wonder whether she ate crunchy or creamy. In spite of myself, I snort. Crunchy, obviously. Angel knows my views on peanut butter. Creamy is an abomination. Sydney rolls her eyes. Good Lord, how have I known you for so long and didn't know you have horrible taste in condiments? Come on, Sam continues. If you've finished eating, let's go across the lake and get some photos of you in that dress before the guests start arriving. Sam, Sydney, and Jenna pick up the various bags of makeup and accessories we need, and we make our way out to Sam's SUV, which is sitting in Sydney's driveway. Sydney and Brick have a house on the east side of Birch Lake, which is where we are now. We pile into the car, and Sam gets behind the wheel to drive us to our destination on the west side of the lake. Angel and I just bought a lot on that side, and with the Lord's help, we're going to build a house there. There was an old ramshackle cabin on the lot, which has since been torn down. Right now, all there is of our future house are the footprints for the new foundation. That's where we're getting married, standing in the spot that will one day be our living room, the center and heart of our new home. I haven't been out to the property in about a week, and I'm not expecting it to look like much, since there's nothing there but grass and trees. But as we round the gravel corner and turn into our drive, I draw in a breath and gasp in amazement at the scene that greets me. Oh, you guys, this is so... Tears spring to my eyes. It's so beautiful. The space where our future house will be has been transformed into a sort of outdoor cathedral. A simple archway decorated in gauzy white material marks the entrance to the space, at roughly where our front door will be. White paper lanterns have been hung from the trees and dot the sky above our heads. Rows of white chairs draped in the same fabric create an aisle down the middle. At the end of the aisle, another arch, wound with white flowers, marks the spot where Angel and I will stand and become husband and wife. Isabel, Alex, Eden, and Brooke emerge from the RV that sits far off to one side of the lot. They're dressed for the wedding, and they're all beaming with pride as they watch me take in the scene. I can't believe you did this, I whisper, trying not to cry my makeup off as each one of them hugs me. It's what you deserve, Brooke beams at me. You and Angel both. It's an important day for you, for all of us. We wanted it to be something you'll remember forever. I laugh wetly and dab at one eye. Well, you've definitely managed to do that. Sorry to interrupt, ladies, Sam breaks in, pointing to her camera bag. But we don't have a lot of time before Angel and the men get here, and I have some ideas for some pictures of just Jewel. Sam asks Isabel to help her and the other women move off to put some finishing touches on the decorations. Sam takes enough pictures of me to fill an entire album. She puts me in all sorts of poses, from close-ups to faraway shots that show off my dress. I try my best not to squirm as she puts me through the paces. Like I said, I'm not great at being the center of attention. Then finally, she looks at her watch and gives me a brief nod. Okay, let's go inside. People will be here soon. I pick up the hem of my dress as delicately as I can, and we make our way towards the comfortable RV that Lucy and Smiley have set up for today. Inside, the other old ladies are waiting, and Jenna opens a bottle of sparkling apple juice for a toast. Seriously, apple juice? Brooke teases her good-naturedly. Jenna's gaze flicks to me. We don't want poor Jewel to be too drunk to say her vows, she jokes. She needs to be clear-headed. What if she changes her mind at the last minute? Girl, drawls Alex, dramatically batting her eyes. Ain't nobody ever gonna have second thoughts about marrying a man like Angel. The other women laugh and nod in agreement as we all raise our glasses. To Jewel, Jenna announces, Queen of the Lords of Carnage, may Angel make her wedding night so memorable she can't leave the bed for days. As we all drink, a low rumble of engines off in the distance announces the arrival of the club. Oh gosh, I squeak, as a flock of butterflies take flight in my stomach. It's almost time. Sam nods. Yup, that'll be the men, and the kids won't be far behind. Gino and his old lady Carmen hosted all the young kids at an epic slumber party at their farm last night. They, Lucy and Smiley, are bringing them all over this morning. I can't even imagine how they're managing to round up that many children, but they seemed more than happy to do it. Isabel fusses over my dress and hair and reapplies a little powder on my nose. I listen, half in a haze, as the other women talk logistics. Brooke, Sam, and Sydney go outside to check on the guests. Eventually, there's a sharp rap on the door, and Jude pokes his head in. Hey, big sis, he grins. You about ready for the main event? I swallow and nod nervously. As ready as I can be. Jenna, Isabel, Alex, and Eden stand up. We'd better get out there and take our seats, Alex says. One by one, they come up and give me a hug. Good luck, Jenna whispers in my ear. I'm so happy for you, girl. Thanks, I smile, tears springing to my eyes for the 10th time today. I'm pretty damn happy for me, too. Then it's just Jude and me in the RV. Angel looks like he's about to jump out of his cut, Jude smirks as he takes a seat beside me. I ain't never seen him this antsy. He's not the only one, I giggle. Thanks for bringing me breakfast earlier. He lifts his chin. No problem. How about you? I ask. You good with this? I realized I've never really asked him how he feels about me marrying Angel. I know Jude likes him and even looks up to him. But suddenly, it feels urgently important to me that he approves of what I'm about to do. Are you kidding? He grins. I'm going to be related by marriage to the Prez of the Lords of Carnage. Thanks to you, I'm a shoo-in to get patched into the club when the day comes. I'm serious, Jude. My brother's grin fades. He looks me in the eye. Seriously? I couldn't be happier for you, Jewel. Or him. He nods. It's good. You both deserve each other. I mean that. It's the most Jude has ever said about Angel and me. Sitting there with him, I'm incredibly happy to have my brother here with me today. He's the only one of my family members who will be in attendance. I did send my parents a wedding invitation, but I never received a reply. I wasn't surprised, and frankly, I was relieved. I know they wouldn't approve of Angel, or the life I've made for myself here in Tanner Springs. I know they wouldn't understand the love I've found. Just then, strains of music drift toward us from outside. Sounds like it's time. Jude grins, rising. He waits for me to stand as well, then opens the door and steps out of the RV. I take a deep breath, then follow him down the metal stairs. Here goes nothing. Jude crooks his elbow, and I take his arm. Then, together, we walk toward the makeshift chapel. One of the men shouts when he sees us, and everyone turns and stands to watch as we walk down the aisle. In a daze, I stare at the sea of people, men in leather, women in lace, as they smile and nod at us. All of the Lords of Carnage are here, all of their old ladies, and all of their kids. The Ironwood chapter of the Lords is here as well, and the staff of the Smiling Skull. Everyone I know and care about in one place, here to help Angel and I celebrate the next chapter in our lives. All of my family, my real family. I couldn't be more grateful. As we walk through the crowd, I see Angel up ahead. He's dressed in its cut, as the president of the MC should be. His eyes are locked on me, and when my gaze meets his, he raises his eyebrows, a corner of his mouth lifting in that sexy, lazy grin I know so well. And then I'm standing in front of him, and Jude is stepping away. Angel claps him on the shoulder. Then Angel takes my hand. He leans in toward me, tilting his head so he can whisper into my ear, "I missed you." The crowd is on the opposite side, and he takes the opportunity to nip at my neck, since no one can see him do it. I stifle a yelp that turns into a breathless moan by the time his lips leave my skin. "It's only been a couple of hours," I manage to gasp. "I know, it was hell." His eyes twinkle as they meet mine. "Perv," I smirk, feeling instantly more relaxed. Angel's face grows serious. "You look beautiful, Jewel. You'd make any man proud." "There's only one man I care about," I whisper back, "and he's standing right in front of me." From the front row, Ghost rises. Angel and I turn to face him. "We all know why we're here," his voice booms out into the crowd. "Our brother, our president, is getting hitched today. To Jewel, who has been one of our family for as long as I can remember. It's about damn time, is all I can say." A loud ripple of laughter wells up from the crowd. A few of the men shout, "Yeah," and "Damn right." When the noise has died down, Ghost continues. "I'm lucky enough to have Angel as my best friend and my prez, but he's also my brother-in-law. And now Jewel's gonna be my sister-in-law." He grins. "Couldn't ask for better than that. And we couldn't ask for a better old lady for the president of our MC. Jewel is one of us. She knows us all, and we love her. Angel, I know I don't need to tell you to treat her well. And Jewel, I know I don't have to tell you what it means to be the wife of an outlaw biker. You've both chosen each other, but you both chose the club too, and that's what today is about." From the back, Thorne calls out, "Oh Christ, get on with it then." Isabel punches him in the arm. "I've been asked to get on with it," Ghost calls with a grin. "Okay then, here we go." The next few minutes are a blur. All I see is Angel's face. All I hear is his voice as he promises to love and protect me for the rest of our lives. I hear my voice as I say my vows, and somehow I keep it together and don't start crying. Then Beast stands and hands the rings to us. I slide Angel's onto his hand, and then I feel the cool, solid weight of mine as it slips onto my finger. It feels right. I can't imagine ever taking it off. And then it's over. Ghost proclaims us husband and wife. Angel kisses me so deeply that I'm dizzy when we break apart. And just like that, I'm Jewel Abbott, the luckiest woman in the entire world. 6 hours later, and the lords and their family have put away enough booze and food to feed a small army, which, to be honest, we kind of are. The men have made a large bonfire at the edge of the property, and the older kids are supervising the younger kids, making sure they don't get too close. A bunch of the prospects got too drunk on Jack Daniels, and they're off somewhere pretending they're MMA fighters. The lords are laughing and yelling and carrying on, clearly pleased as hell that their president has finally tied the knot. I can't help but think back to the day of Noah's 12th birthday party, when I learned that Jude would be coming to stay with me in Tanner Springs. So much has happened since then, I can hardly believe. Somewhere along the line, the two of us have found a home where we least expected it. "So, when are you leaving on the honeymoon?" Samantha yells her question above the din, as we watch Hawk and Angel trade shots back and forth. The night is warm, and we're sitting under one of the paper lanterns in a pool of soft golden light. I keep meaning to change out of my white dress and into something more comfortable, but I keep remembering that this is my one day to wear it, and I just can't do it. In a couple of days, I call back. Angel and I are flying out to Las Vegas for 10 days, leaving Monday morning. Angel has arranged to rent a Harley Electra Glide that will be waiting for us when we land. We'll spend a couple of days in Vegas itself, and from there we'll ride out to Red Rock Canyon State Park, Lake Mead, the Valley of Fire, Mount Charleston, Hoover Dam, and Zion. I've never seen any of it before. For me, it's going to be the trip of a lifetime, especially because I get to do it with Angel. Sam gets up to grab another drink and asks if I want anything, but I decline. My stomach has started to feel gross again after a few hours of being totally fine. I ate dinner, but now I'm regretting it. Sam heads off, and a couple of seconds later, Jenna and Sydney approach. "How's the bride?" Sydney asks me, flashing a smile. "Shouldn't you be over there sharing a dance with your groom?" "In a few minutes I will," I reply with a shrug. "I'm feeling a little off. I'm sure it'll pass." Jenna cocks her head and glances at Sydney, one hand going to her hip. "Is that so?" The tone of her voice is odd, like she's thinking something she isn't quite willing to say. "Well, are you feeling good enough to come inside the RV with us for a few minutes? Sid and I have a little present for you to open." I start to say that Sam will be back in a minute or so, but then I notice she's over on the other side of the yard talking to Brooke and Isabel. "Sure," I say, getting up. "You've definitely got me curious. You got me a present aside from the spa day?" The old ladies had all chipped in on a gift certificate for a girls' day out after the honeymoon, saying that after 10 days on the back of a motorcycle, I'll be looking forward to a little pampering. "It was kind of last minute," Jenna murmurs, taking my arm. "Come on." Inside the RV, I gape at the opened package in front of me. "I don't get it," I stammer. "It's called a pregnancy test," Sydney deadpans. "You pee on it to see if you are." I roll my eyes. "I know what it is," I shoot back. "I just don't know." My voice trails off as I turn to stare at Jenna, who is looking expectantly at me, arms crossed. "You think my stomach queasiness is because I'm pregnant?" Jenna nods. "I do." But, I stutter, "I've just been nervous for the wedding. I haven't been eating all that well, and, it's not—" All my defensive explanations die in my throat as my brain starts to add everything up. As though Jenna is reading my mind, she raises a hand and starts counting on her fingers. "You've been nauseated for days. This morning you had a very specific craving for a very weird breakfast. And now the wedding's over and you're still feeling queasy, even though there's nothing to be nervous about anymore." "But I can't be pregnant," I argue. Even though I realize there's actually a possibility I could be. Angel and I haven't exactly been careful lately. And I think the approaching wedding made him even hornier than usual. We've been going at it like rabbits for the past month. "I can't be pregnant," I repeat more softly, almost to myself. "Can I?" "Only one way to find out," Jenna says, picking up the little box and handing it to me. It's been years since I took a pregnancy test, but the little white wand looks pretty much the same as it always has. I take it into the bathroom of the RV, do what needs to be done, and go back out into the main room with Jenna and Sydney. The instructions on the box say to wait 3 minutes, but I give it 5 just to make sure. They just might be the 5 longest minutes of my life. But by the time they're over, my gut tells me what the answer is before I even go back into the bathroom to look. My God, I'm pregnant. Angel and I are going to have a baby. Jenna and Sydney are wild with glee. I make them swear that they won't tell anyone, not even Ghost and Brick. They jump up and down and give me bone-crushing hugs. Then I go back in the bathroom to get the pee stick and the box, and the three of us go back outside, where I try desperately to pretend like nothing totally earth-shattering has just happened. Back outside, I go to find Angel, who is still over talking to Hawk. Brick, Beast, and Thorn have joined them, and the three of them are laughing and joking around like the friends and brothers they are. When Angel sees me walking toward him, he detaches himself from the group and comes to meet me. "You about ready to get going?" he asks me, grabbing me around the waist and pulling me close. "I've been thinking about taking that dress off you for hours now. Not sure I can wait much longer." "You think I can ride on the back of your bike like this?" I chuckle. My nerves are jangling, but as always, Angel makes everything seem exactly as it should be just by being there. "I don't see why not. It'll make a hell of a sight, too," he rumbles. "Let's give it a shot." We say our goodbyes, and all the guests line up to watch us leave. Their whistles and applause follow us into the night as we drive away, back toward town and the house that we'll be living in for just a few more months. The whole way there, I lean against Angel's back, breathing him in, and wonder whether I should tell him tonight or wait until we're on our honeymoon. In the end, I realize it was never a question. I can't keep anything from Angel, especially something this big. My husband insists on carrying me over the threshold. I joke about him being a caveman, even though I love it, and he knows it. Once we're inside, Angel almost immediately reaches to start undoing my dress, but I stop him. "I have something for you," I murmur, trying to ignore the hammering of my heart in my chest. I pull out the box Jenna originally wrapped the test in. I retied the ribbon on it so it doesn't even look previously opened. "Happy wedding day." Angel takes the box from me, his brow nodding. "I thought we said we weren't going to give presents to each other." He frowns. "Shit, Jewel, I didn't get you anything." "This was kind of a last-minute gift," I tell him, "and, it's kind of for both of us." He's still frowning as he shakes the package a couple of times, then slips off the ribbon and opens it. He stares down at the object inside and freezes. "This is why I've been so sick to my stomach for the last couple of days," I say around the lump in my throat. Jenna was the one who figured it out. Angel is silent for a few seconds, then a few more. "Holy fuck," he finally rasps. My heart starts thudding even harder. "Is that a good holy fuck or a bad holy fuck?" I ask with a quaver in my voice. Angel finally turns to look at me. His deep gunmetal gray eyes are wide and clear. "The best." His strong hand slips down over my still flat belly. "The best fucking thing I've ever heard." He shakes his head and snorts softly. "I didn't think there was anything that could make this day any better, but somehow you managed to prove me wrong." "You're really happy?" The quake in my voice is still there. Angel leans down and kisses me. Our tongues dance until I'm dizzy with want. "Hell yes, I'm happy," he murmurs against my lips. "How far along are you?" "I'm not sure," I breathe, trying to think. "Maybe 6 weeks, maybe a little longer." "So," he draws back to look at me, his eyes twinkling. "Sounds like we only got a few months left before everything changes around here." "Uh-huh," I nod. "You mean before we basically never sleep again?" "Fuck sleep," he scoffs, picking me up in his arms. "I'll sleep when I'm dead. I got other things on my mind." I burst out laughing. "What other stuff would that be?" "You know damn well what I mean," he growls as he carries me down the hallway. "I'm taking you to bed, Mrs. Abbott. We've only got 7 months before Junior gets here, and I ain't about to waste a single minute of it." This concludes Angel by Daphne Loveling. Narrated by Troy Duran and Jillian Macy. Copyright 2018 by Daphne Loveling. This unabridged audiobook is produced by arrangement with Daphne Loveling and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Here's a recommended preview based on your listening. To listen to the full title, you can buy it in your player.
Then Angel takes my hand. He leans in toward me, tilting his head so he can whisper into my ear, "I missed you." The crowd is on the opposite side, and he takes the opportunity to nip at my neck, since no one can see him do it. I stifle a yelp that turns into a breathless moan by the time his lips leave my skin. "It's only been a couple of hours," I manage to gasp. "I know, it was hell." His eyes twinkle as they meet mine. "Perv," I smirk, feeling instantly more relaxed. Angel's face grows serious. "You look beautiful, Jewel. You'd make any man proud." "There's only one man I care about," I whisper back, "and he's standing right in front of me." From the front row, Ghost rises. Angel and I turn to face him. "We all know why we're here," his voice booms out into the crowd. "Our brother, our president, is getting hitched today. To Jewel, who has been one of our family for as long as I can remember. It's about damn time, is all I can say." A loud ripple of laughter wells up from the crowd. A few of the men shout, "Yeah," and "Damn right." When the noise has died down, Ghost continues. "I'm lucky enough to have Angel as my best friend and my prez, but he's also my brother-in-law. And now, Jewel's gonna be my sister-in-law." He grins. "Couldn't ask for better than that. And we couldn't ask for a better old lady for the president of our MC. Jewel is one of us. She knows us all, and we love her. Angel, I know I don't need to tell you to treat her well. And Jewel, I know I don't have to tell you what it means to be the wife of an outlaw biker. You've both chosen each other, but you both chose the club too, and that's what today is about." From the back, Thorne calls out, "Oh, Christ, get on with it then." Isabel punches him in the arm. "I've been asked to get on with it," Ghost calls with a grin. "Okay then, here we go." The next few minutes are a blur. All I see is Angel's face. All I hear is his voice as he promises to love and protect me for the rest of our lives. I hear my voice as I say my vows, and somehow I keep it together and don't start crying. Then Beast stands and hands the rings to us. I slide Angel's onto his hand, and then I feel the cool, solid weight of mine as it slips onto my finger. It feels right. I can't imagine ever taking it off. And then it's over. Ghost proclaims us husband and wife. Angel kisses me so deeply that I'm dizzy when we break apart. And just like that, I'm Jewel Abbott, the luckiest woman in the entire world. 6 hours later, and the lords and their family have put away enough booze and food to feed a small army, which, to be honest, we kind of are. The men have made a large bonfire at the edge of the property, and the older kids are supervising the younger kids, making sure they don't get too close. A bunch of the prospects got too drunk on Jack Daniels, and they're off somewhere pretending they're MMA fighters. The lords are laughing and yelling and carrying on, clearly pleased as hell that their president has finally tied the knot. I can't help but think back to the day of Noah's 12th birthday party, when I learned that Jude would be coming to stay with me in Tanner Springs. So much has happened since then, I can hardly believe. Somewhere along the line, the two of us have found a home where we least expected it. "So, when are you leaving on the honeymoon?" Samantha yells her question above the din, as we watch Hawk and Angel trade shots back and forth. The night is warm, and we're sitting under one of the paper lanterns in a pool of soft golden light. I keep meaning to change out of my white dress and into something more comfortable, but I keep remembering that this is my one day to wear it, and I just can't do it. "In a couple of days," I call back. Angel and I are flying out to Las Vegas for 10 days, leaving Monday morning. Angel has arranged to rent a Harley Electra Glide that will be waiting for us when we land. We'll spend a couple of days in Vegas itself, and from there we'll ride out to Red Rock Canyon State Park, Lake Mead, the Valley of Fire, Mount Charleston, Hoover Dam, and Zion. I've never seen any of it before. For me, it's going to be the trip of a lifetime, especially because I get to do it with Angel. Sam gets up to grab another drink and asks if I want anything, but I decline. My stomach has started to feel gross again after a few hours of being totally fine. I ate dinner, but now I'm regretting it. Sam heads off, and a couple of seconds later, Jenna and Sydney approach. "How's the bride?" Sydney asks me, flashing a smile. "Shouldn't you be over there sharing a dance with your groom?" "In a few minutes I will," I reply with a shrug. "I'm feeling a little off. I'm sure it'll pass." Jenna cocks her head and glances at Sydney, one hand going to her hip. "Is that so?" The tone of her voice is odd, like she's thinking something she isn't quite willing to say. "Well, are you feeling good enough to come inside the RV with us for a few minutes? Sid and I have a little present for you to open." I start to say that Sam will be back in a minute or so, but then I notice she's over on the other side of the yard talking to Brooke and Isabel. "Sure," I say, getting up. "You've definitely got me curious. You got me a present aside from the spa day?" The old ladies had all chipped in on a gift certificate for a girls' day out after the honeymoon, saying that after 10 days on the back of a motorcycle, I'll be looking forward to a little pampering. "It was kind of last minute," Jenna murmurs, taking my arm. "Come on." Inside the RV, I gape at the opened package in front of me. "I don't get it," I stammer. "It's called a pregnancy test," Sydney deadpans. "You pee on it to see if you are." I roll my eyes. "I know what it is," I shoot back. "I just don't know." My voice trails off as I turn to stare at Jenna, who is looking expectantly at me, arms crossed. "You think my stomach queasiness is because I'm pregnant?" Jenna nods. "I do." But, I stutter, "I've just been nervous for the wedding. I haven't been eating all that well, and, it's not—" All my defensive explanations die in my throat as my brain starts to add everything up. As though Jenna is reading my mind, she raises a hand and starts counting on her fingers. "You've been nauseated for days. This morning you had a very specific craving for a very weird breakfast. And now the wedding's over and you're still feeling queasy, even though there's nothing to be nervous about anymore." "But I can't be pregnant," I argue. Even though I realize there's actually a possibility I could be. Angel and I haven't exactly been careful lately. And I think the approaching wedding made him even hornier than usual. We've been going at it like rabbits for the past month. "I can't be pregnant," I repeat more softly, almost to myself. "Can I?" "Only one way to find out," Jenna says, picking up the little box and handing it to me. It's been years since I took a pregnancy test, but the little white wand looks pretty much the same as it always has. I take it into the bathroom of the RV, do what needs to be done, and go back out into the main room with Jenna and Sydney. The instructions on the box say to wait 3 minutes, but I give it 5 just to make sure. They just might be the 5 longest minutes of my life. But by the time they're over, my gut tells me what the answer is before I even go back into the bathroom to look. My God, I'm pregnant. Angel and I are going to have a baby. Jenna and Sydney are wild with glee. I make them swear that they won't tell anyone, not even Ghost and Brick. They jump up and down and give me bone-crushing hugs. Then I go back in the bathroom to get the pee stick and the box, and the 3 of us go back outside, where I try desperately to pretend like nothing totally earth-shattering has just happened. Back outside, I go to find Angel, who is still over talking to Hawk. Brick, Beast, and Thorn have joined them, and the 3 of them are laughing and joking around like the friends and brothers they are. When Angel sees me walking toward him, he detaches himself from the group and comes to meet me. "You about ready to get going?" he asks me, grabbing me around the waist and pulling me close. I've been thinking about taking that dress off you for hours now. Not sure I can wait much longer. You think I can ride on the back of your bike like this? I chuckle. My nerves are jangling, but as always, Angel makes everything seem exactly as it should be just by being there. I don't see why not. It'll make a hell of a sight, too, he rumbles. Let's give it a shot. We say our goodbyes, and all the guests line up to watch us leave. Their whistles and applause follow us into the night as we drive away, back toward town and the house that we'll be living in for just a few more months. The whole way there, I lean against Angel's back, breathing him in, and wonder whether I should tell him tonight or wait until we're on our honeymoon. In the end, I realize it was never a question. I can't keep anything from Angel, especially something this big. My husband insists on carrying me over the threshold. I joke about him being a caveman, even though I love it, and he knows it. Once we're inside, Angel almost immediately reaches to start undoing my dress, but I stop him. I have something for you, I murmur, trying to ignore the hammering of my heart in my chest. I pull out the box Jenna originally wrapped the test in. I retied the ribbon on it so it doesn't even look previously opened. Happy wedding day. Angel takes the box from me, his brow nodding. I thought we said we weren't going to give presents to each other. He frowns. Shit, Jewel, I didn't get you anything. This was kind of a last-minute gift, I tell him, and, it's kind of for both of us. He's still frowning as he shakes the package a couple of times, then slips off the ribbon and opens it. He stares down at the object inside and freezes. This is why I've been so sick to my stomach for the last couple of days, I say around the lump in my throat. Jenna was the one who figured it out. Angel is silent for a few seconds, then a few more. Holy fuck, he finally rasps. My heart starts thudding even harder. Is that a good holy fuck or a bad holy fuck? I ask with a quaver in my voice. Angel finally turns to look at me. His deep gunmetal gray eyes are wide and clear. The best. His strong hand slips down over my still flat belly. The best fucking thing I've ever heard. He shakes his head and snorts softly. I didn't think there was anything that could make this day any better, but somehow you managed to prove me wrong. You're really happy? The quake in my voice is still there. Angel leans down and kisses me. Our tongues dance until I'm dizzy with want. Hell yes, I'm happy, he murmurs against my lips. How far along are you? I'm not sure, I breathe, trying to think. Maybe 6 weeks, maybe a little longer. So, he draws back to look at me, his eyes twinkling. Sounds like we only got a few months left before everything changes around here. Uh-huh, I nod. You mean before we basically never sleep again? Fuck sleep, he scoffs, picking me up in his arms. I'll sleep when I'm dead. I got other things on my mind. I burst out laughing. What other stuff would that be? You know damn well what I mean, he growls as he carries me down the hallway. I'm taking you to bed, Mrs. Abbott. We've only got 7 months before Junior gets here, and I ain't about to waste a single minute of it. This concludes Angel by Daphne Loveling. Narrated by Troy Duran and Jillian Macy. Copyright 2018 by Daphne Loveling. This unabridged audiobook is produced by arrangement with Daphne Loveling and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Here's a recommended preview based on your listening. To listen to the full title, you can buy it in your player.